Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 23 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a civilian orphan trained and became the Wind Calamity. Let the tale begin. Chapter 943, Missing Memories. I failed. Unable to digest his failure, Ketsueki remained rooted to the same spot, frozen like a statue, while the events of the ritual kept replaying in his mind. Despite recalling every minute detail hundreds of times, he couldn't understand where he went wrong. It was only 3 days later that Ketsueki finally moved, not because he had accepted the situation, but because his legs could no longer hold his weight. Collapsed and devoid of energy, Ketsueki finally consoled himself, Lord Jashin's seed is still in my soul. It hasn't been damaged. This must be a message from Lord Jashin. He wasn't qualified enough to be my Grand Priest. Ketsueki eventually moved on and began seeking other capable candidates for the position of the Grand Priest. Years later, he stood in a similar cave, facing a similarly grotesque scene. Unlike the first time, his expression no longer contained shock or disbelief. Instead, it was exhaustion, and a quiet, dull acceptance. The hope in Ketsueki's heart was rapidly evaporating as he muttered, "This is the 8th failure. Is there any hope? Is my devotion to Lord Jashin lacking? His Holiness didn't mention anyone else failing as many times as me." His breathing became rougher as he collapsed on the ground, realizing, my life force has grown too weak due to repeated failures. I have only 2 more attempts. Then I'll die irrespective of whether my ritual succeeds or fails. Just as the last embers of hope in his soul were about to flicker out, a whisper brushed against his ears, soft, cold, and incomprehensibly ancient. "Keep going." Ketsueki froze. His breath hitched. His heart stopped. What was that? His gaze darted around the cavern, searching for the source, but there was no one. No chakra signature. No sound. No illusion. Only silence. "Who?" he murmured, his voice trembling. Again, the whisper came. This time clearer. "Keep going." Ketsueki's mind reeled. Realization crashed down upon him like a tidal wave. It was not a hallucination. It was not a delusion. It was him. The divine being he had worshipped his entire life. Jashin himself. A shudder ran through Ketsueki's entire body. His eyes widened, first in disbelief, then in a rising tide of awe. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes as an uncontrollable tremble overtook him. "He spoke to me," he whispered. "Lord Jashin chose to speak to me." A choked laugh escaped his throat. Then another. His laughter grew louder, unhinged, echoing off the cavern walls as tears streamed down his blood-spattered cheeks. Gone was the exhaustion. Gone was the despair. All that remained was ecstasy. Lord Jashin acknowledged me. My faith, my sacrifices, they weren't in vain. New strength surged into Ketsueki's limbs. His back straightened and his heart pounded. Not bothering to rest, Ketsueki continued his search with renewed vigor. Zankaku. He's the one. My soul can feel it. He should satisfy Lord Jashin. Half a year later, Ketsueki met Zankaku in the land of bats and realized he satisfied all the requirements. The boy's natural disposition, the turmoil in his heart, and the darkness lurking within made him a perfect vessel. Zankaku soon embraced Jashin's path and quickly grew fanatical in his worship. However, Ketsueki soon faced a blockade. Ketsueki analyzed, Zankaku's devotion to Lord Jashin is increasing, but he refuses to offer his clan to Lord Jashin. Even if he decides to do so, he isn't strong enough. Even with my assistance, it's too risky. If I make a mistake and fall, I'll have failed Lord Jashin. I need external aid. Ketsueki turned his attention to the neighboring land of eagles. Unlike his previous attempts, Ketsueki no longer rushed. Over the course of several years, he subtly spread discord among their leadership by using the chaotic nature of the times, manipulating tensions and orchestrating decisions that would ultimately bring disaster. Eventually, his efforts bore fruits. The leadership of the Land of Eagles struck out violently and the hidden bat village was annihilated. Zankaku was left broken. The pain of losing his home, his kin, and everything he held dear swallowed him whole. It was as if he had been cast into the endless abyss, one from which no soul could return unchanged. That abyss, fueled by his pain, loss, sorrow, and rage, became the perfect fuel for the ritual. And at long last, Kitsueki succeeded in fulfilling his mission. He successfully passed the seed of Jashin to Zankaku, grafting a living seal on Zankaku's soul. His life was extinguished soon after. Fujin finally released Kitsueki's soul, allowing it to return to the reanimated body. His eyes remained distant, his expression thoughtful as he silently processed and organized the flood of information he had just uncovered. Over the years, Fujin had delved into the minds of countless shinobi, some insignificant while others very influential. Each set of memories had offered him insight and value. Zankaku's thoughts had deepened his understanding of the Jashin faith. Kabuto's memories helped Fujin extend his expertise in medical ninjutsu in a new direction. Dodai's recollections had led him to the Third Raikage's private research on Black Lightning and the Lightning Chakra mode. Deidara's memories not only expanded Fujin's understanding of the explosion release but also confirmed his memories about Akatsuki. And most recently, Fujin also gained Danzo's memories, which contained several forbidden techniques including the Edo Tensei Jutsu, along with knowledge of the countless schemes running in the ninja world post the First Great Ninja War. Fujin believed Danzo's memories would be his most impactful gain, at least until he could peek into Orochimaru's brain. Yet, in just a few days, he witnessed another set of memories that completely outmatched even Danzo's memories. Taking a deep breath, Fujin muttered, 1 pontiff, 3 elders, 15 guardians. That little shithole has nearly 20 rank S ninjas. Fujin had long stopped being afraid of rank S ninjas. With his current strength, he didn't mind facing peak rank S ninjas either, even without using several of his hidden cards. Yet, the prospect of facing 19 rank S ninjas, most with unknown abilities, seemed insurmountable even for Fujin. Fujin analyzed, and that number might have grown further since then. Kitsueki left the island years before the Second Great Ninja War broke out. They didn't participate in devastating wars unlike the ninja villages. Nor has their lifestyle changed like the ninja world. Before the formation of the ninja villages, every clan had to fend for itself. It was undoubtedly gruesome and the world was far more cruel, but the clans were forced to adopt extreme measures to ensure their survival. The tough times also gave rise to several powerful ninjas in each clan. Even without Hashirama and Madara, the cult simply stood no chance in the ninja world. But now, the experts that survived the Warring States period were mostly all wiped out during the First Great Ninja War. The generations that followed simply didn't have the environment to raise that many top-tier ninjas. The situation of the various clans show how drastic the fall is. For instance, the Hyuga clan, one of the great clans during the Warring States period, has been without a single rank S ninja for several decades. Fujin sighed, if they haven't experienced a fall in strength as well, then the Jashin cult possesses enough strength to almost be as big of a nuisance as Akatsuki. Yet, they still haven't stepped out in the open. And admirable restraint. Without the required numbers, they'll end up being defeated just like Akatsuki eventually was in the original story. I'm surprised they never appeared during the Fourth Great Ninja War or later. On second thought, it's understandable. Despite their strength, they wouldn't have made much of an impact against the Ten Tails Jinchurikis. Irrespective of whether they win or lose, they'd have been wiped out at the end of the war. Fujin felt a slight headache as he continued analyzing. Strength aside, there are a lot of problems in his memories. They started right from the very beginning. It's the first time I've seen something like this since I mastered the spirit transformation jutsu and learned how to read memories directly from the soul. Fujin gazed at the reanimated Kitsueki with a hint of wariness in his eyes. He thought, he has no memories of his life before becoming a bishop. It ain't amnesia. Even if memories are deleted from the brain, they'll stay in the soul. Not to mention, he still possessed the knowledge of his past life. He knew who his friends were and everything about them. He also knew he was a genius at Fuinjutsu. Yet, he contained no memories of his past. There was only one explanation. Kitsuiki's soul had been tampered with. Not moving his gaze away, Fujin understood the seed of Jashin. An imprint on his very soul. In addition to creating a living seal, it also wipes out all memories of the previous life, including the process of becoming a bishop, while retaining the knowledge a person has. Not bad. Not bad at all. As expected from a cult that practices Fuinjutsu a level above that of the ninja world. Chapter 944, Jashin's Cult. As a ninja who operated in the shadows for years and still frequently schemed in the dark, Fujin could easily see how impactful this effect of the seed of Jashin was. It would not only resolve any hidden resentment the individuals could have towards the cult, but also make them even more fanatical towards Jashin. In addition to ensuring loyalty, it was also very impactful in intel aspects. Fujin couldn't see what training Kitsuiki underwent to become a bishop and how the seed of Jashin was created. It could also be used to create excellent spies. Needless to say, it increased Fujin's interest in acquiring Jashin seals even more. However, he was careful. Very careful. Fujin thought, Grand Priest, priests, devotees, servants. These were the ranks of Jashin under Zankaku. I later learned about bishops when I read Zankaku's memories. To think the Jashin cult would have an entirely different command chain. The pontiff, elders, bishops, guardians, and disciples. At the bottom are the disciples. The children born in the cult directly become disciples. However, their numbers are too low. In order to keep up their numbers, they dispatch one squad to abduct 5 to 15 kids every year. The disciples form the largest group in the cult, with their numbers generally fluctuating between 300 to 400. However, they're also the weakest, their strengths varying from a normal civilian to chunin. The higher-ups in the cult train these disciples with the hope of making them a bishop or a guardian. The ones who show even a slight aptitude towards Fuinjutsu are taught it, while the remaining are trained in combat. The guardians are the main fighting force of the cult. They possess unique abilities just like the Grand Priests. Each of them can be considered to be a rank S ninja or at least an elite jounin. The bishops are like the messengers of Jashin. Every 2 decades, one is sent out to attempt to spread influence in the ninja world. If they have any excess, they stay in the village. They generally are as strong as a veteran jounin, just like Kitsuiki was. When Kitsuiki left the village, they still had 7 other bishops in their cult. While the bishops don't possess weird abilities like the Grand Priests or Guardians, if their strength improves through normal training and they reach rank S, they are eligible to be considered for the Elder Council, which consists of 3 members and doesn't include any guardians. At the very top of this command chain is the pontiff, the spiritual leader of the cult, and the figure believed to be closest to Jashin. At any point, there's only one pontiff present in the cult, though his successors are prepared long before his death and without any succession conflicts. All the successors of pontiff are originally bishops too, but there's one important point. The pontiff chooses a successor from among the kids born inside that village. The structure of their organization is quite solid. Infiltrating silently is beyond my current capabilities. With all of them being so fanatical about Jashin and having such a strict hierarchy, sowing discord among their ranks is also off the table. An open confrontation might be the way to go. That said, there are too many strange things in that cult. Even though Fujin couldn't read Kitsuiki's memories from before he became a bishop, he got a good understanding of the cult from Kitsuiki's remaining life. The first thing that surprised Fujin was how old the organization was. Its recorded history went back by more than 600 years. Fujin had expected it to be old but not so ancient. It immediately raised 2 questions. Why did such an old organization require abducting kids to make up their numbers? How could an organization with a guaranteed method of creating rank S ninjas not be a major force in the ninja world? Kitsuiki's memories didn't hold answers to the second question. Though Fujin learned of their 3 attempts to expand into the ninja world in great detail, all 3 had ended in humiliating defeats. He had difficulty believing they couldn't do more, unless some other factors were involved. Fujin thought, I wonder if Hagoromo is somehow involved in suppressing this cult. If every Jashin follower was a lunatic like Haydn, it would explain their inability to expand. However, the cultists are quite stable mentally. Even though their hierarchy is strict, there isn't a great barrier between their ranks. The pontiff was more cordial with the disciples than even the Kage generally are with the academy students. They shouldn't have an issue expanding their small cult into a proper village. Except for perhaps that issue. The issue Fujin thought of was the answer to his first question. The reason why the number of individuals in the Jashin cult was so low despite such a long history and why they needed to kidnap young kids was due to the incredibly insane mortality rate among the disciples. Fujin recalled Kitsuiki's memories, not even 1 in 100 disciples may become a bishop. Yet, everyone tries without the fear of failure. And, all who fail, die. Both of Kitsuiki's friends died. Whatever the process of accepting the seed of Jashin is, it is extremely dangerous. Or perhaps, their sacrifices are required to create the seed in the first place. That's a possibility too. The odds to become a guardian are just as bad. Unfortunately, Kitsuiki was never introduced to that process, perhaps because they planned on sending him out. However, it isn't too difficult to guess. Not all bishops head out. The ones who die in the village likely perform the ritual on the selected candidate to inscribe the living seal on their soul. The ones who fail to become a guardian must be the sacrifice for the ritual. With such a high mortality rate, it's understandable why society would always collapse around them, in spite of their surprisingly long lives. The lifespan of the cultists was another aspect that surprised Fujin. On average, their lifespan was more than twice that of normal humans, with even the disciples living well past 150. Other than Shiranui, their remaining 2 elders were past 200 years old when Kitsuiki was still there. The only exception, surprisingly, is the pontiff himself. Every pontiff died in less than 30 years after becoming one. Fujin continued analyzing, since even the disciples live that long, it must not have anything to do with the seed of Jashin and the living seal. I doubt it has anything to do with the potential of the kids they kidnap either, else there would have been several such cases in the world. Similarly, merely believing in Jashin shouldn't have such a drastic effect on their life force. So, there must be something in the seal formation around their village that enhances life force, or helps it sustain longer. Unfortunately, Kitsuiki didn't know about the secrets behind it for me to be sure. Sigh, his memories answered a lot of my suspicions, but they raised even more questions. Fujin couldn't help but feel annoyed at how careful the Jashin cult was at controlling information. As a bishop who was to spread Jashin's word in the ninja world, Kitsuiki hadn't been informed of the inner workings of the cult. To make matters worse, Kitsuiki never expressed any curiosity towards those secrets. As a result, there were several gaps in Fujin's intel despite reading all available memories. It was as if he had been given a jigsaw puzzle, only to find that several critical pieces were missing. Fujin wondered, for starters, exactly what is Jashin. They may worship him as a god, but his influence in the world is far lesser than even Hagoromo. Is he a sealed Otsutsuki like Kagaya? Or, does he exist at all? In all the time he spent in the cult, there's nothing in Kitsuiki's memories that would prove Jashin's existence. The only time he heard Jashin was after his 8th failure. However, was it truly the voice of a higher being or was it simply a mental problem caused by a combination of a string of failures and decades of blind worship and obsession? With Kitsuiki long dead, there was no way for Fujin to confirm whether Kitsuiki's experiences were real or if they were hallucinations caused due to mental problems. And, without a concrete answer about Jashin's identity and powers, any plans against his cult would have several hidden dangers. Dangers that were difficult for Fujin to anticipate and even more difficult for him to prepare against. Unfortunately, he had no way of gaining more information without making a move on the cult. Chapter 945, Missing Intel. Fujin thought, even if I assume Jashin is unable to interact with the world beyond the formation of his seeds and occasionally speaking, considering the cult's failure to expand for over 650 years, I still can't act rashly. Despite spending over 2 decades as a bishop in the cult, this useless fellow only saw the abilities of 4 important cultists. Elder Shimeryu, who already was over 200 years back then, excels in Fuinjutsu and can use it effectively during the battlefield. Lady Shiranui, who is the youngest person to become an elder in the cult, is an expert at Jinjutsu and can cast large-scale and complicated illusions. Elder Jikaninki, also close to 200 years old, has great control over the fire. Though Kitsueki didn't understand it, his flames must be a combination of fire release and yin release. And lastly, Guardian Siru, whose ability is very dangerous. He's the oldest person in the cult, and should be over 350 years old if still alive. He can absorb life force from others by touching them, allowing him to remain young for so long. Luckily, he can't help others maintain their youth, or that cult would have already reigned supreme. However, he can still transfer the stolen life force into others to heal serious injuries. Kitsueki learned his abilities because Siru acts as the medical ninja there. Apart from these 4, Kitsueki never learned of anyone else's abilities. I can't even begin to guess what weird abilities the remaining guardians possess, let alone guess what the pontiff can do. How can I act openly while being so much in the dark? Ever since Fujin transmigrated into the ninja world, one advantage he almost always enjoyed was information. While this advantage might seem simple at first glance, it actually had far-reaching implications. Not only did Fujin know of the future events and the abilities of every ninja of significance, but he also knew their personalities, their dreams, their goals, where their loyalties lay, and even what their future actions would be. In a way, he knew his enemies better than even they knew themselves. After all, the current Nagato could never imagine that he'd die by sacrificing his life to revive the very people he killed. Nor could someone like Kisame imagine he'd commit suicide without any hesitation to prevent leaking intel to the enemies. And his enemies were completely in the dark that Fujin possessed such intel. The advantage this provided Fujin was simply too big of a factor. Many of his major successes could be attributed to this single factor. Deidara's death was probably the best example of how big of a factor this intel played. Without understanding everything about Deidara and Akatsuki, Fujin could never have managed to kill Deidara under those circumstances without exposing something like the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. So, Fujin had gotten used to operating in conditions where he understood everything about the situation. He had reduced his dependence on this intel after being caught off guard by Rashi's tailed beast bomb, but it still played a huge role in his schemes. As such, Fujin was very uncomfortable with the current situation. Not only did he not know of his enemies' abilities, but he also wasn't aware of their personalities, behavior, and other details. The only thing he knew was their obsession with serving Jashin. However, that wasn't very helpful either. Even if every person had the same goal, it didn't imply their actions would be similar. For instance, Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Danzo all wanted Konoha to prosper. But the means each chose was quite different from one another. Without sufficient intel, Fujin couldn't speculate the actions of the cultists. With a frown on his face, Fujin thought, under normal circumstances, the best way forward would be to induce a conflict. The location of the cult is closest to the land of Earth. If I can cause a full-scale war between the two, I can stay in the shadows and learn more about the Guardians. Unfortunately, this is more or less impossible. Iwagakure is currently locked in a hidden battle against Konoha. They can't spare the resources needed to deal with such a formidable force. Even if they could, Anoki is unlikely to do it. The other villages aren't in shape to take on such a force either. Only Konoha can, but Konoha's strength is the foundation of the current peace. Hiruzen and Tsunade won't make a move that could break this balance. I suppose the best option for inducing a conflict is actually Akatsuki. However, that's too risky. It might have the opposite effect of what I intend. It was important to remember that Fujin didn't hold any hatred towards Jashin or his cult. On the contrary, he viewed them as tools to grow stronger. If Fujin were to create conflict between Akatsuki and Jashin, Akatsuki could very well absorb the gains from the cult, learning all their secrets while leaving Fujin with nothing. Though that would harm the cult, it wouldn't benefit Fujin and could even be detrimental to him. In addition, Fujin was also cautious about a possible alliance between the two forces, considering Akatsuki already had a Jashin follower. If that happened, Jashin's cult could replace Kabuto's role in the next great ninja war, undoing Fujin's good work to an extent. Fujin sighed, inducing a conflict with Iwagakure is indeed the best option. Unfortunately, it can't be done in a short time. I wouldn't mind waiting, perhaps even until the 5 Kage summit so that I can use them as cannon fodder, but considering what happened last time. Fujin still recalled how frustrating the chase was when he went after Haiden and the bishop who conducted the ritual. That day, he had a feeling that someone was purposefully messing with him to ensure he couldn't read the bishop's memories. In the end, Fujin had completely failed despite being far stronger than Haiden and having a proper tracking squad. Having read Kitsuiki's memories, Fujin instinctively felt that the cult wasn't unaware of his existence and his actions. He thought, if I delay too long, I have a feeling that the entire cult might move away, eliminating the only clue I have. Considering the level of their Fuinjutsu, finding them again will be near impossible and completely reliant on luck. I can't wait until I trap them in a scheme. I have to either take the risk now or I should simply give up on them. Thoughts continued clashing in Fujin's mind as he considered every possible path. Seconds turned into minutes. In the end, a smile appeared on his lips. He looked at the reanimated Kitsuiki and thought, interesting. To drive me in a corner like this despite me possessing the initiative. I'm looking forward to visiting you now. If it was when he had just entered the ninja world, Fujin wouldn't take such a risk. He'd stick to the safer means of gaining strength and wouldn't expose himself to something that could prove catastrophic. However, years of experience in the real world had changed Fujin's personality considerably. He was no longer averse to taking risks. On the contrary, he felt excitement about the upcoming challenge. Of course, that didn't imply that Fujin was being suicidal or took his safety lightly. He decided, even if I can't employ schemes, it doesn't mean I can't employ battle tactics. 19 rank S ninjas. I wonder how many will fall before I have to make a strategic retreat. Since Fujin couldn't use others as cannon fodder, he decided to employ the basic guerrilla tactic. He would attempt to infiltrate, kill and retreat as many times as needed to slowly whittle down the cult's strength. Once he began, it wouldn't matter if they tried to escape. Fujin would always keep an eye on them. Calming himself down, Fujin decided, even so, I shouldn't be too hasty. Heading in blind may result in falling into a deadly trap. During this battle, I won't hold anything back. However, it'll be best to still hold techniques like the Flying Thunder God Jutsu until the most critical time for me to benefit the most. Exposing it simply to escape a trap will be a shame. Firstly, I should get a grasp of Kitsuiki's Fuinjutsu and learn the new seals. I don't need to master them right now, just gain an in-depth understanding, so that I can anticipate their traps. Secondly, Fujin hadn't forgotten the reason why he became interested in Jashin's cult in the first place. Without wasting any more time, Fujin sacrificed another pirate and reanimated Zankaku. Just like Kitsuiki, his soul was quickly pulled out as well. However, Fujin didn't attempt to read his memories. Instead, he carefully observed his soul. Some time later, Fujin sighed, as I suspected. His soul no longer possesses the living seal. Without it, I can't recreate his blood manipulation abilities. I have to read the Pontiff's memories or capture some guardians alive to observe the living seal and find ways to recreate them without involving Jashin. Chapter 946, Fujin's Defeat. Fujin observed Zankaku's soul carefully once again, but it wasn't any different from any other reanimated soul. In the end, he could only dispel the 2 reanimations. At the next moment, 100 shadow clones appeared in the hideout. Without the need of any commands, all segregated into smaller groups and divided the new seals among themselves to research. Since Fujin had read Kitsuiki's memories, he already had a decent base in regards to the new seals practiced in the Jashin cult. While reading memories wasn't much different from reading from scrolls, Fujin also got access to Kitsuiki's experiences with those seals, be it the difficulties in learning them, his understanding of each seal, his preferred ways of applying the seals, and so on. As such, the process was easier than when he learnt the seals from Konoha's library without any assistance. For the next 3 days, Fujin and his clones kept working on the seals from Kitsuiki's memories. On the 4th day, Fujin sat alone in his hideout, analyzing everything he had learned so far. I have a feeling Kitsuiki's knowledge about the cult's Fuinjutsu isn't complete. After becoming a bishop, he was only focused on learning seals required for the ritual. He didn't focus on any other aspects. The cult should still have several more seals that focus on combat. The barrier around their village should still have quite a lot of seals unknown to me. I'll need to read Shimiryu's memories to learn the extent of their Fuinjutsu. He should possess all knowledge regarding it, except for perhaps the seals exclusive to only the pontiff. Anyway, Fujin let out a long sigh. Though I am nowhere close to mastering the seals from Kitsuiki's memories, I should be capable of recreating his ritual. The only thing I'm missing is the seed of Jashin, the most critical component of the ritual. Also, Fujin looked through his collection of scrolls before pulling a few out. He opened each of them and laid them out in front of him. These scrolls contained the seals used in Haiden's ritual. After observing them all, Fujin noticed, as I remembered, the seal formation in both rituals is quite different from each other. Makes sense considering how different the powers they grant are. I suppose every bishop has his own unique ritual. Luckily, most of the seals are similar though the formation is different. There are only 13 different seals in the ritual, 9 of which Kitsuiki knows of. Figuring out the purpose and usage of the remaining 4 will not be difficult once I master Kitsuiki's seals. It's just a matter of putting in the time. Fujin looked at the scrolls for a few more seconds before storing them back. His gaze turned towards the remaining 2 unconscious pirates in his hideout. In mere seconds, both were dead and all 4 dead bodies disappeared from his hideout. Fujin stretched his limbs and cracked his neck, his body waking up after days of silent planning. The morning mist clung to the rocks around his hideout, as if the world itself held its breath. With a single bite to his thumb, blood welled up, and a familiar glint returned to his eyes. He muttered, almost like a whisper to fate itself, "Now then. Let me see what you have got in store for me." Summoning Jutsu. A smoke cloud spread as soon as Fujin slammed his palm on the ground. From within it, a towering silhouette took form. Then, with a sudden gust, massive wings tore through the haze, scattering the smoke and revealing Kaido's imposing figure. Fujin hopped on Kaido's back and said, "It's time for another adventure, old friend." A feral grin appeared on Kaido's face as his wings spread to completely reveal its majestic appearance. Within seconds, Kaido took flight, his silhouette leading the small island far behind. As he broke through the clouds, Kaido cheerfully said, "It's about time you got over getting your ass kicked. You shouldn't brood over a humiliating loss for such a long time, Fujin. Where are we heading to this time? Do you want a rematch?" Fujin's eye twitched as he shot an annoyed glance at Kaido. A rare crack appeared in his ever-composed demeanor, indignation flashing across his face as the memory of his battle against the gigantic sea crab surged in his mind. He immediately rebuked, "Humiliating loss my ass. That thing can't be considered a living being." Kaido chuckled as Fujin cursed under his breath, "No matter how many times I cut it or even poked a hole through it, it didn't even react. It was more like a machine than a living being. What's even the point of fighting something like that?" Kaido recalled the scenes of the battle between Fujin and the giant crab. As the only witness to an epic battle in the deep ocean, the battle was still very fresh in his memories. The battle had begun like every typical battle of Fujin, i.e., his enemies being peppered with a large number of sharp, precise, high-speed winjutsus. Be it because of the thrill such a battle brought, or the situation, Fujin was even more overbearing, trapping the entire crab within his wind domain seconds into the battle. Unfortunately for Fujin, that's where his pre-battle plans ended. The crab's armor was almost as tough and resilient as the rakish skin. Fujin's normal wind jutsus failed to even leave scratches on the crab's tough exterior. He was merely wasting his chakra. As such, Fujin was forced to switch to the wind vacuum technique early on in the battle. It was a technique that had never failed Fujin. Over the years, Fujin had faced countless powerful foes with a myriad of bizarre abilities. Yet, he hadn't encountered even a single foe who didn't take evasive maneuvers when facing that deadly technique. Even ninjas with weird bodies like Kakuzu and Orochimaru preferred to dodge and protect their vitals while Obito tried to phase through every attack. Unfortunately, for the very first time in his short ninja career, Fujin's wind vacuum technique, a technique feared all across the ninja world, failed. It wasn't that Fujin failed to penetrate the crab's armor. No, Fujin succeeded in doing so, albeit with several complications that dulled the deadliness of the technique. The crab's massive body, which supposedly made it an easy target, also became the biggest obstacle for the wind vacuum technique. Despite being one of the sharpest techniques, the penetrative power of wind vacuum attacks had a severe limitation. Once the vacuum jutsu penetrated something, it would absorb the material into its vacuum core and quickly lose the very property that gave its penetrative power. Under normal circumstances, that isn't an issue. The vacuum jutsus would easily penetrate through any ninja long before its vacuum core collapsed. Even defenses like the earth wall jutsu wouldn't be sufficient to cause the vacuum core to collapse. The only true obstacle for vacuum jutsus would be if a ninja hid deep underground. Unfortunately, the crab's massive body made it unlike any ninja. Even though the vacuum jutsus could penetrate its hardened shell, it would collapse long before it penetrated into its body. Fujin had another variation of the vacuum jutsu, one he learned from Danzo a few years ago. The vacuum cannon barrage jutsu consisted of multiple vacuum cores within it. It could penetrate hundreds of meters into the ground. As such, Fujin should theoretically have had the means to turn the crab into a pincushion with relative ease. However, the crab's physique caught Fujin by surprise. Unlike normal instances, when the vacuum core only absorbed blood, flesh and bones, the vacuum jutsus that penetrated the crab's massive body attracted a large amount of nature chakra. It wasn't because the crab actively did so. No, over its lifetime, the crab had absorbed so much nature chakra that it had permanently become a part of its body. Every cell in its body was infused with nature chakra, creating such a phenomenon. As a result, even his modified vacuum cores couldn't last long inside the crab's body. Attacks like the vacuum slash or vacuum blade merely left scratches on its surface. Vacuum bullets and cannon barely penetrated a few centimeters into its thick shell. Even the destructive vacuum cannon barrage jutsu failed to penetrate half a meter into its thick shell. Chapter 947, Worst Matchup. Due to all these limitations, Fujin was severely restricted in the battle. When the two fought above the ocean, Fujin dodged every attack the crab threw at him, be it physical or by manipulating water, while continuously bombarding the crab with his vacuum jutsus. Within a few minutes, the entire crab was covered with scars far scarier than what it already had. However, it failed to slow it even a bit. On the contrary, its ferocity only increased. Left with little choice, Fujin focused on bombarding a single spot with his vacuum cannon barrage jutsu. Even if a single jutsu couldn't penetrate more than half a meter, hundreds of hits at the same spot would eventually result in a hole through the massive crab. Fujin hoped he'd eventually make it past the crab's shell and reach the delicate interior, which would be more vulnerable to his attacks. That was when Fujin received another shock. It didn't matter how deep his jutsus penetrated into the crab, even its inner organs were as stone-like as its outer shell. To make matters worse, once Fujin created a hole that went nearly a quarter way through the crab's body, the crab simply retreated underwater. Since he was merely looking for an exciting fight, Fujin didn't back away and follow the crab into the water. Needless to say, it increased the difficulty of the battle drastically. Under the water, the crab could manipulate water freely, finally giving it a chance to properly counterattack. Its mobility was much higher too, making it difficult for Fujin to concentrate his attack on a single spot. Fujin didn't mind either of the changes. If anything, it made the battle more interesting and gave him valuable experience. Despite years of operating in the ninja world, his experiences in fighting underwater was negligible. Similarly, his true opponents would be many times more agile than the bulky crab. The battle underwater dragged on for over a couple of hours. Fujin had to refill his chakra reserves from the artificial chakra reservoir in his myriad tetragram seal thrice to continue battling. He was also hit several times, forcing him to heal himself in the midst of battle. In the end, he painstakingly drilled 3 holes through the crab's massive body, each passing through spots where Fujin calculated its vitals to be at. What frustrated Fujin to no end was that the crab didn't slow down even slightly despite its horrendous state. On the contrary, it became more ferocious and daring, as if it was taunting Fujin to poke more holes in its body. Fujin initially thought that the crab was merely putting up a front, displaying ferocity to dissuade Fujin from harming him further. However, by the time the 3rd hole was drilled through its body, Fujin understood that it wasn't a bluff. Fujin even tried different methods, including using lightning jutsus underwater. If he wasn't battling underwater, Fujin would have even tried fire and earth jutsu. His initial attempts with the lightning jutsus had proved futile as the crab didn't even flinch no matter how powerful lightning bolt Fujin fired at it. However, the holes drilled through its body allowed Fujin to electrocute the crab from the inside out. Unluckily, the crab wasn't fazed even after Fujin amplified his lightning jutsus with the aid of the blade of the thunder spirit. Other than Kirin, Fujin tried every lightning jutsu in his arsenal, but nothing worked. Fujin even tried Raizen Shuriken and Saisho no Ikari. The 2 powerful jutsus definitely left an impact on the crab. The areas they hit showed similar type of damage as normal ninjas would have. However, they were limited to a very small area on its body. The crab continued fighting as if those injuries were nothing but a flea bite. The archaic crab truly didn't fear any injuries, nor was it hampered by them. Fujin felt that the crab would keep fighting even if he somehow erased half of its body. Even though the 2 couldn't communicate, Fujin had a feeling that the archaic crab was even more excited for a battle than him. Unfortunately, unlike the crab who continuously replenished its chakra by absorbing large amounts of nature chakra from the ocean, Fujin's reserves weren't unlimited. He didn't intend to completely empty his artificial chakra reservoirs. If the hunt for Haiden was the most frustrating chase in Fujin's life, his battle against the ancient crab was undoubtedly the most frustrating battle he had been a part of. Fujin would rather fight a Beto than fighting an archaic beast that completely ignored any injury inflicted on it. As someone who preferred fast and precise strikes to quickly neutralize his enemy, the crab was one of the worst matchups for Fujin. He could only put an end to the farce and retreat from the battle. While it couldn't truly be considered a defeat, as Fujin didn't take any serious injuries while the crab was covered in thousands of scars, had countless small holes on the surface of its hard shell and 3 holes that drilled through its entire body, Fujin was the one who barged into the crab's territory arrogantly and challenged it to a duel. Irrespective of its appearance, it had defended its territory while Fujin had to retreat. While Fujin and most ninjas would consider it a strategic retreat, in Kaido's eyes, it was a defeat, plain and simple. Recalling these events, Kaido teased, "You wanted to fight them. Why bother complaining? Besides, you wanted to target that behemoth instead." Fujin shrugged, "I never said I'd kill them. Head towards the west." Kaido adjusted his direction and asked, "West? So not a rematch then?" Fujin replied, "What's the point in a rematch? I'll just exhaust my chakra again merely for drilling a few more holes." Kaido immediately refuted him, "No. You're wrong. Every being has a weakness. The more you clash with it, the better idea you'll gain of its abilities and the higher the chance of you finding chinks in its defense. If you survive enough battles, which shouldn't be an issue for you, you'll eventually kill it." Fujin replied, "That may be true, but what do I have to gain by finding its weakness and killing it? Let it survive. The next time I'll visit it would be the time I want to practice some taijutsu against a behemoth." Since the beasts in the ocean didn't threaten the future in any way, Fujin had little reason to eliminate them. He'd rather find ways of signing more summoning contracts and add their strength to his arsenal. From his point of view, those beasts were not only great sparring partners, but also possible hidden cards in his arsenal in the future. Kaido snorted. That's an eloquent way to put it. You can just say you can't kill it. Anyway, where are we headed to? Who are you targeting this time? Fujin answered, a cult made of fanatics. Kaido was surprised. He asked, there still are people believing in those? What's this one called? Fujin chuckled, as long as humans live, there will always be such cults. They worship an entity called Jashin. Jashin, Kaido muttered thoughtfully. Half a minute later, he said, no, I can't remember anyone like that. Must be an obscure one. Fujin agreed, it is. They prefer to keep hiding. But they are still quite dangerous, specializing in sealing. I'll have you drop me a few kilometers away. Kaido sighed, a pity. I was looking forward to another fun battle. Kaido knew Fujin was well aware of his abilities. If Fujin still believed the situation would be risky for him, Kaido had no reason to needlessly refute him. He trusted Fujin's judgment about such matters. Kaido flew across the land of water, the land of fire, and then flew past the land of earth, reaching its western territories. Fujin could have directly teleported to the land of earth and summoned Kaido from there to save time. However, he decided to use the calming journey through the clouds to go over his plans and verify if he had missed any important clue. The western territories of the land of earth were barely inhabited, which was why Fujin hadn't visited them earlier. Fujin still had no plans to visit them, but since he was there, he occasionally dropped kunais with the flying thunder god marks while flying on Kaido's back. The duo eventually flew across the country and reached reefs that Fujin found familiar despite never having visited this place. Those were the same reefs that Kitsueki had seen whenever he left the cult. He muttered, this is it. Without any hesitation, Fujin activated his space-time sensing technique. Exactly as per his memories, Fujin sensed several dozen disturbances 10 kilometers away. However, his brows furrowed as he thought, weird. I only sense 36 disturbances. Chapter 948, Strange Discoveries. Weird. I only sense 36 disturbances, Fujin's brows furrowed. From Kitsueki's memories, the population of the cult had never dropped this low, even when their attempts to expand into the ninja world failed. Considering they hadn't made any such attempts in recent times, their population should have been over 300 at the very least. Fujin wondered, did they transfer most of their forces away to avoid the upcoming battle, leaving only the elites or cannon fodder behind? Or did they go crazy and sacrifice nearly all of their disciples for some reason? Or, Fujin narrowed his eyes as he thought of the worst-case scenario, do they have seals capable of blocking my space-time sensing technique? Fujin couldn't be sure of any possibility. To this date, his space-time sensing technique had never failed him. However, the Jashin cult was at a higher level than the ninja villages in terms of fuinjutsu. Fujin wouldn't be too surprised if they possessed such seals, despite Kitsueki being unaware of them. Given his experience chasing after Haiden, Fujin had a feeling that it was his speculation. He thought, interesting. If they were somehow aware of me, just like back then, and haven't retreated, this must be a trap. I'm not looking forward to it. It's a shame my space-time sensing technique still can't identify who causes the disturbance or their strength. I can only roughly judge their shapes and sizes. Since he hadn't used his chakra field, Fujin couldn't judge the strength of the people he was sensing. Given the circumstances, he couldn't use his chakra field for several reasons. For one, his chakra field couldn't extend for 10 kilometers. No sensor, no matter how good, could do so. More importantly, any competent ninja would sense the chakra field and prepare themselves for a battle. Fujin, who preferred to ambush and eliminate enemies silently, wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Luckily, he had another method at that moment. Kaido, how many people do you sense around 10 kilometers in that direction? Fujin asked while pointing towards the island which they could barely see only because of how high they were flying. While Fujin still hadn't learned Senjutsu, Kaido could freely use it. Just like the space-time sensing technique, the Senjutsu-based sensing techniques could also not be detected by others. And it was also far more reliable and had a considerably greater range than using chakra fields. Kaido concentrated on the island and quickly said, "There are 36 humans. However, all seem normal. They don't feel like ninjas. Or they all excel at disguising their chakra as normal humans." That said, Kaido focused again, confirming what he felt, before saying, "I don't feel any threat from them. Be careful. If they're capable enough of fooling my instincts, they must be extremely capable." Kaido's tone was serious. No matter how much he observed them, his instinct simply failed no danger. However, Kaido didn't believe Fujin would target civilians for no reason. Even if he did, he wouldn't be so on edge, even asking Kaido to check. So, despite his instincts not warning him, he had a bad feeling. Fujin chuckled, "I don't feel any danger either. These cultists are rather interesting. Don't worry, I'll escape if anything goes wrong." Kaido nodded. He had already seen Fujin dropping kunais while he was flying over. So, Fujin already had several escape spots. Even without them, Kaido knew how skilled Fujin was at escaping. With his wind cloak, Fujin could fly even faster than Kaido, albeit in very short bursts. While someone like Kaido would eventually catch up, most ninjas didn't have the luxury of flight. Not to mention, it was just one aspect. Fujin was also very skilled at escaping underground, a skill that had become much better since he absorbed a small portion of Shikaku's chakra. Fujin said, "All right, I'll move ahead alone. Return to Mount Mitiki for now. If I burn the tag, reverse summon me immediately." As he spoke, Fujin started floating above Kaido, the wind cloak slowly taking shape around him. Unlike his usual wind cloak, this one consisted of minimal chakra and couldn't be used to create powerful wind jutsus or transform into the wind domain. Kaido agreed and said, "I'll be prepared." He disappeared in a cloud of smoke, while Fujin's figure disappeared as well. He stealthily moved through the clouds, suppressing his chakra to the limit while also using the clouds to hide his presence. Since he was over a couple of kilometers in the air, Fujin wasn't worried of any stray chakra fields nearing him. As long as he didn't cause a massive chakra spike, he couldn't be noticed unless someone with peculiar abilities like the Byakugan was focusing towards the skies. Very soon, Fujin reached exactly above the island and peered below as he studied the patchwork of rooftops and dirt paths. The layout was identical to Kitsuiki's memories, yet the aura of the place felt wrong. The village below bustled at a lazy, unthreatening pace, people tending small fields, repairing fishing nets, children chasing each other through the narrow lanes. Not a trace of the hard-working disciples, intricate seal formations, or concealed barriers that should have been there. He thought, sigh. How bizarre. Maybe I should have sent a few clones immediately to verify. No. Attacking without learning about their seals would have been foolish. Even now, there's a huge risk of falling into a trap. Also, I can't ignore the possibility of them being prepared from the very day I chased after Haydn. He gazed at the island again and decided, it's time to descend. Let me see if you possess seal formations that can hide from the eyes of a grandmaster. Fujin transformed into one of the birds he spotted and slowly descended with the help of his wind cloak, which had grown even weaker. Landing in the shadow of a rocky outcrop on the island's north edge, Fujin ended his transformation jutsu, activated his space-time sensing technique again, confirming there were only 36 humans on the island. He slipped from shadow to shadow, weaving through the tree lianes at the edge of the island. Each step was deliberate, measured, not a single pebble displaced. Without bothering about the village, Fujin first inspected the edges of the island, the beaches and tree lianes surrounding it. This was the area not protected by the barrier in Kitsuiki's memories. Even so, Fujin expected several seals to be left behind, perhaps by the disciples who trained rigorously to become bishops. However, he failed to detect even a single seal. His only observations in this part of the island was the agricultural lands, where some men were working hard to secure food supplies for their village. Fujin noted, the agricultural area is same too. However, they are only farming in a tenth of the area. I suppose that makes sense as their population a tenth of the cult's population. Fujin inspected the farms that were being farmed. While he lacked experience in this area, he could tell that it hadn't been used for agriculture for years. With no more point in searching the edge, Fujin moved towards the center of the island and entered the valley where the village was located. In Kitsuiki's memories, this area was protected by a powerful barrier, even stronger than the one Kumogakure used to protect the village when Konoha lured out Ai and Fujin eliminated their military base. However, there were no longer any traces of the barrier. If not for Kitsuiki's memories, Fujin wouldn't even suspect this area to once be protected by such a powerful barrier. Fujin quickly reached the village, once again failing to detect any seals on his route. Staying hidden from the villagers, Fujin observed the entire village in great detail. Fujin discovered, they're staying in the same houses that once housed the disciples. Most of the houses are unoccupied, but except for a few, the rest are well maintained and used for other purposes. A village for 400 being used by merely 36 people. How convenient, even the citizens in Konoha don't have this luxury, unless one is insanely rich. Anyway, even this village has no seals left behind by Jashin. It's almost as if that cult never existed here. Kitsuiki's memories before he became a bishop were wiped out even from his soul. Could the remaining memories be planted in him somehow? However, other than the presence of the cult here, everything else is true. The only difference is... Fujin glanced at a few mountain walls. The houses aside, there were several caves in the village in Kitsuiki's memories, all of which had been occupied by the cultists other than the disciples. However, no such cave existed in the village. Or rather, their entrances were missing, sealed by normal mountain walls which weren't touched by the villagers. Chapter 949, 32 years. Fujin's gaze focused on one spot. In Kitsuiki's memories, the cave where the pontiff performed his duties should have had an entrance there. Fujin wondered, will this have any secrets? Or are the traces here wiped out too? Fujin's eyes glowed as he concentrated chakra in them. As he expected, he failed to see anything unusual. He couldn't even sense any seals behind the mountain walls. It looked normal and completely natural. Despite not feeling any danger, Fujin had no intention of taking any unnecessary risks. He created a shadow clone, who grabbed a couple of nearby branches and used the Earth Release, Earth Military Movement Jutsu to move through the ground and enter the mountain wall. Just like in Kitsuiki's memories, a cave truly existed there. Fujin's clone stepped inside and concentrated chakra in his eyes, observing the cave more closely. He observed, the structure of the cave is the same. But once again, there are no seals. Did they truly pack up and leave? Or am I too ignorant to detect their seals? To say he felt a headache was an understatement. Despite it not being long since he first set foot on the island, the disgust Fujin felt was comparable to the day he chased after Haiden. Lighting fire to one of the branches and using it as a torch, Fujin's clone thought, you better have evacuated and left. Otherwise, I doubt I can control myself much. Countless ideas of how he would mess with the cult if he ever found them popped in Fujin's clone's mind at that very moment. If he were to truly engage in a hit-and-run guerrilla warfare, Fujin would let them experience the terror of the spectral swordsman. As the burning branch lit the cave, Fujin's clone finally got a proper look at the interior. He spotted the spots used to light black candles. However, neither the candles were there nor was there any residue wax. Fujin also noticed a spot where the ground was slightly higher than the remaining cave, which used to be the raised dais where the pontiff used to stand on. He also observed the remaining details, which were very similar to Kitsuiki's memories. Fujin's clone thought, the only difference is that the place seems abandoned for years. Sigh, the clues were useless long before I obtained them. My only gains from reanimating Kitsuiki are gaining information about the strength, structure, and workings of the cult and learning a new set of seals. Unfortunately. He sighed, both are relatively useless for me right now. Kitsuiki didn't learn Fuinjutsu to enhance his battle strength. It was solely for conducting the ritual to create the Grand Priest. But without knowing what the living seal truly is and finding means to recreate it without the involvement of Jashin, I can't get those phenomenal abilities. Of course, I could find ways to use these new seals in battle. Considering no one knows of them, I might get a few very good results, at least until the existence of such seals is leaked among other villages. However, I'll need a lot of time to do so even with my shadow clones. A luxury I do not have. Akatsuki should start going after Jinchurikis soon and things will get heated quickly. If I ain't ready by then, I may have to kill a Jinchuriki or two to delay them. It's the same with the knowledge of this cult. They didn't make any appearance in the original story. I doubt they change that, especially if they're aware of someone looking into them. I'm unsure when the bishop who made Haydn a grand priest left the cult. But if it was only a few years ago, they wouldn't send out another bishop for over a decade at least. Sigh. Fujin's clone was done checking the cave while lost in his thoughts. Other than getting more proof of Kitsuiki's memories being real, he didn't find anything else. He left the cave and dispelled himself, transferring the memories back to Fujin. A frown appeared on Fujin's face as he kept standing in the shadows of the trees, invisible to the villagers who were ignorant of his presence so close to them. Several minutes passed as Fujin considered every angle. In the end, he concluded, there's nothing. No presence of seals. No feeling of danger. No signs of any mystical abilities, or even basic abilities of refining chakra. Just some civilians. However, why do I feel something off about the situation? What am I missing? Fujin knew he had considered every possibility. The chances of the Jashin cult still being on the island were almost non-existent. If they were, then they had hidden so well that Fujin couldn't find them. Looking around blindly would not only be fruitless, but could also prove fatal if he were to unknowingly walk into a trap. Fujin's eyes fell on a couple of kids who veered close to him while chasing after each other but didn't spot him. Fujin decided, it's not like I have anything else to do for now. As frustrating as this may be, they have successfully aroused my curiosity. To solve this mystery, I should start by focusing on the honest aspect here. Needless to say, the villagers, who were no different from ordinary citizens, living on such a remote island that once housed the terrifying cult, were the biggest peculiarity. Fujin's figure disappeared. Within seconds, he reappeared in the fields where a few villagers were farming. He immediately spotted a man in his 50s working in the fields. Just like what Fujin had seen before, the man was quite far from others and not in their line of sight. The old man suddenly felt drowsy. Within moments, he collapsed in the field, his mind unable to resist the simple jinjutsu used on him. While he fell asleep, Fujin created a few shadow clones to keep watch and turn away anyone coming to that area. He stepped forward and placed his palm on the old man's head and inserted Yin chakra into his brain to read his memories. Though Fujin didn't face any resistance and rapidly read his memories, the process in itself was time-consuming. His clones kept an eye on the area, both to look out for cultists appearing to check the abnormalities and the villagers who may stumble accidentally. Once again, they didn't find any traces of the Jashin cult. Only a couple of villagers tried approaching twice, but both were subtly turned away with the help of Jinjutsu. Fujin was undisturbed for over half an hour when he finally pulled his hand back. His expression was even more complicated than before. He analyzed, 32 years. They are originally from a small village in a country that used to exist between the land of wind and the land of earth. When the turmoil leading up to the Second Great Ninja War became too much, they decided to escape and migrate far away. They reached this island 32 years ago and found it abandoned and very suitable for agriculture and sustaining life. They have been living here peacefully since then. The old people, who have seen the outside world, consider this island a paradise. Fujin fell deeper into thought as he noticed several issues. He questioned, I can understand why they feel this is a paradise. However, there are several issues with his memories. Escaping to the west makes sense, but it is well known throughout the ninja world that the lands are barren for miles towards the seas in that direction. Why didn't they stop before entering the barren land? It was already far enough from the wars and the turmoil, though they could still be vulnerable to bandits. Even so, continuing ahead was very risky. No sane village would agree to do so unanimously. Yet, they did so. Despite traveling for hundreds of kilometers, they didn't run into a single bandit group or a rogue ninja. When they reached the shores, they constructed a boat and set sail. And, in under an hour, they found this island and settled here. Only a fool would believe that there weren't any external forces involved. Fujin immediately understood that there was a hidden hand behind their long-distance migration. A hand belonging to the Jashin cult. However, Fujin couldn't make sense of their decision or find any logic behind them. He glanced at the sleeping old man and wondered, what makes these villagers special? Or were they just lucky or unlucky to be chosen randomly? Did the cult want to have some local and easy-to-access sacrifices for their rituals? After all, these people wouldn't even realize if their kids or even the adults went missing thanks to Shiranui's Jinjutsu. That could explain why they're hiding, assuming that is indeed the case. Perhaps their numbers were far greater, but he doesn't remember it due to the cult's Jinjutsu. Also, 32 years ago was around the time Kitsueki failed for the 8th time and heard Jashin's voice for the first time. Could their migration be related to it? The questions in Fujin's mind had only increased, the mystery only deepened. However, he finally had a direction to proceed. Glancing at the unconscious villager, Fujin decided, if I want to uncover the secret on this island, I'll first have to start with the villagers. But before I do... Fujin extended his hand towards the old man once again. Chapter 950, The Stranger from the Sea. Fujin extended his hand towards the unconscious old man once again, this time pulling out his soul. He quickly read his memories directly from his soul before pushing the soul back into his body. He thought, his soul has the same memories as his brain. Looks like his memories weren't manipulated with a Jinjutsu or other means. Unless of course memories from both were modified somehow. The cult has shown evidence of both techniques, though I'm unsure if they're so advanced as to completely fool me. Once again, Fujin's investigation had given him no results pointing towards the Jashin cult. Knowing Shiranui's Jinjutsu capabilities, Fujin had carefully inspected for signs of the villager being under a Jinjutsu, but he failed to find any. His memories were normal too, except for some of the questionable decisions made by his village. Fujin sighed, his figure fading away as the old man opened his eyes and wondered why he fell asleep during farming. Normally, he'd be alarmed by such an incident. However, he was oddly calm, as if he had taken a nap voluntarily. Fujin returned into the valley, watching the village from afar and thinking, it might end up being a waste of time, but the peculiar feeling I'm getting is too strong. My curiosity is heavily stirred as well. What are the secrets these ordinary civilians are hiding? Secrets that even someone like me failed to uncover. What is the true face of this village? What exactly is the cult's role in all this? He had no answer to any of those questions, only wild speculations with nothing backing them. Fujin decided, if an external investigation won't uncover any secrets, my only option is to enter the village openly in a natural manner and integrate into the village. If the Jashin cult is still active here, it might evoke a response from them. Even if they don't react, interacting closely might allow me to find some anomalies in these villagers. It could give me some clues about the cult, ensuring all strings haven't been cut off. However, I'll have to keep my guard up at all times. This village, despite being inhabited by ordinary people, has to be treated as a dangerous enemy territory with few ninjutsu skills superior to mine. It could be far more riskier than my infiltration mission in the Land of Wind, considering that they may be aware of my presence, unlike Sunagakure who didn't realize it until it was too late. Even though the risks were unknown and plentiful, Fujin was confident in his strength and felt it was still at a manageable level. Subconsciously, he hoped it was a trap and looked forward to an intense battle, be it for the thrill of battle, means to boost his strength further or simply to vent his frustrations. He muttered softly, "Now then. How do I do it?" A warm afternoon sun bathed the pale sands of the western shore of the island. Four figures lounged near the water's edge, the soft hiss of the tide lapping at the beach the only sound besides their laughter. "Akari, you're cheating again," a tall boy with unruly brown hair complained, pointing at the smooth, flat shells scattered on the sand. "I'm not cheating, Itsuki. You just have terrible aim," Akari shot back with a grin, flicking another shell across the shallows. It skipped twice before plopping under the waves. A girl sat cross-legged a little further up the beach, combing her long black hair with her fingers. Her green eyes followed her friends idly as she said, "If you both put as much effort into fishing as you do into this, we wouldn't have gone home empty-handed yesterday." "Not everyone wants to smell like fish all day, Sayuri," Itsuki muttered, earning a playful smack on the arm from her. The fourth in their group, a broad-shouldered man named Takuma, lay sprawled in the shade of a driftwood log, one arm over his eyes. Unlike the others, who were in their late teens, he was in his 40s, here to keep an eye on the youngsters. He mumbled, "Wake me when someone catches lunch." Their easy banter was broken by a sudden gust of wind that whipped through the shore, rattling the leaves of the palms behind them. Sayuri frowned and looked up. "That's odd." Itsuki brushed the hair out of his eyes, scanning the horizon. "The wind's picking up fast." Another gust roared across the beach, lifting sand in swirling eddies. Waves began to form, large, uneven, and far rougher than any of them had ever seen in their lifetime. Is this normal?" Akari asked, her grin replaced with a worried look. "No," Takuma said, already on his feet. "Get into the trees. Now." The wind became a howl, bending the tops of the palms inland. Salt spray lashed their faces as they stumbled toward the tree-line. Sayuri shielded her eyes and shouted over the roar, "Hurry!" They reached the shelter of the first row of trees, hearts pounding. From there, they looked back and froze. Out on the water, a lone boat pitched violently, its small sails snapping and tearing in the gale. The craft, no more than 10 meters long, was the kind used for coastal trade runs, not for open sea storms. "Someone's out there!" Itsuki shouted. The boat rose on a cresting wave before being slammed sideways. The mast cracked with a sharp report, and a second wave hurled the vessel toward the shallows. It struck the sand with a grinding crash, breaking apart under the relentless assault of water and wind. The four stood in stunned silence, exchanging wide-eyed glances. "What do we do?" Akari asked, her voice tight. Wait," Takuma said reluctantly. "It's too dangerous to go out now." So they waited, clinging to the trunks for balance, watching as the storm raged. Minutes crawled by until, just as suddenly as it began, the typhoon's fury ebbed. The wind slowed, the waves softened, and the only sound left was the distant hiss of water retreating through the wreckage. Takuma was the first to move. "Come on." Picking their way over splintered planks and torn rope, they searched for signs of life. Sayuri's sharp eyes caught a figure tangled among the debris, a boy about their age, soaked through, lying unconscious. His long, disheveled hair clung in dark strands to his face and neck, the tattered remains of a light travel tunic and loose seafaring trousers plastered to his skin. Despite his lean frame, the lines of well-defined muscle along his arms and shoulders spoke of someone accustomed to constant movement and strength-demanding work. Sayuri knelt beside him, brushing wet hair from his pale face. "He's breathing," she said, relief in her voice. The others gathered close. Itsuki was about to suggest carrying him inland when the boy's eyes snapped open suddenly, before narrowing as if against a harsh light. His breath came in slow, steady pulls, his body still shivering, though unknown if from coldness or the fear from the calamity he just experienced. He tried pushing himself up on one shoulder, struggling to do so as his gaze swept over the four faces hovering above him. He asked, his voice hoarse, low and shaking, "Where am I? Who are you people?" Before they could answer, his hand moved towards his forehead, which had visible swelling, and muttered, "Actually, who am I?" The four exchanged startled looks. His words had left them speechless. Though they had heard of it, it was the first time they saw someone experiencing memory loss. Worse, they knew nothing about the guy. Akari asked in surprise, You don't remember your name?" The boy didn't answer, his hand still on his forehead as if he was experiencing nightmarish headaches. Takuma suggested, you're likely disoriented due to the accident. Let's calm you down first. Itsuki, help me move him in the shade. Takuma and Itsuki quickly helped the boy move near the tree shade and check for further injuries while the girls followed them. Luckily, despite the horrifying storm, the boy wasn't seriously injured. Though he looked feeble and had several cuts and swelling throughout his body, none were fatal. As his eyes fell on the wreckage of his boat, a sigh escaped the boy's lips. He muttered, "Thank you. I remember now. It's a pity." The four immediately saw the sorrow in his eyes. It was apparent that it went far beyond his destroyed boat. To ease the awkwardness, Itsuki introduced himself. "I'm Itsuki. What about you?" Before he could answer, Akari said, "Akari here." Without taking his eyes off the wreckage, the boy answered, "I'm Naoki." Chapter 951, Tragic Backstory, I'm Naoki. Everyone immediately registered his name. Sayuri muttered, "Naoki. I'm Sayuri. Why were you sailing all alone? And why were you coming here?" Sayuri was a bit suspicious. She hadn't seen any ship or boat sailing towards their small island. In fact, none of the villagers had any such memories. So she, along with the rest, were slightly on guard. It was only the boys' sorry state that lowered their guard considerably. Wincing from the headache, Naoki muttered, "Where's here? I should still be far away from the land of lightning if I recall correctly." Glancing towards his destroyed boat, Naoki sighed, "My maps were destroyed in that storm. Where am I? Did I enter the land of Earth?" Takuma, who was more knowledgeable about the world and had seen quite a bit firsthand, shook his head and explained, "You aren't in either country. This island is not under the jurisdiction of any country. The land of Earth is on the other side of this sea, but it is barren and uninhabited for over 100 kilometers. As for the land of lightning, you're correct. It is far away from here." Sayuri and the rest knew about it as well as they were taught about the same at a young age, but they had never been away from the island. The village was very strict in this aspect. They didn't want anything to jeopardize their peaceful life. So, they paid attention with genuine interest, at the same time becoming curious about the stranger's experiences in the outer world. Naoki didn't show any reaction as he still seemed disturbed by the accident. He was about to open his mouth when Sayuri asked, "Were you headed to the land of lightning? But, why were you sailing alone? From what I heard, it is a long distance from here." He sighed, "Yes. I was looking for a new shipping route between the land of wind and the land of lightning. One that doesn't pass through the land of water, which is plagued by pirates and rogue ninjas. I figured if I sailed in the opposite direction, I'd eventually reach the land of lightning. Unfortunately." Itsuki's eyes widened. He expressed in shock, "A trade route? Across the seas?" Naoki nodded, but his expression dulled, showing hints of terror, as he continued, "Unfortunately, my voyage was cursed. I encountered as many as 5 cyclones, 3 gigantic whirlpools and countless attacks from large sea creatures. I barely survived a dozen times, only to be caught in the center of that calamity." He shivered in fear, recalling the terrifying cyclone that destroyed his boat. The four didn't say anything, just took in all the information and imagined how terrifying his journey was. Finally taking his eyes off the wreckage, he looked at Sayuri and said with a helpless smile, "As for why I'm alone, I couldn't afford to pay for a crew." Akari immediately asked, "Why take such a risky undertaking alone then?" Takuma agreed, "These unpredictable seas are the reason trade routes don't extend through here. From what I heard, countless ships have been lost forever in these waters. Sailing alone is nothing short of a suicide." To their surprise, Naoki simply chuckled and asked, "What of it?" It was the first time the 3 teenagers saw someone so reckless with his life. Takuma recalled memories buried deep within him, remembering several such individuals. However, they could easily see that it wasn't boastful and foolish courage. No. His chuckle echoed a deep sadness from deep within his heart. After a small pause, Sayuri asked, her voice shaking, "What of your family? Wouldn't they be sad if you died?" The helpless smile remained on his face, as if he was reminiscing about old times. Naoki answered, "My family died in an attack on our village 2 years ago." All four became silent again. Itsuki, Akari, and Sayuri had never seen such sorrow. Naoki's expression brought to surface some of the deep-hidden sorrow in Takuma's memories. Though he enjoyed a peaceful life on the island, he didn't forget the difficulties they faced before they migrated. Naoki continued, "Only a few from my village survived. However, all our means of livelihood were taken away from us. Our living conditions were horrible. If I could find a new trading route, my contributions would have earned me enough money for all of them to live peacefully and given us a second start." Sadly, he became silent, his eyes once again focused on the wreckage. Takuma consoled, "You shouldn't take all the responsibility on yourself. Even without your assistance, they'll find means to thrive. This is human nature." Naoki sighed, "I know. However, how many will die before they reach stability?" Withdrawing his gaze from the wreckage, Naoki faced Takuma and asked curiously, "What's the name of this island? I didn't know there were inhabited islands in this part of the seas." Takuma said, "Our village was once ravaged by war too. We migrated far away from the battles of ninjas and their world, and settled here. The island doesn't have a name, at least none that we know of. But our village is called Sokatsugakure." "Sokatsugakure," Naoki muttered while thinking deeply. He shook his head, "I don't remember reading about such a village." "A pity. I can't accurately locate my position even if I redraw the maps from my memories." Takuma wasn't surprised. Their village truly was an isolationist. However, what he didn't know was that Naoki's words and thoughts were very different from each other. Without even a minute change in his expression, Naoki chuckled internally, "Sokatsugakure. He, that's the same name as the village of the Jashin cult. Same island, same buildings, same village name, everything except the inhabitants are the same. If you wanted to hide from me, why drop so many clues to tempt me? And if you want to confront me, why hide from me for so long? Wouldn't it be easy to simply use your numbers against me instead of playing all these games? My clones have searched everything on this island and yet I can't find a single oddity." Needless to say, Naoki was none other than Fujin. He hadn't used a disguise since maintaining transformation jutsu could be picked up by seals. As for normal disguises, it was simply too much work. His presence on the island would anyway attract attention. Besides, Fujin doubted the Jashin's cult knew how he looked considering he hadn't run into any alive bishop or even Haiden. The only one who saw him was Zankaku, who was long dead. Even if they somehow got their hands on the bingo book, Fujin's appearance in the bingo books hadn't been updated for several years. So, he decided to focus on appearing like a normal human who can't use his chakra for combat instead of choosing a different appearance. While Fujin prepared a scheme to integrate into the village, he had sent dozens of clones to continue investigating the island, doing everything short of turning it upside down. Yet, their search so far had been fruitless too. As such, Fujin's internal chuckle displayed his growing frustration rather than his amusement of the situation. To raise the mood and snap out of the depressing conversations, Itsuki suddenly grinned and said, "The past aside, you took on an impossible voyage by yourself and lived to tell the tale. I heard even massive ships with large crews fail to do so. That's beyond incredible. I'd give anything to have an adventure like that." "I wouldn't," Takuma muttered from behind them, hands shoved in his pockets. He muttered, "Too much work." Akari snorted, "You get seasick 5 minutes in." Sayuri didn't join in their arguments. She asked, her voice soft, almost wistful, "What's the land of wind like, Naoki?" Fujin's gaze moved towards her, his expression confused. Of course, it was for show. Thanks to the memories he read earlier, Fujin was well aware of everyone's personality and nature. Takuma was lazy but reliable and dependable. Itsuki was energetic but had a good heart. He engaged in mischief and games, but always helped those in need. Akari generally followed him, ensuring he stayed out of trouble. She was also highly combative. On the other hand, Sayuri was calm, diligent and like a model youngster, loved by all older folks in the village. However, she yearned for the world outside their little island. So, Fujin understood her thoughts easily. Sayuri explained, I have only ever seen this sea from the beach, never going beyond it. I want to know what is beyond this horizon. So, what's it like? Is it true the deserts stretch further than the eye can see? Chapter 952, Voluntarily Entering the Trap? Fujin smiled, his smile making everyone believe he was reminiscing of the time he spent in his village before tragedy struck. They weren't exactly wrong. Fujin was reminiscing, though it was the few months he spent in the Land of Wind. Takuma may have seen more of the world than the teenagers, but he could never imagine what the boy, who looked harmless and weak, had done. Fujin answered, further than the horizon, if you're unlucky. The sand gets in everything, clothes, food, your teeth. But when the sun sets, the sky turns into colors you can't imagine. It's beautiful in its own way. His words made the imaginations of the teenagers who had never been beyond the island run wild. They quickly painted a picture in their minds, each different from one another. Sayuri, in particular, was completely enthralled by his description. Akari and Itsuki weren't too far behind either. Sayuri muttered, that sounds beautiful. And the Land of Lightning? Have you been there too? Fujin shook his head, no. Only studied it on maps and learned more from others. I heard the mountains there are so high that the clouds wrap around them like scarves. A few of the villages there are perched on cliffs, and huge waterfalls are everywhere in that country. Though, just like the Land of Wind, it ain't all good. I heard the country is plagued with storms. Massive and disastrous storms that make this one look like a pleasant wind. Fujin shivered once again, displaying the cyclone he experienced still scared him. Before anyone else could say something, he added, I heard there was a massive hurricane there a couple of years ago. One that wreaked havoc for 7 days and nights straight without any signs of slowing down. Only after their powerful ninjas took action did the storm quell. Akari sucked in a cold breath, that's scary. Fujin nodded, very. Itsuki chuckled, even then, that's still incredible. Sayuri nodded silently, agreeing with Itsuki while looking at Fujin. She muttered, to think there's so much beyond the horizon. And that the world would be so varied across 2 countries. Taking a moment to gather herself, she bowed slightly and said, thank you, Naoki. Fujin held her gaze for a moment, before shaking his head. He muttered sincerely, I should be the one thanking you. I'd still be face down in the sand without you four. When I was trapped in that cyclone, I thought it was the end of the line for me. You gave me another chance. Looking at the 3 youngsters, Takuma felt a headache, this is troublesome. In order to maintain our current peace, we've forbidden all attempts to travel outside the island. We haven't even constructed any boats to prevent anyone from sneaking away stealthily. The old fellows, who have experienced the outside world, are quite content with life here. However, the youngsters have an adventurous spirit. Many want to sail to the mainland and see how it is. Even though we repeatedly tell them about the dangers from a young age, it doesn't kill their curiosity. Until now, it was still under control. However, now. He glanced at Fujin and thought, Naoki. With him here, their spirits will ignite again. Naoki himself may want to leave the island. After all, his family isn't here. He's also very courageous, or perhaps suicidal, and may not shy away from building a boat and leaving, giving others ideas on how to do it. Takuma didn't intervene in the conversation of the youngsters, only passively watching and contemplating how life on the island would change due to the sudden appearance of the stranger. In the end, he could only sigh internally, whatever. We knew this day would come. Fortunately, it wasn't a ninja who crashed in here. Or else, we'd be doomed. Besides, this boy is quite pitiful too. Perhaps someone would have ideas regarding how to keep him here. What of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water? Are they just as incredible, Naoki? Akari asked curiously. However, before Fujin could answer, Takuma said, leave the remaining questions for later. First, let's get Naoki to the village and treat his wounds properly. Though they wanted to hear more, the teenagers didn't argue. They could see Naoki wasn't in a good shape despite their assistance. Naoki was still occasionally shivering. One of the main reasons why they engaged in such chats with him, beyond their obvious curiosity, was his poor mental state. Fujin shifted to stand, his legs wavered slightly. Itsuki immediately lent a hand and said, "You ain't walking far in that state. I'll help you. The village isn't far from here. Sayuri's grandma is the best doctor. She'll fix you up in no time." Fujin accepted his help, but said, "Before we go, could you see if there's anything left in the wreckage? It may be damaged, but if I can still salvage some things." Once again, the four felt sorrow in his voice. Sayuri understood, he only spoke of maps earlier. But, how could he undertake such a dangerous journey without any memories of his family? Takuma said, "Don't worry about it. We'll help you look through it." Fujin didn't refuse his offer. With Itsuki's help, he followed the group to the wreckage of his boat. Takuma stayed behind with him while the three teenagers looked through the wreckage. After looking for some time, they found some scraps of maps, though none were in good shape. They were torn and incomplete, barely providing any information. They also found several bottles, which previously contained water, and some food crates, but nearly all were destroyed by the storm. Luckily, their village didn't lack food or water. Nothing else seemed important or useful. They ignored the broken bottles and spoiled food while collecting the incomplete map remains, in case Fujin needed them to recreate the maps. Just before they were about to call it quits, Sayuri noticed something. Sayuri's fingers brushed away the wet sand clinging to the object. When she lifted it, she realized it was a locket, a simple brass oval, dulled by salt and age. A faint engraving, a swirl motif common in the land of wind, was barely visible along the edges. A jagged crack split across the metal, as though the storm itself had tried to break it apart. Curious, she thumbed it open. Inside, a thin shard of glass slid out and shattered on the sand. What remained of the photo within was even worse. Most of it had been ripped away, replaced by splinters of damp wood pressed against the backing when the wreck was smashed apart. Barely 10% of the picture survived, showing nothing identifiable, only an empty corner of scenery. Whoever had once been captured in the photo was completely gone. Sayuri frowned softly, her chest tightening, something so precious, reduced to this. She walked it over to the boy. "Naoki," she said quietly, holding it out. Fujin accepted it with both hands, staring down at the broken locket. His eyes lingered on the ruined photo, his expression darkening into something they couldn't read. Yet again, sorrow flickered in his gaze, heavy and unspoken. Sayuri hesitated before asking, "What was the photo of?" For several seconds he said nothing. Then, closing the locket with a soft click, he only shook his head. The unspoken weight in that gesture silenced them all. None pressed him further. Takuma cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "We should get going. Even though you seem fine externally, a specialist needs to look at you to determine any hidden injuries." Itsuki nodded, steadying Naoki by the arm again. The four led him away from the ruined boat, towards the inland path. Unlike the rough approach Fujin had taken earlier, this route wound gently through the treeline, leading into a narrow valley. The path was well-worn and safe, suggesting generations of use. As they descended into the valley, the first signs of the village appeared, smoke rising in thin trails from chimneys, the faint murmur of distant voices, and the warm glow of lanterns beginning to flicker on as dusk approached. As Fujin's gaze set on the secret village he was about to enter openly, he secretly raised his guard to the max. If there was any surveillance, any deadly traps, a secret stratagem, his time in the village would give the Jansenists the perfect opportunity to act. He couldn't lower his guard at any moment until he left the island. Chapter 953, Absence of Conflict. The change in Fujin's alertness went unnoticed by the villagers. As they stepped into the small village, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was the first time in over 3 decades since they reached this island that a new face had appeared. In no time, a dozen villagers gathered, their eyes set on Fujin. The older generation tensed, alarm visible on their faces. On the contrary, the younger generation was filled with curiosity. Murmurs rose, voices overlapping wondering of Fujin's origins. Finally, two voices cut through the chaos. Rikuya, the man whose memories were read by Fujin not too long ago, asked, "Who is this?" "Takuma, where did you find him?" His brows were drawn in suspicion, completely unaware he had leaked every detail about the village to the young man in front of him. Another lady, just slightly younger than Rikuya, stepped forward and directly asked Fujin, "How did you find our village?" Fujin glanced at her. She was a sharp-featured woman in her early 50s, her long black hair tied in a loose knot and faint streaks of silver showing near her temples. Fujin identified her as Nobu from Rikuya's memories. To calm down the curious and tense folks, Takuma immediately said, "Calm down. This is Naoki. His boat crashed onto our shores in the storm. You all should have felt those winds earlier. I'll explain more later. Where's Genzo-sama?" Rikuya frowned. "Storm? So that's what those intense winds were. Still, that's very odd. I can't remember the last time there was one." He shook his head, wondering if he was overthinking, and answered, "The chief is at his home." "Good, I'll head there," Takuma said, before turning his attention to his companions. He instructed, "Sayuri, take him to Hatsu-san. Itsuki, Akari, help Naoki get there. I'll speak with the chief." Even though Takuma didn't suspect Naoki, he didn't want to be careless. The reason for sending Itsuki and Akari with Naoki was more for Sayuri's and Hatsu's safety than to look after Naoki. Unaware, Sayuri and the rest nodded. They helped Fujin over to Sayuri's house. Meanwhile, Takuma walked into the house at the center of the village and entered it. He quickly saw an old man, in his mid-70s, sitting in his chair with a hint of worry on his face. This was Genzo, the village chief, a wiry but dignified man with a lined, weather-beaten face and wisps of white hair framing his brow. Another couple of individuals, both in their 60s, were present in the room and looked even more worried than the old man. The man was broad-shouldered despite his age, with thinning gray hair and a scar down his cheek. The woman, slender with neatly tied silver-streaked hair, had a face that still carried traces of elegance in her youth. They turned around and saw Takuma. Takuma realized that they had rushed there to inform him about Naoki's presence. Genzo looked at Takuma and said, "Takuma, good that you are here. Tell me everything that you saw. Don't leave out any details." Takuma nodded and began reporting every small detail of the strange encounter on the beach. While Takuma filled in the village elders about the details, Sayuri guided the way, bringing Fujin into a modest house where the scent of dried herbs lingered in the air. An elderly woman with silver hair tied neatly back looked up from sorting bundles of roots. She was immediately taken aback when she saw a stranger being supported by Itsuki. She cautiously asked, "Who is this?" Her eyes narrowed, "And why is he in such bad shape?" "Granny, we found him after the storm," Sayuri explained quickly. Hatsu's sharp eyes softened as she instructed, "Lay him down." "Sayuri, tell me more." Itsuki and Akari helped Fujin lay on the bed while Sayuri filled her grandmother in on the details, while avoiding topics that could reopen Fujin's mental wounds. Hatsu paid careful attention to her granddaughter's words, while examining Fujin's wounds at the same time. Having got a gist, she said, "The wounds aren't too deep, but he's taken a beating. Sayuri, bring the tools needed to clean his wounds." Sayuri immediately got to work, bringing her grandmother the necessary tools. Hatsu wasted no time and started cleaning his injuries as she instructed, "Fetch the ointments too. After the wounds are cleaned, you'll apply them." "Me?" Sayuri asked in surprise. She had been educated and trained by her grandmother to succeed her as the village's doctor, but she was still a long distance away from Hatsu's level. She didn't possess the confidence to directly treat a patient by herself. Hatsu nodded without any hesitation and said, "You have already completed the required training. You only lack practice. Naoki's wounds are very superficial. It's the perfect opportunity for you to practice. But Sayuri was still unsure, but her words stuck in her throat when she saw Hatsu's gentle and reassuring smile. Hatsu calmed her granddaughter down by saying, "Don't worry. I'll be paying attention to you." Sayuri finally nodded. Fujin winced regularly as Hatsu cleaned his wounds. He also occasionally glanced at Sayuri bringing in herbs and preparing ointments. For an ordinary individual, those glances wouldn't discern much. However, Fujin was an excellent medical ninja and had also made all of Kabuto's knowledge his own during the last year and a half. He immediately understood the extent of the medical capabilities of this small village. Fujin noted, they lack modern tools or medicines. All their medicines are locally made from the herbs available on the island. This is to be expected of a village cut off from the remaining world for over 3 decades. Rikuya's memories also had this information, though I skipped over it. Along with planting food, they also plant several herbs, making the village quite self-sufficient. However, for a village to function for so long without any problems, be it a disease breakout, famine, natural disaster, or simply internal struggle, the root cause of most problems in human society, none of them have made an impact here. I could attribute most of it to the Jashin cult living here previously. Even though there are no longer any seals here, the existence of those seals for multiple centuries may have caused a permanent change in the natural environment. However, how could they suppress the basic human desire for conflict? No matter how united a society is, a power struggle will eventually take place. Even in Konoha, where Hiruzen and Danzo were so close to each other for decades, their relationship fractured as Danzo's lust for the Hokage's seat grew beyond a limit. Even if I assume the older folks here are tired of conflict, how could the younger generation be this peaceful despite the absence of any extreme indoctrination? Once again, the only thing that may explain this is an external intervention. Once again, Fujin reached a conclusion that made him believe the Jashin cult still maintained active influence in the village. Unfortunately, he was again without any concrete leads towards the cult. It only strengthened Fujin's resolve to stay in the village and dig deeper into the matter. Silence reigned in Genzo's house as the elderly people considered the consequences of a stranger stepping into their paradise. After a while, Saburo, the old man with broad shoulders, muttered, "This is strange. Too strange. The waters around the island are very calm. In the last 32 years, we have only seen 2 storms, the last one being 14 years ago. And there was a build-up for both the storms. A storm appearing without warning and dissipating so quickly is suspicious. Not to mention, bringing a stranger with it." Orino, the old lady, sighed, "It's the first time we have a visitor from outside. It's unsurprising that we feel suspicious. The strangeness aside, his life has truly been tragic, much like ours before we moved here. I think he's just an unlucky soul." Saburo frowned. But before he could say anything, Genzo got up and walked towards the window. Staring outside, he said, "We are no experts at knowing how storms work. There's no point in debating about it." Saburo's face showed a hint of embarrassment. It was true. He, and no one else in the village, had much knowledge about how the sea behaved. They initially lived in a village that was hundreds of kilometers from the seas. When they moved to the island, they banned the creation of boats, thus preventing them from gaining any experience and knowledge about the seas. The unusually calm nature of the seas surrounding the island made it even tougher to study it. Genzo continued, "Besides, we always knew this day would come. This island is only 10 kilometers away from the mainland. It was inevitable that someone would stumble upon it like we did. We should only be glad that it took so long, and the one who stumbled isn't a ninja, but a good-hearted fellow." Saburo argued, his nature wouldn't matter if he tries to create a boat and leave our island. Once he does, our youngsters would learn how to create them and at least half would follow him to see what the remaining world looks like. That'll collapse our little village. Even if we somehow sustain, there will always be a danger of someone leading back more people from the mainland here, destroying our peaceful lives. His expression hardened as he said, "We can't take this situation lightly. We have to deal with him, in one way or another." Chapter 954, Keeping the Outsider on the Island. Another note. I know the recent pace may seem slow, which kinda is amplified by how slowly I'm writing. It's just the build-up is kinda necessary for what I have planned ahead. Things will heat up very quickly once this phase is done. We can't take this situation lightly. We have to deal with him, in one way or another. Jinzo maintained his calmness and asked, "And, what do you suggest?" Saburo paused, glancing at everyone in the room once, before saying, "We have to ensure he stays in the village. Only then we can be sure he won't bring trouble to our village by leaking information regarding us to the outside world and attracting sharks here. In addition, we also need to ensure he doesn't make any attempts to build boats which could teach our youth how to leave the island and go to that troubled continent." Jinzo chuckled, "And how do you propose to keep him here? The mainland is merely 10 kilometers away. He could simply swim across if he is a good swimmer. He isn't like our kids, who don't understand how feasible it is to swim such a distance." Saburo shook his head. "Even if he does, it's pointless. The land is barren and uninhabited for several hundred kilometers. He'll die of hunger or thirst long before he reaches any village of significance." Jinzo replied, "Don't underestimate what desperation can allow a human to do. Look at us. So far away from our origin. On an island no one knew could be inhabited. And living peacefully for over 3 decades. Saburo sighed, "If we can't ensure he'll stay here, not build boats or teach others how to do it, then we have no choice but to keep here permanently." His gaze hardened as he said without any hesitation, "We need to kill him." If Fujin had heard this discussion, he'd be surprised. He had just noted the absence of internal conflict on the island and wondered if it was due to the Jashin cult. Yet, the mere appearance of a stranger made this apparently non-violent society recall the violence humanity is known for. Unfortunately, he wasn't using winds to enhance his hearing as he was pretending to be an ordinary civilian. Saburo's words shocked others in the room. Takuma, in particular, was taken aback. He stared at the elder, who now seemed unfamiliar, and wondered, "That's it? Should we kill everyone who arrives here irrespective of their nature? What does that make us?" Before Jinzo could respond, Orino shook her head and asked, "If we do that, how are we better than those from whom we escaped? Is this what we want to teach our youngsters? Kill every soul who steps foot on our island? How much longer do you think it'll be before they start turning on each other?" Takuma immediately said, "I agree with Orino-sama. If we start killing indiscriminately, it's only a matter of time before disaster strikes." Saburo sighed. Despite his brutal suggestion, he wasn't looking forward to doing something like that either. They weren't killers. He hadn't killed any human in his entire life. He merely put the security of their village and their peaceful life above everything else. Jinzo finally replied, "They're correct. Even though we're living in isolation, we're still a part of this world. We can't reject everyone else. This time it's only an ordinary boy. What happens if a ninja lands on our island? The ones who were born here will never understand the true terror of a ninja. Even if we maintain our current lifestyle for a bit longer by killing outsiders, what happens after we pass away and our younger generation, unaware of the dangers, try to kill a ninja?" Finally, fear appeared on Saburo's face. He fully understood the consequences of such a miscalculation. Their entire village would be wiped out. Defeated, he asked, "So, what do you suggest we do? We can't do nothing and just pray he loves our village and decides to abandon his past life and stay here permanently, can we?" Sayuri sat beside Fujin, her small hands trembling slightly as she dipped her fingers into the ointment she had prepared under her grandmother's careful watch. She pressed the cool paste against the gash on his shoulder. Fujin let out a faint hiss and winced, not because of the sting, but simply to act the part of a normal, injured man. Sayuri quickly drew her hand back. Sorry. Did I hurt you?" Her cheeks warmed as she glanced at him, only to notice how the lamplight outlined the firm lines of his chest and arms. On this island, with so few people her age, the boys she knew felt more like brothers. This was different. Though she had seen Itsuki and the others shirtless at the beach, she had never looked this closely before. Fujin's lean, muscular frame seemed refined in a way she had never seen. Her eyes lingered for a breath too long before she quickly lowered them back to her work. "I'll be fine," Fujin reassured, relaxing his body as if placing his trust in her. Sayuri's embarrassment deepened. She forced herself to focus on smoothing the ointment across his wound. Yet curiosity tugged at her, the long hair that framed his face, the sharp eyes that still carried calm even as he smiled faintly. He was nothing like the other boys she had grown up beside. Her reactions were subtle and well hidden from Itsuki and Akari. But Fujin, ever watchful, noticed them. And so did another. Hatsu, seated across the room, observed in silence. The faint flush on her granddaughter's cheeks, the hesitant but careful hands, the way her gaze wandered despite herself, these things did not escape the old woman. A knowing smile touched her lips. She thought, Takuma should be explaining everything to Genzo right now. The old man must be breaking his head wondering how to make this boy stay. But how can someone adventurous enough to sail across the continent along an undiscovered route ever be tied down by our small island? Nothing we offer can bind him. Fortunately, there is one thing that can. Much like the others, Hatsu recognized the trouble an outsider might bring. But while they hesitated, she had already chosen her path. Recalling all the information fed by Itsuki and Akari, she reflected, he isn't a bad boy. Brave, loyal, mature beyond his years. Perhaps too soon to judge, but he could be a good match for Sayuri. I had been worried she'd never look at anyone here, and yet, she's already drawn to him, whether she admits it or not. I hate to use you like this, my dear granddaughter, but this may be the best for the village, you and perhaps the boy too. Of course, he'll have to pass my tests and convince me this is the best for you to truly get your hand. Her eyes softened as she glanced at Sayuri, then hardened slightly with resolve as she calculated, if Naoki falls for her, his loyalty will keep him here. But Sayuri's curiosity about the outside world is stronger than anyone else's. One day, she will want to leave. Before that happens, I must make him understand that staying here is what will keep her safe even if that is against her wishes. The thought left Hatsu with a gamble. Yet she was willing to take it. In the worst case, even if Sayuri chose to leave, at least she would not do so alone, and Naoki's presence would ensure she had someone strong and trustworthy at her side. In addition, Sayuri's presence by Naoki's side would ensure he wouldn't endanger their village by selling their information and attracting sharks to their paradise. As such, Hatsu was very confident in her plan. There was only one tiny detail that she overlooked, or rather, couldn't notice. Her target had not only noticed her granddaughter's reactions, but also her scheming smile despite having his back towards her. Continuing to wince occasionally, Fujin thought, that's the second time a girl has developed a crush on me in this world. Or well, at least without any preconceived notions. Needless to say, the first was Mieko, who formed a crush on him a few days before her death. However, she wasn't the only one. Thanks to his bounty, the rumors circling him, Fujin had been a target for fascination, especially among the younger generation in Konoha. That fascination changed into infatuation among many when Fujin made his first public appearance in the short war against Otogakure and Tsunagakure. Hiruzen undoubtedly played the most crucial role in that war by stopping Orochimaru and the reanimated Kages, but his battle took place inside a barrier with a very limited audience. Unlike him, Fujin's battles were watched by hundreds of ninjas. The sight of him cutting down the enemies and creating a bloodbath in the stadium was still etched in the minds of many Konoha ninjas. The events following the battle, where Fujin continuously led Konoha's forces into 3 outrageously successful campaigns, further deepened his impression in their hearts. As such, there were far many who had more than just a bit of a crush on him. Unfortunately for them, actually meeting Fujin and interacting with him was almost as difficult as finding Orochimaru. Regardless, Fujin was no longer a stranger to such emotions. Even if he was, the current circumstances wouldn't allow him to lower his guard. Fujin wondered, is this real infatuation or is this a scheme set up for me by the cult? Irrespective of whether they're involved or not, this old lady sure looks pleased. though I can understand her thoughts. No one would like their little paradise being exposed to the world and taken away from them. So, even if the cult isn't involved, her scheme wouldn't be suspicious. Now then, how do I use this? Chapter 955, The Alluring Trap. Controlling the emotions she was experiencing for the first time, Sayuri applied the ointment on all of Fujin's wounds. Hatsu approached as soon as she was done and said in a calming voice, "Journeying alone on the sea without anyone to watch your back should have been very draining. You don't have to worry now. Rest here. It's not only essential to heal your physical wounds, but also to recover from mental stress." Though he wanted to investigate the village further, Fujin knew he couldn't push it unreasonably. He silently agreed with her suggestion, only nodding in response, and lay back on the bed. The remaining teenagers finally left his side. Itsuki and Akari were about to return to their respective homes to inform their family about the day's events, when Hatsu stopped them. She gathered the three youngsters together, away from Fujin's earshot, and said, "Naoki is still shaken from the accident. He may look strong and resolute, but he can't hide how vulnerable he's feeling from my eyes." The trio were surprised to hear her words. Though they had sensed some of his sorrow, they didn't think it'd be this serious. Hatsu continued, "If someone who's suffered so much stays alone, there's a chance they may take some extreme step and harm themselves further. That would be disheartening. Itsuki, Akari, stay at my home for today. Pay attention to Naoki to ensure he doesn't do something like that. Don't disturb his sleep, but keep an eye and keep him company when he wakes up. I'd have done it myself, but he'll be more comfortable with kids his age than someone as old as I." There was a hint of sorrow in Hatsu's voice, displaying her sympathy for Fujin's situation. Her words immediately created pity in the hearts of three youngsters. In mere minutes, Hatsu had achieved the effect she wanted. Itsuki and Akari became more concerned for Fujin's well-being, while Sayuri's heart ached on understanding how much he was suffering. Itsuki immediately said, "Of course, Granny. We'll stay here and keep Naoki company. We haven't known each other for long, but he's basically our friend now." Akari added, "That's right." Sayuri also nodded. Hatsu smiled, "Good. I'll leave him in your care then. I'll meet with Genzo-sama now. If I'm late, check his condition occasionally, Sayuri." Sayuri agreed and Hatsu finally left her house. As she walked towards the village chief, she thought, "My plan may work, but leaving Sayuri alone with him for now is too risky. We have no way to confirm his story and no one will admit to being a bad person. With Itsuki there, the danger will be minimal. Anyway, I need to see what Genzo decided. Hopefully he hasn't been influenced by that bonehead yet." Entering Genzo's house, she saw Genzo and others standing silently. While she and Sayuri treated Fujin, more people had approached Genzo to discuss the critical matter. With Hatsu, their number was now doubled from the initial 4. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to her. Orino immediately asked, "Hatsu, did you get a feel for the boy?" Everyone knew Takuma had sent the outsider to Hatsu's house for treatment. So, they wanted to know her impression of the boy. Hatsu looked around, before her eyes settled on Takuma. She replied, "Assuming everything he said to Takuma and the rest is true, the boy may be a good addition to our village. I'm inclined to believe him, but it's still too soon to say how truthful he is. That will become apparent once we observe his behavior for a few more days." Everyone agreed. They had reached the same conclusion, with some like Takuma being even more optimistic than her while a few being more cautious. Hatsu asked, "So, how did you decide to handle the situation?" Genzo sighed, "The only acceptable way forward is to make the boy accept our village as his new home and make him stay here permanently. Unfortunately, that is easier said than done. We obviously have to make him see the benefits of staying here, but the challenge is making sure those benefits outweigh his emotional ties to his real village. Our best bet is the bonds he forms here slowly outweighing them. So, we'll have to treat him very nicely, but not so nice that he becomes suspicious of us. It'll only have to be slightly better than how we treat everyone else." One major complication is the talk will need to have to ensure he doesn't make a new boat or teach other kids how to do so. That could potentially sour our relationship. We need to structure it such that he understands completely that it is for our safety and not to restrict or trap him. Only then can we avoid attracting any hidden resentment. And there's always the risk that he's willing to swim to the mainland. While we can keep an eye and prevent him from building a boat, there's not much we can do if he decided to simply swim across the channel. Though the chances of him surviving such an ordeal are very low, he could potentially leak our intel. This is why handling the talk properly is even more important. In their long discussion, the choice of killing Fujin was eliminated. They decided to consider it only if he committed heinous crimes in the village and disturbed their harmony. That said, they weren't satisfied with their current plans. All felt like they were missing something, which had caused the room's anxiety to rise. Hatsu shook her head and voiced her disapproval. Naoki's emotions towards his roots are too strong. We can't keep him here with merely the promise of a convenient lifestyle. Bonds of camaraderie may help offset his connections, but they'll take too long to form and he may not wait that long. No one refuted her words since they themselves held such doubts. While the village elders had long considered the possibility of outsiders landing on their island and thought of various ways to deal with it, when it truly happened, they found themselves inadequately prepared. Yet, slight hope appeared in Jinzo's eyes as he asked, "Does that mean you found a way?" Hatsu smiled. Bonds of camaraderie may take long to form and need tough times. There are others that form very quickly and could be far stronger. There. Hatsu explained her little scheme to others, leaving out the part of Sayuri possibly leaving with Naoki in the future. Hope finally appeared in their eyes, as they finally had a solution with a high chance to work. But a few still harbored doubts. Orino muttered, "That's doable. However, will they fall in love? How can we be sure of it? Your granddaughter is lovely, but she's also rather unawakened in the matters of love. We also don't know if Naoki will open himself up considering what he has gone through or of his past affairs." Hatsu replied, "It's what he has gone through that'll be the biggest reason to form a strong emotional bond. I'll have Sayuri take care of him during his difficult time. What better way is there to open up someone? Besides, Sayuri is the most beautiful girl in our village in generations. Perhaps there are still others who are more beautiful than her in this world, but I can't think of a young man who won't fall for her charm." Fortunately, his mystery and struggle have also evoked Sayuri's interest. Seeing her confidence, Orino relaxed considerably. However, Saburo asked, his voice hesitant, "This may work. However, are you sure this is the right thing to do? Even if it may work this time, what do we do when more outsiders come to our island? We can't set up romantic connections for everyone." Hatsu shrugged, "It's been 32 years since we came here. This is the first time an outsider visited us. And even that was because a storm threw him off course. There's no reason to believe more will start pouring in on our island. If we are unlucky, then there's not much we can do about it now." Saburo was about to say something when Jinzo said in a deep voice, "We'll deal with that if and when it happens. For now, let's settle the current situation. If we can't handle a boy who's so suffered more than what we did back then, there's no point in thinking about others. We'll move as per Hatsu's plans." Fujin spent the next 4 days in Hatsu's house, until she declared his condition to be stable. While the medicines on the island were nowhere near as good as the ones available outside, Fujin's injuries weren't severe. He had recovered within a single day, but Hatsu kept him there to continue her scheme. Needless to say, during these 4 days, Sayuri continued nursing him while Atsuki, Akari, and a couple more youngsters included him into their little friend circle. Fujin also slowly opened up more to entertain them. His stories of the outside world fascinated them all. He was also met by nearly every villager, all of whom were curious about the outsider. They all treated him kindly, with several expressing sympathy for his circumstances while a few being overly friendly and welcoming him to their little village. As someone who frequently schemed in the dark, Fujin could easily see that every single one of those interactions was carefully planned. On the 4th evening, Jinzo appeared to meet Fujin once again. Chapter 956, The Choice. Jinzo slid the door open, Hatsu following quietly behind him. The chatter inside the room dimmed instantly as Fujin and the other youngsters turned their heads. Sayuri, Itsuki, Akari, and a couple of younger kids had been laughing about something, but they all fell silent as the older pair entered. Jinzo's eyes softened as he looked around at them. He said with a gentle smile, "Why don't you all give me a moment with Naoki?" The children nodded quickly. Itsuki stretched lazily as if to pretend he hadn't been startled, while Akari immediately started ushering the younger ones out. As Sayuri passed the doorway, Jinzo called after her with a teasing grin, "Don't pout too much. You'll see Naoki again in no time." Sayuri froze mid-step. A faint red dusted her cheeks, and she kept her eyes firmly on the floor as she hurried out without a word. The others tried and failed to hide their smirks. Once the room had emptied, Jinzo walked over slowly, easing himself down onto a low stool opposite Fujin's bed. His knees cracked faintly as he settled in. Hatsu too found herself a nearby seat, her expression calm but watchful. Fujin looked at them and thought, "I was wondering when they'll visit me to have this talk. It'd have been suspicious if they didn't. The question is, which way would they go?" From Fujin's perspective, there were two ways the villagers could approach the situation of an outsider entering their little paradise. The first and the more obvious one was that they'd make him stay on the island permanently, either willingly or unwillingly. Under normal circumstances, Fujin would have expected this. This could also buy the Jashin cult more time to eliminate him. The other choice was aiding Fujin in leading the island, perhaps by helping him build a boat. This would ensure their life stayed the same, though their younger generations would be even more curious about the outside world. However, knowing their past experiences, such a choice would be very odd. Fujin would interpret it as the cult wanting to send him away to avoid a direct confrontation with him. Jinzo began, unaware of Fujin's thoughts. He asked, "Have all your wounds healed properly? You look much better these past few days." "They have," Fujin replied simply with a smile, as if he was grateful for their hospitality. "That's good to hear." Jinzo nodded, his gaze steady. "And this little place of ours? Are you finding it comfortable enough? No trouble settling in?" "It's fine," Fujin said. Jinzo chuckled, "Short answers, I see. What about the kids? Sayuri, Itsuki, Akari, the others. You've spent quite some time with them now." "They're lively," Fujin said. With a slight smile, he added, "and are a good bunch too." "Lively, yes," Jinzo repeated with quiet amusement, leaning back slightly. A pause followed. His eyes softened further, carrying something weightier now. "Since you've stayed with us for a while," he said at last, "it's only right that you should know more about us." Fujin's gaze remained calm as Jinzo began to speak. He started speaking from the very beginning, from their lives in their previous village. Fujin paid attention as the old man narrated their past. While he already knew everything, he wanted to check if there were some divergences in their memories. For the next half hour, the old man wove their history with steady words, not as a speech, but as if reliving each memory. He spoke of the hardships that had driven them from their former village, of the gnawing uncertainty that came with abandoning everything familiar, and the countless dangers that shadowed them while they wandered barren lands and uncharted seas in search of a place to call home. He told of the hunger, the storms, the fear of never finding safe ground, and of the fragile hope that kept them moving forward. His voice softened as he recounted the struggle of carving out a life on an unknown island, of watching friends falter, of burying those who couldn't endure, including his parents. Jinzo didn't embellish, nor did he complain. He spoke plainly, with the weight of someone who had lived it all and survived. In doing so, he attempted to build a bridge across generations. Though he and Naoki had met only days ago, his intent was clear, to show the young man that beneath their current peace and smiles lay scars not so different from his own. They too had once known fear, loss, and the cruel taste of desperation. In that quiet way, Jinzo sought to make Naoki feel not like a stranger among them, but like someone who belonged. In doing so, Jinzo had chosen the best option to deal with the unfamiliar situation. The only unfortunate thing was that Naoki wasn't who he claimed to be. No matter how he approached the situation, he simply had no chance of connecting with Fujin. Even so, Fujin was impressed. He thought, not bad. Not bad at all. I was wrong. Though these guys are bloodthirsty, decades of isolation hasn't reduced their ability to scheme. Or perhaps it is because of their past that they won't forget it. At least until the next generations take over. That said, how ironic is this? Fujin chuckled internally. He had woven such a backstory to create a connection with the villagers. Ironically, their chief was using his backstory to do the same. While Fujin had expected this, he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Unaware of Fujin's thoughts, Genzo smiled faintly, the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes deepening. He said, "That's enough old stories for today. You must be tired, Naoki. Rest well. Tomorrow, the children will be waiting to pester you again." Fujin slightly nodded, without responding much, giving an impression he was deeply thinking about Genzo's story. Genzo got up and began walking off. As he stepped out of the door, Hatsu got up as well and spoke emotionally, as if she was in the past. "Life hasn't always been easy for us. On the contrary, it has been riddled with spikes. Even after finding our way here, we struggled for a long time. My daughter-in-law collapsed while giving birth to Sayuri because I didn't have medicine from the outside world. My son passed away a few years ago from a snake's poisonous bite. I recognized the poison but didn't have an antidote to it. I had to watch him suffer and leave this world before me." She paused for a few seconds, to control her emotions and mask her sorrow, and continued, "I now have the necessary remedies available at all times, but it won't bring Sayuri's parents back. But, we're finally peaceful." Hatsu added in an emotional tone, "We've come a long way to find this peace. I only hope you'll find your share of it here too, Naoki." Once again, Fujin only subtly nodded as the elderly left the room. While he wasn't thinking of their past, Fujin couldn't help but sigh. He thought, the infiltration is a complete success. However, all I've done is fooled ordinary people. It's been 4 days since I arrived here, but there's no reaction from Jashin or his cult. Fujin's initial plan was to force a reaction from the cult by entering their sacred land, be it plans to throw him out or triggering traps placed for intruders. He had been on guard against both, keeping an eye for any minute details that may point him towards them. However, there had been no reaction from them so far. While Fujin wasn't an impatient person, he had no plans to compete with the cult in patience. They had stayed in hiding tens of times longer than he had lived in both his lives combined. And he didn't even know whether the Jashin cult existed even longer than in Kitsuiki's memories. With the ninja world about to heat up soon, Fujin didn't want to spend years hunting the cult, especially without any guaranteed benefits. Fujin glanced out of the window and thought, there's no other choice. As per my plan, I'll just slowly turn up the heat. Let me see how long you can keep your patience. For the last 4 days, Fujin had been very careful. He hadn't used his chakra even once. However, it was about to change. Later that night, once silence blanketed the village, Fujin slipped into Hatsu's room without a sound. His steps were weightless, his presence suppressed to nothing. Yet, even in sleep, the instincts of someone who had endured hardship stirred. Her eyelids fluttered as he noticed Fujin's face lit by the moonlight. A faint whisper escaped her lips, half-dream, half-consciousness. "Naoki." Before she could push the word further, Fujin's calm voice cut through the dimness. "Don't worry. You won't remember a thing." Chapter 957, A Calamity. Fujin's eyes glimmered faintly in the darkness as his chakra brushed against her mind. Hatsu's body relaxed instantly, her breath slowing into an unnaturally deep rhythm. Fujin cast her into a Jinjutsu-induced slumber. He stood beside the bed, extending his palm towards her forehead and carefully inserting Yin chakra into her brain. Without any delay, Fujin began reading her memories. Half an hour later, Fujin retracted his arm. However, instead of withdrawing completely, he made a grabbing motion. At the next moment, Hatsu's soul was pulled out of her body. Fujin thought, there are some differences, but this is natural. No two beings, no matter how similar their experiences are, will have identical perspectives. There aren't any inconsistencies for me to latch on. I wonder if her soul's memories would differ. Changing an ordinary civilian's memory isn't difficult, but changing their soul's intel is astronomically more difficult. Though I can't say for sure that none of their living seals bearers do not possess such ability. Once again, Fujin immersed himself into reading the memories of Hatsu's life. And yet again, he was left disappointed. Fujin pushed the soul back into her body and quickly inspected her. After confirming no damage was done, Fujin thought, there's no substantial difference. Fujin wasn't too disappointed as this was a rather expected outcome. Fujin's figure disappeared, reappearing in his room a few moments later. He calculated, I spent nearly an hour reading Hatsu's memories. I purposefully left a couple of grave openings to target me during this time. If the Jashin cult has methods to know when chakra is actively refined on this island, they should have detected me when I arrived. If they have ways to monitor if chakra is being used against a villager in their sacred land, they should have been alerted too. Yet, there was no reaction. Oh well, it looks like I can be a tiny bit more proactive. For the next couple of weeks, Fujin focused on reading memories from both brain and soul. During the day, he integrated deeper into the village step by step, while at night, he read memories of every person in the village, irrespective of how old or young they were. Needless to say, the villagers didn't suspect a thing. Unfortunately, Fujin didn't get a reaction from Jashin or his cult either. Fujin had even gone a few steps ahead, redeploying his shadow clones to inspect every nook and corner on the island. They not only inspect the land, but also the underground, the surrounding seas, the seabed, and even the skies. Yet, all was futile. Sitting lazily on a rock and staring at the clouds above, Fujin thought, I have probably inspected every stone on this island by now. My head's been a mess from reading all those memories, summarizing and analyzing them, while having to constantly deal with memory feedback from my clones. Such a pain in the ass. And yet, I have no fucking clues about that shitty Jashin or his dumb cult. So much time wasted for nothing in return. I should have chased after Orochimaru instead. Fujin was no longer certain of the Jashin cult's presence on the island. He felt the possibility of the cult having abandoned this island was significantly higher than any other possibilities. And if that wasn't the case, Fujin could no longer ascertain their plans. Naoki! Come quickly! Akari's mother cooked us her famous hot pot. Sayuri called out from some distance away. Their usual group was gathered at Akari's place for the day. Fujin glanced towards her. In the past couple of weeks, he had spent the most time with her due to the schemes of the village elders. While he didn't particularly mind it and even entertained them slightly, making them think their scheme was working, his true goals weren't being fulfilled. Fujin got up and followed her as he decided, since my investigation efforts won't trigger a response for you, I wonder how you'll react when your sacred land itself is in danger. Even if I assume you have abandoned it, surely you wouldn't want to see the former land destroyed, would you? Fujin and Sayuri walked alongside, while being greeted by a few villagers along their way. Sayuri smiled, you know, Naoki. You've gotten quite used to the village. It feels like you have always been here. Fujin smiled, it hasn't even been 3 weeks since I washed up here. I still forget where some of the paths lead. Sayuri laughed softly, maybe. But everyone already likes you. You've become everyone's favorite. Fujin raised an eyebrow, favorite? That title solely belongs to you. Sayuri snorted, me? Please. I've lived here forever. No one looks at me twice. But you show up and everyone's enthusiastically greeting you and inviting you for dinner. Fujin chuckled internally, of course they do. They want to keep me here after all. Genzo probably instructed all of them on day one. Sayuri continued, even Akari's mother likes you. And that's rare. Very rare. She barely tolerates me half the time. Fujin shrugged lightly, maybe I was just lucky to catch her in a good mood. Sayuri playfully said, you're too modest. You don't see how people look at you. Fujin glanced at her for a moment and asked, and how do they look at me? Sayuri was startled by his question and gaze. Her cheeks slightly warmed up and a hint of blush appeared. She looked away immediately and answered, well, like you belong here. She quickly changed the subject. Besides, you're too kind. You help out everyone and even listen patiently whenever I talk. Fujin, in a gentle tone, replied, I haven't done much. With everyone treating me so warmly, that's the least I should do. Besides, listening isn't too hard to do, is it? Sayuri lowered her gaze, fiddling with a strand of her hair, smiling despite herself. They walked in comfortable silence for a few steps until they heard the sound of chatter from Akari's house. As she walked ahead, Sayuri softly said, I'm glad you are here, Naoki. Things feel lighter with you around. Without waiting for his response, she walked into the house. Fujin was about to follow, when his feet suddenly halted. His eyes narrowed as the air shifted. The wind suddenly picked up pace, rustling the trees with an unnatural force. Sayuri turned around while others also looked to see why Fujin hadn't entered. They were surprised to see Fujin's hardened gaze, something they hadn't seen since he arrived on the island. What worried them more was the grim expression on his face. Concerned, Sayuri asked, Naoki, what's the matter? In a grim tone, Fujin responded, the winds. This isn't a good sign. It's just like the day I arrived here. No! It's far worse. Itsuki asked, do you mean a storm is coming? Fujin nodded, not just a storm. A big one! I've encountered more than a few storms during my voyage. None of them gave such clear indications. Everyone remembered Fujin's past. They understood his understanding of storms was greater than everyone else in the village by a long distance. So, none of them took his words lightly. Akari's mother said, we need to inform Jinzo-sama immediately. Fujin nodded, not just him, everyone. The group hurried across the village square, rushing to Jinzo's hut. The old village head was seated cross-legged on a low stool, whittling a piece of driftwood into the shape of a bird. He raised his head as the group approached, his brows knitting at the sight of their flushed faces. What's all the rush? He asked, though his tone was more curious than stern. Akari's mother spoke first, bowing quickly, Jinzo-sama, forgive our intrusion. Naoki has seen signs. Signs of a storm. Jinzo's knife stilled. His eyes moved to Fujin, sharp despite his age. Storm, he repeated slowly. Fujin nodded, catching his breath. The wind shifted suddenly. The air feels heavy. I saw seabirds flying away in a rush while we were coming here. I'm afraid a massive hurricane is about to form over the seas. The silence that followed was broken by Jinzo's low grunt. He rose stiffly, leaning on his cane, and said, if what you say is true, we must gather the people. Itsuki, Akari, Sayuri, inform everyone in the village. We will call for an emergency meet. His words suddenly halted as the intensity of the wind suddenly increased further, blowing dust and soil at the group and forcing them to close their eyes and look away. As the gust passed, Fujin turned his gaze towards the seas and muttered, I'm afraid we don't have time to conduct a meeting. Chapter 958, Facing the Storm, 1. Since Fujin had read everyone's memories, he understood very well how things worked in their village. While Jinzo was the chief and generally held the final say, he would rarely ever take a major decision independently. Most decisions would be arrived at after conducting a village meeting, allowing everyone to put forth their opinion. It was a system that worked well in their small village, allowing it to be peaceful and prosper for so long. However, as Jinzo followed Fujin's gaze and saw the outline of a massive hurricane forming over the horizon despite being inside a valley, he realized how serious the situation was. There was no time for any formalities. This is too sudden. It's just like the day I was caught in that dangerous storm. The time between the warning signs and the formation of the hurricane was too little. Fujin muttered with a grim expression. Jinzo gulped in fear. His decades of experience and wit proved insufficient to prepare him for such a calamity. He was too stunned to say anything. The others weren't much better off either. What's with these strong winds? What are you looking at? Saburo and Orino, who lived close by, noticed the commotion outside Jinzo's house and came out. They followed the gazes of the group and were immediately just as shocked. Finally snapping out of the trance, Jinzo muttered grimly, "This may be the greatest test we ever faced. Perhaps even greater than when we had to leave our village. Maybe it'll simply pass by the island like the previous two storms." Orino tried to ignite some hope, though the fear in her voice was very apparent. She didn't believe her own words. For the hurricane outside completely dwarfed their prized island. Saburo asked helplessly, "Why? Why are we always tested like this? Can't we just live peacefully?" Frustration and resignation filled his voice. Jinzo said, "Don't lose hope. We were fortunate to have Naoki who noticed the signs and alerted us. If we stayed ignorant for a few more minutes, the consequences would have been disastrous. We still have some time to act." Jinzo quickly analyzed, "If it hits us, our fields will be ruined and we will be unable to grow new crops for quite some time. Not only do we need to escape to a safe place, but we also need to store enough food to ensure we won't go hungry after the storm." Orino said, "Luckily we have created a few grain storages within the village. Since they're underground, most should stay unaffected by the storm. However, they alone wouldn't be sufficient." Saburo said, "Before we plan for the future, we need to survive the present. If that thing hits our village, our houses won't withstand it. If we hide here, we'll only have one fate. Hiding within the grain storage isn't a good idea either. If they're flooded, we'll all drown to death helplessly." Jinzo nodded, "Yes. We will hide there." Jinzo pointed in the direction of the storm, at the sides of the valley. Saburo immediately realized that could work. Since the storm is coming from this direction, we'll be safe from the strong winds if we hide in that cave. Even if the storm hits us directly, the hill won't collapse and we'll be safe from the harshest winds. However, his expression became complicated as he asked, "What about the ones working in the fields?" Jinzo sorrowfully said, "There's no time to reach out to them. However, they should have already noticed it and may be rushing to the village. If they can't, they should find better hiding spots nearby." The situation of those people worried the group, making them question Jinzo's judgment. However, the doubts were wiped at the next instant as Fujin said, "We don't have much time to waste." Jinzo nodded. He turned his attention to Itsuki, Akari, and a couple other youngsters and ordered, "Run and inform everyone in the village about the incoming storm. Tell them to carry as much grains as they can without slowing them down and leave their houses with their families immediately. We'll leave together immediately." The youngsters agreed and immediately began running. Jinzo looked at Sayuri and Fujin and said, "Injuries and diseases are inevitable during storms. Go to Hatsu and bring her along. Carry as much medical supplies as you can. Don't bother carrying any food." Sayuri immediately agreed. She was worried sick about her grandmother in any case. Having Fujin to help her reassured her further. The two immediately departed. Jinzo said, "Saburo, get my gong out. We'll ring it along the way to alert others of our location. If any are returning from the fields, they can quickly find us." By now, others in the village had noticed the abnormally powerful winds and were slightly concerned. So, when Itsuki and the rest warned them and informed them of Jinzo's orders, they cooperated immediately. Of course, the sight of the hurricane was the bigger reason for their absolute compliance. As soon as she reached her house, Sayuri immediately saw her grandmother sitting by the window, a hint of concern visible on her face as she watched the strong winds. When Hatsu noticed the panic and fear on Sayuri's face, her worries deepened. As Sayuri rushed inside, Hatsu asked, "Did Jinzo say something about the winds?" Sayuri replied, "Naoki noticed it first. A storm is heading our way. Jinzo-sama is bringing everyone to the cave in the valley so that we won't face the brunt of the storm. He asked us to bring along all essential medical supplies in as much quantity as we can." Hatsu froze for a moment, before sighing, "A storm?" She quickly gathered herself and said, "All right, help me. Naoki, please help us carry more." Fujin nodded. The trio immediately got to work, putting most of Hatsu's herbs and other medical supplies in bags. Within minutes, the entire village was gathered at the northern end of the village, the end closest to the storm. Fujin was impressed by their quick response, but had expected as much. He observed, Jinzo's orders were on point and quick. He also focused on survival after the storm. While that may seem intelligent, his decision to do so has cost a few precious minutes to the village. The journey up the valley won't be easy, especially as the storm closes in. Directly ringing the gong and ordering everyone to rush up the valley towards the cave would have been safer. Though they'd have to suffer hardships later, they could survive on fish for some time. Fujin didn't blame Jinzo for this error in judgment. At the end of the day, he was just an ordinary person. Despite his rich experiences, he had never faced such a storm. As Fujin observed, the storm's impact on the village was no longer just strong winds. A heavy rainfall had hit the village as well, drenching everyone. Their expressions became grim. The cave, which normally looked close to the village, now felt very far. The heavy rains and intense winds would make this journey a perilous one. They braced themselves and pressed forward together, heads bowed against the sheet of rain that lashed against their bodies. With every step, the raindrops felt heavier and winds became more intense. Soon, every step in the valley felt as though they were trudging through thick mud. Children clung to their parents' hands, crying as the storm drowned their voices. The stronger men tried to shield the elders, but even they staggered under the weight of the storm. Progress was painfully slow, every few steps someone slipped, forcing others to pause and pull them back to their feet. Just as they rounded a bend, a deafening roar filled the air. The narrow stream that cut across the path had swollen into a violent torrent, its waters frothing and surging as if alive. The sudden change caught the villagers off guard as the stream flowed towards them unexpectedly. Jinzo immediately shouted, "Don't worry about the supplies. Ensure everyone's safe." Unfortunately, his voice was drowned by water and winds. Fortunately, the stream wasn't directly headed at them. Without the need of any instructions, everyone veered towards the right to stay away from the flood. A terrified scream rang out. A young mother slipped on the slick ground, her grip on her small son loosening for just a moment, enough for the rushing water to seize him. The boy's tiny figure spun helplessly in the current, swept towards the group with frightening speed. "Haruto!" the mother shrieked, her voice cracking in panic. Despite their perilous situations, no one could avoid looking in the direction of the scream. Their expressions fell on seeing the boy helplessly dragged along by the water. They could imagine what his fate would be if he wasn't rescued soon. Luckily, the ones not far behind the mother-child duo was Fujin's group. As soon as she saw the boy, Sayuri bolted forward without hesitation, skirts plastered to her legs, hair ripping free of its tie. She threw herself toward the child, and would have been carried away herself if Fujin hadn't intercepted her. One arm hooked her waist, the other snatched the boy just before the current swept him under. With effortless control, Fujin twisted, landing firmly against the gale as if the storm itself parted for him. Chapter 959, Facing the Storm, 2. Sayuri clung to the boy, trembling. Fujin released her and muttered, "Phew, that was close. Are you all right?" He bent down to ask the boy, though his question was also directed to Sayuri, who was still in shock and could only nod. The boy continued sobbing until his mother rushed in and hugged him as the two sobbed together. The villagers stared, shaken and grateful, but Sayuri's gaze lingered on him. She had felt the strength in his grip, the calm steadiness in the chaos. The young mother didn't forget to express her gratitude to Fujin and thanked him profusely. However, Fujin stopped her. "I did what anyone would. Let's focus on reaching the cave safely." Knowing the danger hadn't passed, she nodded, vowing to protect her son with her life the next time. She continued their journey. Sensing Sayuri's gaze, Fujin turned towards her and asked, "Are you fine? Were you hurt too?" Snapping out of her daze, she shook her head and softly said, "Thank you." Fujin didn't respond. There wasn't a need to do so. However, he took a second glance at the girl and thought, though I've read her memories and know all about her, it was surprising to see her jump without any hesitation. She truly is kind. I guess even reading memories isn't sufficient to tell everything about a person. Who'd have thought I'd learn something new here before even meeting the cult? The group continued forward though the chaos didn't stop. A few steps later, the waters nearly dragged an old lady under, but two villagers hauled her to safety. Soon after, a man was swept off his feet by an intense current, only to be caught and steadied by his companions. It took a great deal of effort for the group to leave the raging stream behind. They suffered many close calls, but managed to avoid any casualties. However, they had to leave most of their supplies behind and could only pray that their stores in the village wouldn't be damaged by the storm. Moving forward, the group stuck more closely together, helping each other whenever need be. Everyone struggled, including Fujin, whose main struggle was to act like he was struggling. The winds grew more intense, but the group was managing them better. Orino muttered, "Staying together is safer. We can make it to the caves safely like this." The words hadn't even entirely left her mouth when the disadvantage of traveling so close became apparent. The trees, under whose cover they were traveling, couldn't bear the winds. The crack of wood splitting under strain was drowned out only by the roar of the wind. In the next instant, a massive branch tore free from the trees above and came crashing down toward the clustered villagers. Panic surged through them, there was no time to scatter. "Grandma!" Sayuri cried, seeing Hatsu frozen under the shadow of the falling branch. Before anyone else could react, Fujin moved. His body cut through the rain like a blur, placing himself squarely between Hatsu and the descending weight. With a sharp twist of his stance, he raised his left arm and braced. The branch slammed against him with a bone-rattling crack, splinters exploding into the air. The force gouged into his flesh, tearing through sleeve and skin alike. Blood streaked down his arm, mixing with the rain. Fujin shoved the branch aside with a grunt, sending it crashing harmlessly into the mud. Sayuri rushed forward, eyes wide in horror. "Naoki! Your arm!" She grabbed his wrist, pulling his hand down to see the gash. Her fingers trembled, but her training kicked in. She ripped a strip of cloth from her cloak and pressed it firmly against the wound, her voice tight with worry. "You can't just block something like that with your body. What if? Fujin shook his head, his tone steady and unbothered despite the blood. "It's fine. Just stop the bleeding. We need to keep moving." "But," Sayuri began, her hands tightening on the bandage. "It's just a scratch, Sayuri. If we delay, we may not reach that cave." "The hurricane is getting closer," he said, softer but firm, his gaze steady on hers. The urgency in his voice cut through her panic. Sayuri bit her lip, then quickly tied the makeshift bandage as tight as she dared. The bleeding slowed, though the cloth was already stained dark. She hovered close, her brows knit with worry, but forced herself to nod. Hatsu had finally regained her breath, still clutching her chest. Relief flooded her eyes as she looked between her granddaughter and the young man who had stepped into danger without hesitation. A small sigh slipped past her lips, half weary, half amused. "This girl, already fussing over him more than me." The thought came with a teasing edge, though her heart was far from displeased. For all her concerns, she couldn't deny her gratitude, or the warmth she felt seeing the earnest way Naoki shielded Sayuri's world without a second thought for his own safety. "Let's go," Fujin said, adjusting his stance as if the wound were nothing more than a scratch. He nodded toward the path ahead, where the storm howled like a beast. The villagers, shaken but galvanized, closed ranks once more and pushed forward into the tempest. The climb grew more brutal with every step. The rain blurred their vision, turning the path into slick stone and sucking mud, while the wind clawed at them like an angry beast. The sight of someone stumbling and being dragged up by desperate hands before the storm could claim them was very frequent. Several branches and smaller debris also pelted the group. Fortunately, there wasn't another stream in their path and no big branches fell on them. By the time the jagged mouth of the cave came into view, the villagers were soaked to the bone, their breaths ragged, and several bore cuts, bruises, and twisted ankles. Yet, one by one, they staggered inside, clinging to the side of shelter like a final lifeline. Barely half a minute after the last of them stumbled into the cave, the hurricane struck the island in full force. The valley outside disappeared in a blur of raging rain and screaming winds. The gale roared straight into the cave's entrance, howling past their ears and forcing them to huddle deeper inside. Even from their refuge, the sheer force made their bodies shiver. Sayuri fearfully muttered, her voice shivering uncontrollably, such a powerful storm. If it had hit us, we would have. Hatsu completed her words, there is simply no chance of survival. We were fortunate. Very fortunate. Hatsu was shaken as well. She looked at Fujin as she said her words. She wasn't the only one. Many in the cave were looking at him. They realized if they were merely a few minutes late to notice the storm, none would have survived. Realizing the meaning behind her grandmother's words, Sayuri deeply bowed and said, "Thank you, Naoki. Thank you for being with us and warning us in time." Fujin smiled and nodded in response. He turned his gaze back towards the storm and said in a distant tone, "I've lost my home once. I don't want to lose it again." His words hit Sayuri on an emotional level. Meanwhile, Hatsu and many of the old-timers were relieved to hear his words. However, unlike others, they weren't relieved. Saburo muttered grimly, no one else came. The ones who were in the fields. He didn't dare complete his words. Nor did anyone else. They only prayed for the best. Only Fujin was a bit confused. He thought, weird. Under such an intense storm, only someone extremely lucky or a ninja would survive. However, I feel spatial disturbances from all of them. How did they survive? In the skies above the island, dead in the center of the storm, there was another who wondered the same. Glancing below at the island, he thought, weird. All 9 of them managed to find underground holes which provided them cover from this storm. Did these holes even exist before? Fujin's clone tried recalling from his investigations and the memories he read, but he felt a headache. Over the past couple of weeks, the amount of times his brain was bombarded with intel was simply too high. He thought, I recall a couple of these. Others also don't seem newly made. So, they should have been around for a while. Regardless, this is weird. A 100% survival rate in this storm is simply unrealistic. Every time I think this village can't get any weirder, it does. He glanced at the island again and thought, anyway, I still haven't drawn out the cult. I wonder if this will draw them out. At the next moment, the entire island shook. The earth trembled so violently that most villagers fell down in the cave. A thunderous crack split the air, louder than the storm itself as the very heart of the island tore open. From the cave's mouth, Fujin watched as a jagged rift ripped across the land. Chapter 960, Losing Hope. Inside the cave, the villagers were in a complete shock. Their expressions lost all hope as they struggled to keep standing. The villagers were shaken, not due to the land trembling but due to the fearsome and apocalyptic sound they heard for the very first time in their lives. Jinzo looked towards their village, even though he couldn't see it, and thought, I have experienced the cruelty of humans. However, nature is. Hope had completely drained from his eyes. He accepted his fate, but he couldn't help but look pitifully at the younger generation with them. The state of others were more or less similar. The only exception being Fujin, who behind the facade of a fearful expression, was observing the village calmly. What is this? Sayuri asked fearfully, while holding onto Fujin's arm. Fujin, pretending to be unable to stand still, muttered grimly, an earthquake. A terrifying one at that. I have only heard of this before. To think it'd be this scary. A long rift opened through the village. While it may seem random and accidental to an uninformed person, the rift passed straight through the important places in the Jashin's cult, which were hidden for decades. They were now exposed, with several of those places completely desecrated. It didn't cause much destruction beyond that, other than anything that was unlucky to be in its way, which included several houses in the village. The villagers prayed for a miracle to spare them from the disaster while Fujin and his clones observed the desecrated locations carefully, awaiting any response from the cult. While the villagers relaxed and gained some hope as the horrifying sounds and land's trembling stopped, Fujin and his clones felt disappointment once again. Fujin sighed, knowing how fanatic they are, there's no way they can digest such an insult. Either they aren't here, or they can't see what's happening on the island. Sigh. What a waste of my time. As the villagers gained hope, what little hope Fujin had was evaporating fast. He had exhausted nearly all his options and yet hadn't had even a minuscule success. The storm continued to howl for what felt like forever, but in reality it lasted less than an hour. Slowly, the winds began to lose their strength, and the deafening noise was replaced by the sound of steady rain. The villagers, still shaken, sat in silence inside the cave, unsure if the disaster was truly over. Itsuki looked outside the cave in disbelief and asked, "Did we just survive the apocalypse?" He was one of the many who had completely lost all hope. So, it was a pleasant surprise for him and the rest. Murmurs soon began spreading through the cave, wondering whether it was safe to return. However, Jinzo gave no orders to leave the cave. Instead, he looked at Fujin and asked, "Naoki, what do you think?" Fujin nodded, walked out of the cave and pretended to check the weather and the winds. Others watched anxiously, recalling that he was the one who alerted the village in time. While they waited anxiously, Fujin received the memories of his clone and analyzed, interesting. To think such a terrifying storm would cause 0 casualties among the villagers. It wouldn't have been surprising if a ninja or two died. Yet, all these ordinary people survived. Sigh, how many times will you give me mixed signals? Once again, logic said that the cult somehow intervened to ensure all villagers survived. And yet again, Fujin had 0 proof of them doing so despite monitoring the island tightly. Everything seemed nothing but a giant coincidence. No matter how much his instincts screamed that something was wrong, Fujin simply couldn't find anything. He couldn't even guess why the cult would act to save a handful of ordinary villagers. From what he knew, the only use they could be for the cult is being sacrificed for their rituals. But it wasn't as if the cult couldn't secretly kidnap a much larger number of people from the ninja world. It made little sense to protect the villagers on that island. After pretending for a couple of minutes, relief gradually appeared on Fujin's face. He turned around and said, "The storm has passed. We survived." Several from the younger generation cheered and broke into celebration, while the older generations expressed relief. However, their happiness was killed instantly as Arino said solemnly, "Don't celebrate. We don't know what happened to others." The atmosphere immediately became solemn. After all, nearly everyone had a family member out there. Jinzo looked around and said, "We can only hope for the best. Let's wait here for a few more minutes. Then we'll return to the village to see how it is. Hatsu, you stay here with the injured and the children. There's no need for everyone to come." Everyone agreed. Around 15 minutes later, around half the villagers started their journey back to the village, moving extremely carefully. The ground was slippery, trees and branches littered the path, but everyone helped each other down. At the base of the valley, several figures appeared through the mist. Shouts of joy spread as people recognized their family members, those who had hidden in underground cellars or pits out in the fields. Tears and laughter mixed together as everyone embraced. To their shock and relief, no one had died. Some were bruised, some limped, others were soaked and pale, but they were alive. Their relief didn't last long. As they entered the village, their faces turned grim. Many houses were flattened. Roofs had been ripped away and scattered. A massive rift passed straight through their village. Nearly half of the underground food stores, which should have been safe from the storm, were ruined due to being exposed by the rift. They were now soaked and rotting in the mud. Rikuya, who had returned from the fields, solemnly said, "The crops are destroyed too. And the fields are heavily damaged. It'll take weeks, maybe longer to fix them and start cultivating again. Harvesting the new crops will take several more months. His words left the group silent. The older generation had once experienced hardships, but it was completely a new experience for Itsuki, Sayuri, and others. They had complicated expressions, unsure of what the future would look like. The thought of another storm hitting the island horrified them further. Jinzo sighed, this much was expected. The important thing is all of us are safe. He took a deep breath and said, the rift hasn't passed through all our underground food stores. Quickly inspect them. But be careful. Don't spoil it while checking. These will be our only food storage until the next harvest. Under Jinzo's orders, many moved to inspect the food stores. After careful inspection, everyone returned one by one. Jinzo sighed in relief, good. Over half of our food stores are still intact. They can support us for a while. Until the next harvest, we'll focus our efforts on fishing. Sab. Jinzo-sama. Come here. Jinzo was interrupted by a loud shout. Since everyone was on edge, they instantly became alarmed and quickly went to the man, who was standing in front of a crumbled hill. They were about to ask what the matter was when their eyes fell on what he was seeing. This? What is this? Akari asked curiously. The older generation were puzzled. They looked at each other, only to discover no one had a clue. Saburo muttered, we've been here for over 3 decades. I thought we discovered everything there is to know on this island. To think something like this was hidden right next to us. Unlike the curious and puzzled villagers, Fujin, who stood inconspicuously among them, was observing everyone like a hawk. His clones, hiding around the village and even inside the crumbled hill, kept a close watch too, ensuring not a single person escaped their gaze. They watched every minuscule change in expression made by every villager as they decided to check what the ruins were. Since he had failed to find anything about the cult from their memories, or anything wrong with their bodies, Fujin decided to directly expose the cult's existence to the villagers. He wanted to see if exploring the cult's holy sites would trigger an unnatural reaction among anyone. Unfortunately, he'd be left disappointed once again. The villagers tried to explore the accessible parts of the ruin, but no one reacted unnaturally. After a while, Jinzo said, we'll look properly into this later. For now, let's move on to the essential work. Chapter 961, Catching Fujin Off Guard. Everyone quickly gathered around Jinzo, the memories of the storm fresh in their minds. Jinzo emphasized, for now, we have 4 essential matters to handle. We'll rest only once they're settled. Everyone agreed. Jinzo ordered, more important than food is water. Orino, check our wells. See whether they were damaged by the storm and the earthquake and if the water in them is still safe to drink. The springs are flooded too. Check if sea water has mixed into them. Also check if there's still some fish present. Orino nodded, leave it to me. Jinzo turned his attention to Rikuya and said, you'll be responsible for inspecting our fields thoroughly. Determine how extensive the damage is, what we need to do to start cultivating as soon as we can and how long it'll take. Once you're done, cut some wood and return to the village. Rikuya frowned, it'll be difficult to find dry wood after this storm. I'll try to do my best. With the houses devastated and the atmosphere humid and wet, they understood the need for good firewood. Jinzo looked at Saburo and said, you check the damage to our houses. We don't need to rebuild everything for now. Check the ones that are least damaged and can be rebuilt quickly so that we can stay warm. Saburo agreed, I'll look into it. The condition of the houses don't look good. We may have to stay in the cave for a few days, but I'll ensure it is as few as possible. Jinzo turned his gaze to a middle-aged lady and said, Kyoko. With our food supplies grossly insufficient, fish will be our main food source for the next few months. Check how the sea looks after the storm and how feasible fishing is. If there are dead fish on the shore that are fresh and edible, bring them back. And, get the salt pans running again. We need it more than ever. Kyoko replied, yes, Chief. The villagers quickly divided amongst themselves based on their specialties and experiences and followed one of the four to help them with their tasks. Jinzo also sent a couple back to the cave to inform them of the situation and tell them to stay put. Once he was done with everything, he approached Sayuri and Fujin, who were almost done administering first aid to the last person stuck in the fields during the storm. Unlike his previous interactions, Fujin was no longer as enthusiastic. He occasionally glanced at everyone and the ruins, noting, "They're a bit curious, but none are over-enthusiastic. It's pretty much what I'd expect from unaware people. Sigh, even this tactic has completely failed." He glanced around once more as he thought, "I have exhausted almost all means at my disposal. I have only 2 more plays left. However, the first one is rather extreme. Though I have done plenty of such things in the past, they were my mission requirements. Doing so now would be quite different despite the actions being similar. It opens a new door. After all I have done in this world, I won't pretend to be a saint. But I shouldn't lose myself completely either. Especially with no guarantees of gaining something from the act. With how indifferent the cult has been, there's a high chance they might simply continue to ignore my actions. In the end, these are ordinary humans. At most it'll cause them some inconveniences. The other option is to simply move all of the villagers away from this island. However, that's a lot of effort and time. After all, they can't travel hundreds of kilometers in a few hours like I can. Unless these people have some special significance for the cult, they won't act. And I'm not sure they do. The only thing that points towards it is the survival of everyone in that deadly storm. But even that isn't conclusive. If they're just ordinary sacrifices, all my actions will amount to nothing but wasting more time. And all this is assuming the cult is still here in the first place. Fujin glanced towards the survivor Sayuri was treating and decided, "Tonight I'll read the memories of the ones who survived in the fields. I want to see how they found those underground hiding spots. Did they always know of their location? Or did they find it suddenly when their lives were at risk? It may not draw out the cult, but this answer might be crucial to know whether they are still here or not." Though Fujin understood that even knowing that answer wouldn't help finding the cult considering he had already searched everything on that island, the seas around it as well as the seabed under it, he didn't care anymore. He turned his gaze towards the ground. "If the answer is positive, I'll borrow a tailed beast from somewhere and blow this damned island. Let me see where you are hiding." The man Sayuri had been tending to finally sat up. His arm was tightly bandaged, and those scratches still marked his face. The relief in his eyes was clear. He gave Sayuri a grateful smile and said, "Thank you, Sayuri. You've saved me again. If not for you, I might have lost this arm, or worse." Sayuri smiled faintly. "Don't mention it, Uncle Taro. I'm just glad you made it back safely." Taro nodded and turned his gaze toward Fujin. His expression softened as he said, "And thank you too, Naoki. I was worried sick about my wife and son when I got trapped in the field. If not for you acting quickly and saving everyone, I'd have never seen them again." Jinzo, who had just walked over, agreed without a hint of hesitation. His voice carried a rare weight of emotion as he said, "Taro is right. Naoki, I don't even know where to begin thanking you. If not for your quick thinking and courage, this village might not even exist anymore. You saved us. Every one of us." Several nearby villagers nodded in agreement, their faces showing deep gratitude. Some even bowed slightly, unaware the very person they bowed to was the cause of the storm. Fujin gave a small, modest smile. "I only did what anyone would have done in my place. I'm just glad everyone made it out alive." Jinzo shook his head gently. "No, you did far more than that. You risked your life for people you barely know. The village will never forget that." After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and said, "Still, the storm has left us with a mountain of problems. And I'll need to trouble you a bit more, Naoki." Jinzo nodded slowly, then asked, "Naoki, do you have any experience in reconstructing wells? Water should have been one of your major concerns during your voyage." Fujin shook his head. I had several tools to test whether water I found was safe to drink, but they were all destroyed when I landed here. As for repairing damaged wells, I'm afraid I won't be much help. I've never done it before. I could help with the heavy work, but not with the planning. Genzo sighed but nodded in understanding. That's fine. In that case, go and help Kyoko on the beach. Your insights in fishing should aid her. More importantly, you can observe the seas more closely from the beach. Check if there are any more signs of any follow-up storms. Fujin agreed. All right, I'll head there. As he walked away, he thought to himself, I also want to study how the storm affected the sea. So far, I haven't fought much over the seas. But that'll change in the future. From what I recall, the battle against Isabu was a three-way contest between Konoha's group, Girin and Akatsuki represented by Deidara and Obito. With both Deidara and Girin dead, I can't say who I'll be facing then, especially if Akatsuki becomes more serious than it was. The beach was still a mess when he arrived. Dead branches and seaweed were scattered everywhere, and the sand was darker from all the water. Kyoko was already working with a few others, checking the salt pans and testing the sturdiness of the wooden frames. Fujin joined in without hesitation, lifting fallen planks and helping them clear out the debris. With his help, the work moved quickly. Before long, the group managed to clean a few salt pans and repair a broken trough that carried seawater into them. When the work was done, the villagers began returning to the village to rest. The sun was already low, painting the sky orange and red. The sea was calm, the waves reflecting the light like melted gold. Sayuri stood quietly on the shore, watching the horizon while Fujin was busy observing the seas. She slowly walked over, silently observing him. After a while, Sayuri said softly, "It's strange, isn't it? Just this morning, everything felt normal. And now, it feels like the whole world changed." Fujin replied without taking his eyes off the sea, "Disasters have a way of reminding people how fragile peace can be." She nodded slowly, "Yeah, but somehow, I feel lucky. We survived. Everyone did. That feels like a miracle." He didn't reply, only looked out at the waves. Sayuri hesitated for a few seconds, then smiled faintly. She said, "Naoki, you've done so much for us." "For me? I don't think I ever thanked you properly." He shrugged, "There's no need. I only did what anyone would have done." Sayuri looked at him, her expression softening, "Not everyone would have done what you did." She looked back at the ocean, her voice barely above the wind. "When things here settle down, I want to leave this island. I want to see the world, with you." Chapter 962, An Ideal Life. I want to leave this island. I want to see the world, with you. To say Fujin was caught off guard was an understatement. His head snapped towards her, finally letting the seas out of his sight. Over the past few weeks, Fujin had noticed Sayuri's affection towards him growing steadily. It had begun merely as curiosity, but as the two interacted more often, she had started developing genuine feelings towards him. Those feelings were further amplified by the entire village subtly encouraging them to come together. So, Fujin wasn't unaware of her feelings. However, he hadn't expected her to propose so suddenly, even after the day's events. Before he could say anything, Sayuri looked into his eyes, her eyes filled with love and longing, and asked, "Will you take me with you, Naoki?" Fujin didn't respond immediately, his mind recalling every detail about the girl in front of him. He remembered the first time he saw her while scouting the village, standing near the fields, helping an old woman carry a basket almost twice her size. He remembered their first meeting on the shore, her cautious but warm eyes filled with concern and curiosity. He remembered her blushing awkwardly when she applied first aid to him, trying to act composed but failing miserably. Fujin recalled the days that followed, the quiet conversations, her small smiles, the way she'd try to hide her laughter behind her hand whenever he said something dry. During the storm, when panic spread through the village, she didn't hesitate even for a second. He remembered her diving into the raging stream to save that child, without considering her safety for even a moment. the trembling in her arms afterward, the tears she wiped away quickly so others wouldn't see, the way she still went on helping every injured person she found, all of it etched clearly in his memory. She was kind, brave, and pure-hearted in a way he rarely saw anymore. There wasn't a trace of deceit or greed in her. Just genuine concern, for her people, her family, and now, perhaps, for him. Fujin looked at her again, standing there with the wind brushing her hair and hope shining in her eyes. For the first time in a long while, he felt something stir faintly inside him, a feeling he thought he had long buried. Sigh, Fujin let out a long sigh internally. He thought, a beautiful, kind-hearted girl who truly loves me. A village free of all strife and conflict where everyone lives together harmoniously. A secluded island untouched by the conflicts and ambitions of the rest of the world. A place where I could spend the rest of my life in peace, surrounded by warmth and love. In my old life, I would have signed up for this without a shred of hesitation. However, now, Fujin was no longer on Earth. He was in a world where superpowers and mystical abilities were the norm. Though the world was filled with countless dangers and treacheries, he was thriving in it. Fujin thought, in my previous life, I didn't have much ambition because my greatest desires were impossible to achieve. No matter how much effort I put in, I could never surpass human limits or gain any supernatural powers. Heck, even reaching the peak of human physical ability was a nearly impossible task, and the path was extremely prone to injury. Worse, no one could stay at that level for long. The main benefits of reaching such a level were wealth and fame, neither of which interested me much. In the end, all I could do was fantasize and wish that I had been born in a world with mystical abilities. And the amount of time I spent dreaming about it was, honestly, ridiculous. I'm not sure how, whether through a random stroke of luck, fate, or someone's scheme, but I ended up transmigrating here. I was given a chance to chase what I always wanted most. Though this world can't give me everything I desired, it still satisfies a good portion of what I once dreamed of for years. And, my journey has just begun. In my previous world, where such hope was impossible, I was content with living a peaceful life. I had little desire for conflict, no interest in scheming or being involved in pointless dramas. Back then, a life like this would have been ideal. But now, settling down would be making a mockery of all my dreams and hopes. A pity. Such an ideal place. Naoki? Sayuri asked again, her voice trembling slightly. Fujin's silence had stretched on far too long, and the nervousness she'd been trying to hold back began slipping through. Her hands fidgeted with the hem of her sleeve as she stared at him, searching his expression for any sign of warmth or rejection. The longer he stayed quiet, the more her heart tightened. Did I misunderstand? Did I push him too much? The thought crept in, filling her chest with a quiet panic she couldn't hide anymore. For a logical person like Fujin, the decision should have been obvious. Yet, a struggle had taken root inside his heart. The main cause of the struggle was that the two choices weren't mutually exclusive. With his current strength, Fujin could very easily have both, a peaceful life on this island, which he could treat as his sanctuary, and continue to improve his strength while manipulating the events in the ninja world to benefit him. Though there were some risks involved and Fujin would gain a few vulnerabilities, it wasn't as if he couldn't handle them. As such, the struggle in his heart grew intense. Even though Fujin guarded his emotions stubbornly, he wasn't an unemotional person. He was merely protecting himself. And now, a slight crack had appeared in his defenses due to Sayuri. Though panicking, Sayuri could feel a struggle brewing inside Fujin. It confused her, but she could do nothing but wait patiently. Suddenly, a sigh escaped Fujin's lips as he closed his eyes. He muttered, "How ideal, almost a little too perfect." Confusion filled Sayuri's mind as she failed to comprehend Fujin's words. When Fujin opened his eyes again and focused on her, Sayuri noticed a change in Fujin's gaze. What she saw in his eyes wasn't uncertainty or embarrassment. It was something else she had never seen before. Something old and ancient. A quiet shiver ran down her back. Suppressing her fear, she asked, "What do you mean?" Her question cut off as her breath hitched sharply. Blood dripped from the corner of her lips as she stumbled a step, eyes wide, unable to understand what had just happened. There was no sound, no warning, only a sudden pain blooming through her chest. Her gaze turned towards her chest, as she saw a red dot appearing on her clothes right in front of her left breast. In the blink of an eye, the patch grew larger. Her trembling fingers rose on instinct, but she could feel nothing but a gentle breeze brushing past her fingers. Her gaze lifted to Fujin, the man she had fallen for, the man she thought she understood. Wind circled him quietly, unnaturally, like loyal beasts awaiting a command. Her lips parted in disbelief. Why? Fujin watched her fall with an expression that wasn't cruel, but resolute. He muttered to himself, "There's only so long I can suppress my instincts." Sayuri hit the sand softly. The winds around them shifted. And across the island, people felt it. Hatsu paused while sorting herbs in the cave, frowning as a breeze passed her. She had a bad feeling. Why does this wind feel so unnatural? Saburo wondered grimly, is another calamity about to happen? Genzo, who was returning to the cave along with the last batch, stopped and gazed above, wondering, am I hallucinating or is the air heavier today? Is this due to the storm or? Nearly everyone felt the change, though each had their own interpretation about the strange phenomenon. The only common factor was the fear they all felt. Yet, before anyone could voice their fears, the air moved. In an instant, thin, precise currents or winds tore through the island like invisible daggers. Surprise froze on the faces of the villagers long before their bodies hit the ground. Not a scream echoed. In the blink of an eye, the peaceful, secluded village was gone. Only the faint rustling of the winds remained, circling the lone figure on the beach. If someone were to look at Fujin's face at that moment, they wouldn't see the expression of a man who had just massacred an entire village. There was no regret, no relief, not even lingering anger. However, there was a faint, unreadable tension in his eyes, something caught between the weight of everything he had endured, and the sharp focus of someone waiting for the truth to reveal itself finally. Suddenly, the island itself began to tremble again. Deep, hollow cracks spread across the ground like lightning, splitting apart the soil and stone. It was different from the earlier quake. This time, the land wasn't shaking from force, but collapsing entirely, almost as if the earth beneath it had vanished. In no time, the entire valley was covered in cracks and began collapsing. Houses, trees, debris, and the lifeless bodies all crumbled into the widening gaps. The ancient ruins of the Jashin cult were destroyed too. The entire valley collapsed, sliding into a void that didn't exist moments ago. And beneath the falling wreckage, another world surfaced. It wasn't a cavern. It wasn't ruins. It was a village, calm and untouched, eerily similar to the village Fujin had spent weeks observing. It contained the same layout, the same roads, and even the same houses. The only difference was that they were pristine, undamaged, and illuminated faintly by a strange glow. A translucent dome-like barrier enveloped this hidden village, its strength no weaker than the barrier that protected Kumogakure when Fujin visited it. It was unmistakably similar to the one Fujin had seen in Bishop Kitsuiki's memories. Debris rained down upon it, bouncing harmlessly off the surface before sliding to the ground around the village, forming another layer of barrier. Though the beaches were unaffected by the collapsing valley, Fujin was no longer there. Instead, he was floating right above the newly appeared village, wearing a cloak made of wind. He analyzed, as I suspected. It was a trap. To think they could even evoke such powerful emotions within me and test my resolve. Was it someone's weird ability? Or was it due to the seals I failed to detect? Fujin's gaze narrowed, focusing not on the village or the barrier, but the four figures standing at four different points on the edge of the dome and staring directly back at him. Their cloaks swayed as the last of the debris settled in. A hint of surprise was visible on a couple of faces, though the surprise didn't seem due to Fujin's appearance. All four moved simultaneously, exiting the barrier and gathering together while looking at Fujin, who hadn't descended to the ground. To Fujin's surprise, the oldest among them stepped forward, bowed slightly, and greeted, Suzuki Fujin. Lord Jashin has been awaiting your arrival. Chapter 963, The Welcoming Party. Suzuki Fujin. Lord Jashin has been awaiting your arrival. His words undoubtedly surprised Fujin, but not so much. Fujin analyzed, they even know my name. How did they manage to do so? Even if Jashin discovered someone reading the memories of his followers, how could he see who it was? Or perhaps they didn't know who it was, but recognized my appearance. Fujin was too famous in the ninja world at the moment. Due to the events in the past few years, he was discussed more than even the 5 Kages. Considering the Jashin cult frequently sent their members outside, it wouldn't be too surprising for them to have learned about him. Regardless, Fujin didn't dwell too much on this mystery. Nor did he care much about the words he just heard. In battles between ninjas, even words could be used as weapons. Fujin was proficient in doing so, too, and several powerful ninjas had sacrificed their lives to prove its effectiveness. So, he wouldn't fall for the same tricks. Instead, he observed the 4 figures in front of him. The one who had spoken earlier was an old man with long white hair. He was barely average in height, and his physique looked frail. Yet, his posture was straight and his gaze calm, carrying an unsettling sense of depth. Beside him stood a towering man with a fit, muscular build, at least a head taller than Fujin. His thick forearms and biceps were laced with prominent veins, but were slightly reddish compared to the rest of his body. Looking at his worn-out knuckles, Fujin could easily guess that a major portion of his training included punching. To the old man's other side was a thin, sickly man, slightly taller than him. His entire body was faintly red, dark veins visible under his skin. Despite seeming weak, his eyes concealed a vicious gaze directed at Fujin. Behind them loomed an enormous figure, nearly 8 feet tall, his massive body resembling a solid boulder rather than flesh. He was the fattest person Fujin had seen in either of his lives. Yet, his frame looked unnaturally firm, as if there was no softness to it at all. Fujin analyzed, the guardians. One is new. He should have become a guardian after Kitsueki left this village. His eyes settled on the white-haired guardian who greeted him, Siru. He can absorb life force from others and use it to maintain his youth and heal others. Though considering how old he looks, there must be some restrictions on it. Pity, it can't even be used to live on for thousands of years, let alone forever. Regardless, it is an extremely deadly ability. When Fujin had learned of Siru's existence from Kitsueki's memories, he immediately became a top priority for Fujin to eliminate. Unfortunately, the situation wasn't so simple. Fujin rapidly analyzed, even though my instincts warned me, I failed to find any proof of Jashin's involvement in the village. My clones had searched the underground thoroughly too but failed to find this village containing hundreds of people hidden underneath. Heck, I didn't even sense the existence of such a thick layer of seals right under my feet. Over the years, Fujin had several encounters with seal masters and grandmasters. Even when he ran into traps laid by Fuinjutsu grandmasters before he had become one, he could instinctively feel the presence of seals irrespective of whether he could find them. It had saved him several times, including the time a Wagakure set a trap for him. This was the first time in a long while that he had failed completely. Though his instincts had warned him, it was more in regard to the general situation instead of what he should have normally felt when he stood on top of a minefield of seals. What alarmed him more was that even his space-time sensing technique had failed to detect the cultists hidden on the island. As a result, Fujin had raised his guard to the highest level. The fact that he was unaware of the abilities of the remaining guardians complicated matters further. Had Fujin been facing another enemy, he'd have chosen to retreat, taken his time knowing the enemy and hunted them down one at a time over the course of a few weeks or even months whenever he found an opportunity. However, if he did the same against the cult, Fujin knew they'd pack up and all leave. It'd be exceedingly difficult to find the cult again. Glancing at the 4 guardians, Fujin decided, well, whatever. Though there are several uncertainties, just this much isn't sufficient to force me into retreat. I'll kill these 4 and scout the forces inside the barrier. I'll mark a few of them and retreat when it becomes dangerous. Though there's a chance I may fail to find all of them again, it's not like I have to eliminate them all. My main purpose of chasing after them is to reverse engineer their seed of Jashin and living seals and gain similar abilities to strengthen myself. I just need to kill and read the memories of the ones that could help me with it. In fact, leaving some alive may be useful. If they create new living seals in the future, I could copy them too. That said, I need to be very careful of their seals. His failure to detect the seals had left a major impact on Fujin. Considering the village collapsed after he killed all the villagers, Fujin had figured the seals and the village hidden underneath were somehow connected to the lives of the villagers. Perhaps they had seals imprinted on them to achieve this. Yet, Fujin had failed to find any when he inspected them. Hence, in addition to the strange abilities of Jashin followers, Fujin also had to contend against unfamiliar and undetectable seals. In fact, he considered them a far greater threat. Fujin's chakra suddenly surged, the winds around him becoming chaotic. The guardians weren't too surprised. Other than Siru, the chakra of the remaining 3 guardians surged too. Only Siru remained smiling, his voice containing a trace of disappointment as he asked, "Are you rejecting our hospitality?" A loud chuckle echoed through the valley as Fujin replied, "Let me see if Jashin is worthy of hosting me." Fujin's words immediately sent rage coursing through the veins of the 4 guardians. Only Siru managed to contain himself, while the rest flew into fury, leaving no trace of the calm, composed and arrogant expression they wore on their faces until then. "Motherfucker! You dare insult Lord Jashin? You arrogant piece of shit! You think you are worthy of saying our Lord's name? I'll flay your skin, pull out your tendons and force you to kowtow to Lord Jashin." The 3 jumped towards Fujin while cursing him, their chakras flaring aggressively as they prepared to cut down the one who dared to blaspheme their god. Needless to say, it was exactly the outcome Fujin was hoping for. Siru cursed under his breath, "These cunning ninjas. Even centuries later, they are still the same. Using words to manipulate us and breaking our formations." Unlike the other 3, Siru was alive during their previous attempt to enter the ninja world. He knew how vicious the ninjas were, having experienced their treachery. The memories of his fellow believers losing their lives despite having won the fights merely due to being provoked by the words of the enemy were still fresh in his mind. He had warned his comrades about the same, yet a single statement from Fujin had laid waste to his efforts. Even so, he wasn't too worried. On the contrary, he expected the same to happen. He only failed to anticipate it happening so quickly. He continued observing Fujin. His comrades weren't weak. He believed they'd help the cult gauge Fujin's strength accurately. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. With the 3 vulnerable midair, Fujin immediately took advantage of the situation and blasted a supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu at them. Unless they could fly at a rapid speed, they'd be forced to reveal their abilities. Actually, even if they flew, their ability would be revealed. Even if they were angered by Fujin's words, the Jashinists weren't so blinded by rage to ignore the threat coming at them. The muscular guardian punched towards his left, causing a small shockwave which pushed him behind Gentetsu's massive frame. At the same time, the sickly guardian waved his arm towards the right, releasing some mist and propelling himself behind his comrade. Both shouted simultaneously, "Gentetsu!" Gentetsu's large body easily covered both of his fellow cultists. Unlike them, he boldly opened his arms, as if welcoming Fujin's attack. To Fujin's surprise, he didn't use any defensive or counterattacking jutsu. Fujin closely observed their every move and noted, shockwave, and was that his sweat? Regardless, these shouldn't be their main abilities, but just applications. Does the big guy's ability give him skin thick enough to resist my wind blades? The winds engulfed the trio, bombarding Gentetsu with countless wind blades. Most slashed his massive abdomen and chest, while several slashed his limbs. A few also cut past his throat and weak spots like his eyes. Yet, not a single blade managed to pierce through his skin. Even though Fujin had speculated it, the results still surprised him. He expected his attack to not do much harm, but didn't think it would have no effect at all. Ironically, despite failing his attack, there wasn't a hint of displeasure or concern in Fujin's eyes. Instead, there was a hint of greed as he muttered to himself, a body that has greater defenses than the iron skin jutsu. I want it! Chapter 964, The Strongest Defense. The greed in Fujin's eyes went unnoticed by Gentetsu and the two guardians behind him. Even Siru, who lived a lot longer than they did, could never have imagined someone would merely consider them as tools to grow stronger. Gentetsu grabbed the two guardians and shouted, Kajiro, Yasha, get him before he can charge up another attack. Even though Fujin's attack failed to harm Gentetsu, his momentum was neutralized. The same was true for the ones who hid behind him. They could no longer move towards Fujin. As such, Gentetsu planned to throw his two companions at Fujin, who was still floating in the sky without showing any signs of preparing a new attack. The sickly guardian, Yasha, analyzed, the earlier attack was quite powerful, but it doesn't look like he can use it consecutively. However, he should at least be able to use a less powerful variant. I'll have to block it. Then Kajiro can land the final hit. He glanced at Kajiro, who nodded as if he was thinking the same. Just as Gentetsu was about to hurl them at Fujin, Sira shouted commandingly, "Get down this instant." His shout froze Gentetsu's movement for a moment. He and the other guardians looked below, confused at the sudden command. Even so, none dared to disobey Siru, who was older than their combined ages. Looking at them, Sira felt a severe headache as he cursed internally, "These brats. If they are so intent on dying, I'll suck them dry myself." It's understandable to be enraged by his words, but do you really think he's helpless? Even if he couldn't attack immediately, can't he simply fly out of the way? How do you plan on fighting him when you can't fly? Their ignorance left Siru seething in rage. Fujin watched in amusement, but wasn't too surprised. No matter how strong these guardians were, they were severely lacking in experience. In fact, most had less experience than the Genins from the great ninja villages. Only a few, like Siru, had experienced real combat. So, it wasn't too strange. In fact, considering how long it had been since the last time Jashin tried to establish a force openly in the ninja world, even Siru's battle instincts paled to Fujin, who had been consistently battling for years against fearsome opponents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed his three fellow guardians to attempt to fight Fujin in the air, no matter how confident he was in their abilities. Fujin chuckled, "Don't you think it's a little too late to call them down?" Wind release, vacuum bullet jutsu. As the trio were descending, Fujin shot several vacuum bullets at them. On seeing Fujin's attack, Gentetsu and the rest immediately understood why Siru stopped them. Kajiro gulped as he wondered, such a quick attack. Even if Yasha blocked one wave, I'd be completely vulnerable to the second attack. Could I have reached him before the second wave? Kajiro immediately understood the answer to his question. Fujin barely spent any time preparing this attack. Yasha's face became even paler as he realized, this attack feels a lot more penetrative than the previous attack. I'm not sure if I could block it. If I failed, Kajiro and I would have been goners. His gaze turned towards Fujin, his eyes now containing traces of fear as he muttered, "What a fearsome opponent." So, this is a ninja? Needless to say, neither had any intention of facing the attack and promptly hid behind Gentetsu. In the blink of an eye, most of the vacuum bullets appeared in front of Gentetsu. Gentetsu, who was confident unlike his two fellow guardians, suddenly became serious as he realized that 4 vacuum bullets weren't aimed at him. Instead, they were curving around him to target Yasha and Kajiro. He quickly moved his arms and legs to block them while shouting, "Be careful." As he tried to block those 4 vacuum bullets, the rest peppered Gentetsu's body. At the same time, he managed to get his right arm and left leg in the path of the remaining 2 bullets, while the third bullet grazed past his left arm, veering off course. Yasha and Kajiro, who felt safe behind Gentetsu's massive body, were suddenly alarmed as they heard his warning. Turning their heads to the left, they saw the last vacuum bullet heading straight at Yasha's head. With no time to form any defense, Yasha leaned backwards as much as he could. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time. The bullet hit the tip of his nose. Yasha was slightly relaxed, as the damage wouldn't be much. To his shock, he felt an incredible suction force from the bullet. Before he could realize what was happening, his entire nose was ripped off his face as the vacuum bullet continued towards Kajiro's chest. Seeing Yasha get out of the way, Kajiro, who was right behind him in the line of fire, took evasive maneuvers too. He used Gantetsu's shirt, which he was already grabbing onto, to pull himself out of the bullet's path. However, much like Yasha, he barely had any time to react. Though he managed to get his vital parts out of the way, the vacuum bullet pierced through his right forearm, drilling a hole through his bone before it moved towards the barrier and hit it, dissipating completely. Yasha and Kajiro, who were thinking about killing Fujin moments ago, were left in disarray behind Gantetsu. A single vacuum bullet had disfigured Yasha's face and crippled Kajiro's dominant arm. Both their expressions were a sight to see. Unfortunately, Fujin couldn't see them. Even if he could, he wouldn't be bothered to look at them as his mind was preoccupied by something far more flabbergasting. A completely serious expression had appeared on his face as he looked at Gantetsu in disbelief. Forget penetrating through his body, Fujin's vacuum bullets had failed to leave a single scratch on Gantetsu's body. Only his clothes were penetrated. While Fujin had sent 4 vacuum bullets around his body in case something like this happened, he never expected it to actually happen. In fact, he believed his vacuum bullets would pierce through all 3 of them, killing them instantly as long as none of them had an ability similar to Haiden. Fujin cursed internally, the hell? Even that shitty crab wasn't unharmed by my vacuum bullets. How the hell can a human's defense be stronger than that fucking rock? To say Fujin was flabbergasted was an understatement. He could accept his wind jutsu's failing, but the failure of his wind vacuum technique left him completely tongue-tied. Though Gantetsu managed to block Fujin's attack completely, Yasha and Kajiro's misery didn't end. Though Fujin's vacuum bullets failed to penetrate his body, Gantetsu felt an intense force, hurling his body towards the ground. Yasha and Kajiro, who were reeling from their injuries, had no time to get out of the way. Even if they could, they wouldn't dare to. As such, Gantetsu crashed into the ground, unwittingly body-slamming Yasha and Kajiro with immense force, crushing them under his massive body and inflicting far greater damage than the lone vacuum bullet. Floating in the sky, Fujin calmed down and analyzed carefully instead of continuing his attack. No. A normal human body can't completely block the penetrative effects of a vacuum bullet. Even with a living seal strengthening his body, it shouldn't be the case. Something like this. Fujin turned his gaze towards the barrier, at the spot where the vacuum bullet had hit, and analyzed further. It's almost as if his body is covered in a barrier. Something that blocks cuts or penetrative force, perhaps physical damage entirely. That is why he wasn't afraid of being their shield. Or perhaps it's an application of space-time ninjutsu. Something along the lines of teleporting the attacks that hit his body somewhere else. No. That can't be it, as that would have also neutralized momentum, something he can't do. Anyway, this should be the effect of his living seal. The question is... Fujin looked down at Gantetsu, who was unharmed by the fall and was getting up to check on his fellow guardians, as he wondered, is it actually a hidden barrier that saves him, or has his body become equivalent to a barrier? If it were the former, Fujin's interest in the living seal would drop drastically. After all, he could create barriers too and even use space-time ninjutsu to teleport attacks elsewhere, which was even more effective. However, if it were the latter, Fujin was very interested in acquiring it. Of course, there were several more questions that needed to be answered. Such as, how much force could he endure before the seal fails? Did he need to activate the ability actively, or was it a passive ability like Haiden's? How much chakra was needed to sustain it? Could it be improved upon further? Would it interfere with Fujin's physical training if he were to inscribe that particular living seal on himself? There were simply too many things Fujin still didn't know. Fujin exhaled a long breath as he looked down and decided, well, whatever. I can find everything when I read his memories when I revive him using Edo Tensei. Until then, I'll thoroughly test the limits of his ability, while also seeing what the rest have. Chapter 965, the forces inside the barrier. While Fujin was analyzing his ability, Gentetsu crawled out of the crater his fall created, his massive frame unharmed by the fall. Draped over his shoulders were the other two guardians. Though Fujin's vacuum bullet disfigured Yasha's face and crippled Kajiro's arm, their true suffering came from what followed. Gentetsu's body slam had crushed them beneath his weight, grinding bone against bone. It felt as if their skeletons had been reduced to powder. Pain tore through every nerve in their bodies, sharp enough to steal their breath, yet neither could even scream. Their muscles refused to respond, leaving them trapped inside bodies that could do nothing but endure. Siru appeared next to Gentetsu when the latter was out of the crater. Glancing at the two injured guardians, he muttered, "Did you listen to a word I said?" He bent down and placed his palm on the foreheads of Yasha and Kajiro and commanded, "Gentetsu, keep an eye on him. And don't fall back on us. Also, don't listen to a word he says." Gentetsu turned his full attention to Fujin, the change in his expression making it clear he was taking him far more seriously this time. Fujin noticed Siru's movements and realized he was healing them. Yet, he didn't make a move. There were two main reasons for this. Firstly, Fujin wanted to see their abilities firsthand. He was also interested in seeing how Siru could heal while using life force. This reason alone wasn't enough, as Fujin could learn everything by reading their memories after killing them. The main reason was that he was currently in enemy territory. If the four were his only opponents, he would undoubtedly kill them the very first opportunity he got. However, he didn't know who and how many powerful cultists were hiding behind the barrier, watching their battle. If he were to take advantage of the situation and attempt to kill Yasha and Kajiro, there was a good chance reinforcements would appear from the barrier to stop him. Were that to happen, Fujin would be forced to confront a lot more enemies at the same time, decreasing his odds of victory and making it difficult for Fujin to kill a few to take their bodies or cells with him. Looking at the four, Fujin thought, they should be a good warm-up and should give me an idea of what to expect when I enter the barrier. Besides, I'll be at a complete numerical disadvantage once the barrier goes down. It's better to kill all four simultaneously, especially Siru. His ability is too troublesome. Initially, Fujin was only wary of Siru's ability to steal life force. It was something he didn't want to get hit by at all. However, now Fujin found his ability to heal dreadful too. The injuries on neither Yasha nor Kajiro were light. Even Tsunade or him would take a long time to heal them, and they would need additional rest time to completely recover. Yet, the two were recovering rapidly every second. Even more absurd was the fact that Siru could heal both at the same time. In merely half a minute, both Yasha and Kajiro had recovered almost completely. Even the hole in Kajiro's arm had been repaired, while Yasha's missing nose had regenerated, too. Yet, their expressions were extremely ugly as they got up. Siru turned his gaze back to Fujin as he muttered, "Kajiro, 20. Yasha, 16. May this be a lesson for you too." Fujin heard his words, but couldn't understand the significance behind them. However, Kajiro and Yasha were well aware of this. The two had lost 20 years and 16 years of their lifespans, respectively, in order to be healed so quickly. Yasha looked at Fujin, as if wanting to swallow him whole, and grumbled, "So, how do we fight him if he keeps flying all the time? We are sitting ducks against his attacks." Siru chuckled, "Patience." His words left the other three guardians puzzled. To their surprise, they saw Fujin descending, landing some distance away from them. All glanced at Siru for an explanation, but none came. They couldn't help but wonder, did Siru know his flight had a time limit? Siru looked at Fujin and chuckled again as he thought, he wants to kill us, while we want to test out his strength. However, if he keeps flying out of range and does not give us a chance, we'll simply retreat inside the barrier. It won't matter how much he can fly once we do that. Still, he isn't even 20 and can understand this. Though the ninjas don't have our miraculous abilities, their brains and scheming nature make me envious. Fujin looked at Siru, as if seeing through all his thoughts. He cursed, "Sigh, these old fellows are all sly foxes. So troublesome." Fujin had clashed with the likes of Hiruzen and Shikaku, and schemed against old monsters like Danzo, as well as other Kages. Compared to them, manipulating the remaining 3 guardians would have been easy. He could have played them like a fiddle. Unfortunately, Siru's presence spoiled that plan. He turned his gaze to the barrier, calculating, they expected my journey here and prepared a trap for me. Still, no one other than these 4 have appeared. What are the rest doing? Even though he descended, Fujin maintained distance from the barrier. For him, sneak attacks from the barrier were a bigger threat than the 4 guardians facing him. Turning his attention back to Siru and the rest, Fujin wondered, oh well. Will they intervene before I kill them? Or are these merely sacrifices? Siru commanded calmly, this time, maintain your formation and stay grounded. Don't let him dictate the pace and create openings for me. Make him realize the price of rejecting our hospitality and insulting our lord. Having survived a close call and paid a painful price, they finally listened to his words. Once again, all 3 moved towards Fujin simultaneously. However, there were 2 major differences. The first being the restraint they maintained, no longer possessing the same recklessness. And the second major difference was Siru following right behind them, despite still maintaining a significant distance between them. Just like earlier, Gentetsu was at the front, planning to tank any of Fujin's attacks. To his surprise, Fujin didn't use any jutsu. Instead, he stood calmly, looking straight at them. Unable to understand his thoughts, Gentetsu grumbled to himself, just because I excel at defense doesn't mean I am bad at attacking. Under normal circumstances, he would stop the enemy's attack while Kajiro and Yasha would counterattack. However, with Fujin not attacking, their formation failed at the very first step. Of course, they had several contingencies in place in case their enemy didn't act normally. Gentetsu chose the simplest one. He suddenly increased his speed, his massive body closing in on Fujin in no time, eventually blocking the sunlight and covering Fujin under his shadow. He threw a punch at Fujin's forehead with full force, planning to crush Fujin to death instantly. Before his attack could reach, Fujin's figure faded, appearing a few meters behind. Yet, Gentetsu didn't stop his attack and punched the ground with full force. The force of his punch cracked the ground, sending sharp stones flying like bullets in Fujin's reaction. Fujin's figure flickered again, dodging every stone easily, but he was forced into retreat once again. He gazed at Gentetsu and analyzed, as I suspected. His physical strength is nothing to scoff at. He can probably go toe-to-toe against Choza in terms of physical strength. But he falls short of Tsunade by a long distance as his chakra control isn't exceptional. Fujin's gaze turned upwards, looking above Gentetsu. Taking advantage of Gentetsu's attack, Kajiro jumped over him, his chakra concentrating in his right fist as he shouted, "Bastard, eat this." Fujin was slightly surprised by the rage and hatred in Kajiro's eyes. Their fists collided while Fujin analyzed, weird. My initial performance should have drilled fear and humiliation in their minds, not anger. Why is he looking at me like I stole his kidney? To Fujin's surprise, his right fist lit on fire moments after his and Kajiro's fists clashed. Even though the two were evenly matched, and Fujin didn't sense Kajiro manipulating fire, his fist was still lit, and the fire was rapidly spreading towards his upper arm. Fujin instantly wondered, is this what his living seal can do? Light anything he touches on fire? Or is it only light that he punches on fire? Kajiro immediately followed up with another attack, but before his fist could hit Fujin, he noticed Fujin's kick coming straight at his chest. Remembering Sira's warnings from before their encounter, Kajiro stopped his attack and stepped back. Fujin was about to pursue when Yasha circled around Gentetsu and flung something in Fujin's path. Chapter 966, Jashin's Vessel. Fujin stopped and retreated slightly instead of pressing on the attack as several liquid drops shot past in front of him like bullets. His expression hardened as he noticed, blood? The liquid drops were red, giving off the scent of blood. Fujin squinted his eyes as he turned his gaze to Yasha, whose wrists were slit open, and thought, so that was blood missed earlier? Still, his ability is quite similar to Zankaku. Is it just similar, or the same? If it's the same, did he gain it before Zankaku was killed or after? Fujin didn't have the time to ponder as 4 blood spears shot towards him from Yasha's wrists. Fujin immediately punched towards him, the fire on his fist launching towards the spears like a fiery fist. The fiery fists engulfed the blood spears, evaporating them before continuing towards Yasha, who stopped advancing and instead created a blood wall to block the fiery fist. Yet again, Fujin could no longer press on his advantage as Kajiro punched the ground with full force. Fujin immediately stepped back as his fire erupted from the ground where he had been standing earlier. He was forced to retreat several more times as fire kept erupting from the ground, as Kajiro punched the ground repeatedly. In the end, he jumped on the rock ring that had formed from the collapsing village. Fujin glanced at the guardians and thought, not bad. If I don't dictate the pace, they have rather good coordination. Their abilities complement each other properly, too. And Siru hasn't made a move yet other than to bring those 2 back to life. Siru also analyzed, to be able to use Kajiro's flames and strengthen it before launching it at Yasha. As Lord Jashin warned us, Fujin's affinity to fire is extremely high too. Though it pales compared to his control over the wind, it is still a grave threat. He turned his attention to Fujin's feet as he continued analyzing, and so was his affinity to earth. Though he seems to be retreating, he has sneakily moved towards those rocks. He chuckled internally, he is paying an awful lot of attention to the barrier. As expected of a ninja of his caliber. Our main force not making a move should make him very suspicious and anxious. However, no matter how smart he is, he cannot imagine the reason. A deep devotion appeared in Siru's eyes as he recalled the sermon the pontiff had delivered several months ago. The words had shaken the entire cult. Whether newly accepted disciples or experienced elders who had served for decades, every single member had been stunned. Even the pontiff himself had seemed unable to fully believe what he was saying. But once the shock faded, it was replaced by overwhelming elation. Siru's eyes shone with fanatic devotion as he gazed at Fujin. His mind recalled every single word accurately. The Lord will descend to this world, and Suzuki Fujin will be his vessel. The perfect vessel, chosen by Lord Jashin himself. He pushed the thought aside, reminding himself that he still had to capture a rather troublesome ninja. Focusing again on Fujin, he thought, just like how you want to kill us before we can be reinforced, we can't allow you to escape. If we attack you with everything we got, a treacherous ninja like you would run without a second thought. A faint smile appeared on his face as he continued thinking, right now, you're probably thinking of killing us, gathering whatever information you can, and retreating safely. Those cunning ninjas from back then were all the same. His smile widened momentarily. Unfortunately for you, you stepped into the trap we prepared long ago. The amusing part is that you don't even realize how deep the quagmire you're standing in truly is. Fujin, who had just retreated to the ring of rocks and was about to counterattack, suddenly paused and glanced at Siru. Though Siru's expression had returned to normal almost instantly, the brief change hadn't escaped Fujin's notice. He grumbled inwardly, such intensity. Could you make it any more obvious that this is a trap? At this point, I'm almost suspicious that you're pretending it's a trap just to make me retreat. His eyes narrowed slightly. Well, whatever. I'm curious to see how you plan to stop me from leaving after I kill the 4 of you and a few more. Contrary to Siru's belief, Fujin hadn't retreated merely to take advantage of the rock ring. He simply wanted to maintain distance from the barrier, a minute detail Siru missed due to how long it had been since he had a real battle. There were 2 advantages in doing so. The forces inside the barrier couldn't sneak attack Fujin easily if he were far away from the barrier. And they would also find it difficult to save Siru and the rest once Fujin made his killing move. As for traps, while Fujin was on guard against them, he was confident in his ability to escape. Just his wind cloak made it very difficult for anyone to keep up with him. Even I was helpless as he couldn't fly. He could also have Ryu and others reverse summon him back to Mount Matiki. And yet, neither of these 2 was his greatest hidden card. So, Fujin wasn't that worried about their strategy and preparations, or even the forces inside the barrier. It was only the unknown seals that forced him to raise his guard. TCH. The bastard is slippery. Kajiro scoffed when he regrouped with his team. Yasha nodded. Even on the ground, he's very nimble. But he's not the only one who can move like that. Several more cuts suddenly opened across Yasha's body despite him not being attacked, blood pouring from each wound. With a grunt, he controlled the blood and formed a cloak around himself. At the next moment, he dashed toward Fujin, moving almost parallel to the ground at incredible speed. The move caught Fujin off guard, as he had expected them to stay hidden behind Gentetsu. In the blink of an eye, Yasha covered half the distance between them. He pulled his right arm back, forming a claw with his palm, before thrusting it toward Fujin. Blood release, blood web trap jutsu. 5 thin rays of blood shot from the tips of his fingers, spreading outward. 5 more burst from the center of his palm, flying straight at Fujin. As they approached, the rays split further, weaving together into a spreading web. Fujin immediately flickered out of the way. Yasha followed up at once, firing a jet of blood from his mouth, but Fujin stayed clear of it as he recalled, Zankaku could detonate his blood. Not sure if Yasha can do the same. Kajiro immediately moved to block Fujin and punched the ground while he was several meters away from him. His plan was to force Fujin to retreat towards the blood web which was forming behind him, but struggling to keep pace with him. To his surprise, Fujin didn't retreat and instead slammed his palm on the ground. While Kajiro's strike sent flames racing through the earth, Fujin manipulated the ground itself, forcing several earth spears upward. Beneath the surface, the moving earth easily suppressed the flames. No matter how many times Kajiro punched, the result didn't change. Realizing the danger, he immediately jumped back, barely avoiding the spears bursting from the ground. Fujin followed up instantly, firing several air bullets, not only targeting Kajiro but also cutting off his escape routes. Gentetsu was already on the move, staying close behind his 2 fellow guardians. Seeing that Kajiro couldn't dodge, Gentetsu stepped in front of him and tanked the air bullets head-on. But he had no time to relax. Fujin's earlier attack hadn't been meant to kill Kajiro. It was meant to force Gentetsu to move. Moments after blocking the jutsu, Gentetsu saw Fujin appear right in front of him. Before he could react, a kick slammed into his abdomen, launching him backwards, straight toward Kajiro. Kajiro's expression darkened as he remembered the earlier thrashing. He immediately moved aside while grumbling, "Do you still think I'm in the air?" His eyes suddenly widened. He had jumped slightly while avoiding Gentetsu and was still a few centimeters above the ground. And only now did he sense the vacuum bullets heading straight for him. Chapter 967, An Intense Sense of Danger. Water Release, Droplets of Life Jutsu. Kajiro's mind worked in overdrive to think of a way to survive this predicament. Yasha was some distance away, while Gentetsu had just been sent flying. He didn't even possess the time to punch the air, either to get out of the way or disrupt the vacuum bullets. Even if he did, it wouldn't help him much. Luckily for him, several water drops appeared from behind and intercepted every single vacuum with precision. Fujin's eyes widened as he saw his vacuum bullets, which could pierce through dozens of meters of hard rock, collapse just by touching some water drops. Wind Release, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu. Fujin's gaze turned toward Siru as he launched another attack. Though seeing his vacuum bullets being neutralized shocked him, he couldn't stop moving. Now that Kajiro was safe, he would counterattack. Siru could attack too. Since he wasn't in the air, Gentetsu managed to stop himself more quickly. And the most concerning was the blood net weaving closer to Fujin from behind him. Fujin exhaled winds, which transformed into 24 wolves. 8 moved towards Kajiro while the rest circled around him and approached Siru. Fujin controlled the wind wolves while rapidly analyzing those water drops. They contained a strange chakra. My vacuum bullets collapsed because that chakra got absorbed into the vacuum core, causing it to collapse. In short, he targeted the vacuum core instead of the vacuum bullets. Chakra gathered in his left palm as he swung his arm casually towards his left. Several wind blades formed in the air and intercepted the blood pillar, which was slamming towards Fujin. A few blades moved past it, cutting through the web of blood, ruining the formation. Fujin didn't pay it any attention, instead continued analyzing. It's impossible to analyze the technique in such a short while without possessing something like the Sharingan. Even if he has lived for a long while, he shouldn't have come across it, as it is a rather recent creation. While I can't rule out that someone in the past or in the cult could have created something similar, the most probable explanation is that they have gathered all possible intel on me and made plans to counter my jutsus. Kajiro was blasting the wind wolves with his punches, but that wasn't what caught Fujin's attention. Instead, it was the blood pillar. As the wind blades cut through them, Yasha's figure appeared hidden inside the pillar. Fujin's eyes moved only after he sensed his chakra. Oh. I didn't sense him inside the pillar. Looks like the blood allows him to hide his chakra signature, and he's also good at faking his chakra signature. Interesting. Zankaku didn't possess this ability. The trick allowed Yasha to close in on Fujin. His chakra riled aggressively as a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Blood dripped down his right hand as he formed it into a claw and thrust it towards Fujin while shouting, "Die!" Blood release, 1000 death jutsu. The blood dripping from Yasha's claws suddenly exploded outward. It moved forward rapidly, forming long crimson needles piercing through anything in its path. At the same time, the blood net that had been shredded by Fujin also transformed into several meter-long blood spikes, countless more forming as it approached Fujin. Unlike ordinary projectiles, the blood spikes didn't follow straight paths. They bent and curved midair, changing directions as if they were alive, which made it risky to dodge them by thin margins. Their high density meant any mistake would be punished severely. In the blink of an eye, the area between Fujin and Yasha started being occupied by the crimson spikes. Had anyone been unfortunate enough to stay in there, they would have been skewered from all sides, losing their lives instantly. Seeing Yasha take the offensive, Kajiro's momentum rose, as he destroyed all the wind wolves targeting him, his punches not only deforming them but also setting them on fire. He also destroyed a couple that were heading towards Siru. He ignored the rest and turned his focus back to Fujin. He didn't dare to intervene while the blood spikes were endlessly forming. However, he knew that the attack wouldn't be sufficient to defeat Fujin. So, he prepared himself to attack Fujin right as he dealt with Yasha's attack. To his surprise, the flames around him suddenly moved. He immediately raised his guard as a gentle breeze moved in from behind him, carrying all the flames with it. What astounded him more was that he could feel the flames continuously getting hotter, so much so that he felt his skin burning despite not being anywhere near them. Before the blood spikes could reach Fujin, the flames engulfed the entire area, the intense heat directly evaporating the blood. A few new blood spikes showed signs of forming, but collapsed almost instantly. However, Fujin still felt a vague sense of danger. Siru, who was preparing to deal with the wind wolves, suddenly stopped as the wolves transformed back into winds before he did anything. The winds flew back towards Fujin, taking the shape of a dragon as it moved. Siru's eyes twitched as he wondered, to be able to recall this jutsu too. Exactly what level has his control over the winds reached? In all my life, I have never seen anyone remotely as good as him at controlling the winds. By transforming his current jutsu, he barely uses more chakra, conserving his energy to the limit. Seeing Fujin's carefulness, he realized the difficulty of capturing him would be much higher than they had originally believed. Siru saw as the wind dragon revolved around Fujin, creating winds that sent Yasha's blood mist away from Fujin. Siru observed, he doesn't know what the blood mist can do. He probably doesn't even know whether it can harm him, and yet, he isn't taking it lightly. Despite being on the opposite side and despite Fujin insulting his lord, a sense of admiration appeared in Siru's eyes. In front of him was a boy who hadn't lived even a 20th as long as he had, yet displayed the cautiousness that most followers of Jashin didn't possess, who lived for over a century, didn't possess. Yasha frowned, these winds are a pain in the arse. How do I get past them? Is there no other way but to wait for Kajiro? Yasha's eyes widened. He quickly released more blood, encasing himself in a bloody sphere. Kajiro also retreated rapidly. Both saw as the wind dragon collapsed without any external stimulus, releasing intense and sharp winds in every direction, with Fujin safe at the center. The winds blew all the blood mist far away from the area. Countless cuts appeared on the blood sphere as it was pushed back by the strong winds, but it repaired itself rapidly to withstand the continuous assault. Unlike Yasha, Kajiro's expression was grim. He continuously punched forward, creating small shockwaves to save himself. Unfortunately, that was nowhere near enough to defend himself. He punched again at the wind blade heading towards him, the shockwave causing the blade to crumble into harmless winds. However, at the next moment, a wind blade hit his right arm, opening a long cut from his forearm to his shoulder. Another cut opened up on his left thigh. He was about to be engulfed by the winds entirely when Gentetsu flickered in front of him and used his massive body to take the attack for him. Fujin's eyes twitched. Though Gentetsu had managed to slow himself down by dragging himself across the ground, he was still quite some distance away. Fujin didn't expect him to return so quickly. He muttered internally, an impenetrable defense, impressive physical strength and high speed and agility too. A formidable ninja. The only thing that's left to see is his mid-range capabilities. At the same time, Siru also moved, hiding himself behind Gentetsu and Kajiro, while spitting out water, creating a dome to cover him and Kajiro. As he expected, the several wind blades circled around Gentetsu and sliced into the water dome. Much like Yasha, he continued pouring more chakra to repair the dome, ensuring it stood. Fujin observed his dome carefully. Yeah. There's something weird about his chakra. Is this life energy? Or did absorbing a large amount of life energy from others mutate his chakra somehow? Fujin extended his left arm towards the blood sphere. Vacuum bullets formed at the tip of his fingers as he fired them at Yasha. No matter how quick Gentetsu was, he couldn't protect Yasha this time. Suddenly, he felt an intense sense of danger as Siru released a strange force, passing through Kajiro and Gentetsu and moving straight at him. Chapter 968, Grossly Underestimating the Enemy. While hiding behind Gentetsu, Siru saw Fujin point his fingers towards Yasha, who was isolated from the group. Against a normal opponent, he wouldn't be worried about Yasha because he was one of the most all-around guardians, with no apparent weakness. However, Siru had already seen what Fujin was capable of. The memory of Kajiro and Yasha being at death's door was still very fresh in his mind. Without any delay, he pulled his right arm back and thrust his right palm forward. A different kind of energy, one which was not only invisible but also undetectable by normal means. Even Fujin failed to detect it as the strange energy passed through Kajiro and Gentetsu, while rapidly moving towards Fujin. Despite being unable to sense it, Fujin felt a great sense of danger, one which he hadn't felt for a long time. He immediately flickered away, not bothering to fire any more rounds of vacuum bullets at Yasha. As he moved, chakra concentrated in Fujin's eyes as he focused on his previous location. A frown appeared on his face as he analyzed, is this his ability to forcefully absorb life force? Only that could make me feel such danger. Still, I can't sense or see it. Even the winds aren't disturbed much. Only after concentrating chakra in my eyes can I notice a slight disturbance. Though if my instincts hadn't warned me, I might have ignored that too. Fujin turned his gaze to Siru's group and immediately noticed ugly expressions on Kajiro and Gentetsu's faces. It was the same expression Fujin noticed on Kajiro and Yasha's faces not too long ago. He immediately realized, so, Siru used their life force to heal them. And it doesn't seem like he was stingy. They should have lost a significant amount. It's just that their lifespans are so long that there's barely any change in their appearances. Also, Gentetsu doesn't seem immune to this particular attack. Should I just use him as a shield until his life force runs out? Fujin chuckled internally at the thought. Needless to say, he didn't think Siru was stupid enough to do that. While Fujin was focusing on the unfamiliar attack, Yasha was in a clutch. A few moments ago, he was still hidden inside the blood sphere, enduring the wind blades coming at him, when he suddenly felt a great sense of danger. Looking through the blood sphere, he saw the familiar vacuum bullets heading straight at him. At such a distance, he could dodge them with some difficulty. However, the wind blades were still coming at him. If he were to leave the protection of the blood sphere, he would not only have to dodge the vacuum bullets, which could change direction at Fujin's will, but also have to endure wind blades cutting into him. It would only make his situation worse, as dodging the vacuum bullets while his flesh was repeatedly being cut into would be incredibly difficult. Not to mention, the wind blades were lethal by themselves, too. Left with no choice, he manipulated the blood sphere to move out of the way as he calculated, this bastard can curve those bullets freely. I hope Tsurusama distracts him enough. If not. A grave expression appeared on his face as Yasha prepared himself. He relaxed slightly as he noticed Fujin flickering away, but his expression became grim again as he noticed the bullets still curving towards him. Unlike the wind blades, the vacuum bullets easily penetrated the blood sphere and pierced through Yasha, drilling 7 holes in his body. Quite a few more grazed past his body, opening hideous cuts, while Yasha managed to avoid the rest by twisting his body at weird angles. The blood sphere collapsed, but luckily, it had endured the windstorm. Yasha dropped to one knee as he breathed heavily. Gritting his teeth, Yasha's chakra suddenly flared as he concentrated on the 7 holes in his body. Surprisingly, new flesh started growing, slowly filling up the holes. Fujin, who dodged 2 more of Tsuru's attacks, which now avoided Kajiro and Gentetsu too, turned his gaze to Yasha, as I expected. He can heal himself just like Zankaku. Though why couldn't he do so earlier? Yasha noticed Fujin's gaze and sighed. Luckily, Tsurusama managed to distract him. If he continued manipulating those bullets, I'd be in a bind. I need to rejoin them quickly. Staying alone against him is too risky. Fujin recalled Yasha being completely helpless earlier and needing to be rescued by Tsuru. He guessed, perhaps he was too heavily injured and couldn't heal from that state. In this aspect, he's easier to deal with than Zankaku. Fujin didn't find it too strange. Even though Zankaku was a Jashin follower, he couldn't be compared with the Guardians. Unlike the Guardians, who stayed hidden in the cult, Zankaku had operated for decades in the ninja world. Despite coming from a small village, he had participated in countless intense battles and was a proper ninja despite falling short of rank S. His skills had been honed through those battles. Had it been him instead of Yasha, Fujin believed Zankaku would have managed to use a defensive jutsu while he was falling to the ground and avoided being almost crushed to death by Gentetsu. To stop Fujin from targeting Yasha while he healed, Gentetsu and Kajiro went on the attack again. Tsuru joined in too, though he restricted himself to mid-range water-release jutsus. With Fujin's high speed, it was very difficult to drain his life force, and if he repeatedly tried, it was more likely that his fellow guardians would drop dead instead. Very soon, Yasha joined in too, despite not being entirely healed. With the 4 guardians coordinating near perfectly, the openings Fujin could find were reduced drastically. As did his counterattacks. They finally managed to fight Fujin on equal grounds and entered into an intense conflict. As they battled, a few pairs of eyes watched from afar, observing every move and analyzing what they could. A chuckle broke the silence as an aged voice spoke. Looks like you finally have some competition, Makisa. His talent rivals yours. Makisa shot a glance at the frail old man beside her. His white hair hung loosely over his shoulder, and faint seal lines were etched around his eyes. Beneath his loose robes, large seal imprints covered his dark body like tattoos, with some parts visible along his arms and neck. Makisa scoffed, "You jest, Elder Shimeryu." Turning her gaze back to the battle beyond the barrier, she continued coldly, "He's fighting Tsuru-sensei and the others alone without breaking a sweat. It may look like he's under pressure, but he's controlling the entire fight. He's even keeping his distance from the barrier, despite not sensing our presence. Even I'll struggle to pull this off." Shimeryu looked at the young lady next to him. She looked barely older than Fujin, her long, straight dark hair unaffected by the wind. Her pale skin lacked any warmth, and her sharp features remained calm, almost emotionless. Only the intensity in her eyes gave away her focus. At just 60, she was the youngest ever to become an elder in the cult by a large margin. Her combat talent was also the greatest that Shimiru had ever seen. Despite being one of the youngest, there was no elder or guardian in the cult who could beat her in a duel. He nodded. Good. I was worried you'd let your arrogance get the better of you and face him alone. When the pontiff announced Lord Jashin would descend in Fujin's body, the cult reacted in two ways. On one hand, there was overwhelming, almost fanatical, joy. But beneath it, a quieter dissatisfaction lingered. Many were displeased that their bodies weren't chosen, none more so than Makisa. As a result, quite a few were eager to see what made Fujin, someone who had no connection to the cult and wasn't a follower of Jashin, worthy of being chosen by their lord. Makisa frowned. I may be arrogant, but my arrogance is nowhere near his. He has given up several opportunities merely because he wants to kill all four simultaneously. He isn't even taking them seriously and is still holding back his strength. Shimiru chuckled. Well, he is not even a third of your age. Youth breeds arrogance. His eyes narrowed as he stated, and arrogance always comes at a cost. Boom! Just as Shimiru finished speaking, a massive explosion echoed outside the barrier. The source was Kajiro's fist. The ground caved in where he struck, forming a large crater as stones and debris were hurled towards Fujin. Fujin remained unharmed, but a faint frown appeared on his face. Kajiro's strength had suddenly increased several-fold. Noticing his reaction, Kajiro laughed. Brat, you miscalculated. My lord's blessing doesn't just let me set things on fire. It's momentum. With every punch, my strength builds. You should have killed me when you had the chance. Now you'll pay for humiliating our lord. Their battle had already stretched on for quite some time. During this time, Fujin had passed up multiple opportunities to target Kajiro as his ability hadn't posed much of a threat. Fujin could endure his punches even without using any defensive jutsu. Instead, Fujin's focus had been on finding openings to kill Siru and figuring out how to deal with Gentetsu. As for Yasha, Fujin didn't consider him much of a threat either. As such, Fujin never expected Kajiro to suddenly become the mainstay of the enemy team. However, he was still confused. Weird. If his strength grew with every punch, shouldn't his earlier punches have been stronger? How did his strength increase so suddenly? Unless... The realization struck him almost instantly. His gaze towards the four shifted subtly. Kajiro had been holding back. Despite having been so thoroughly beaten and proving useless for the majority of their battle, Kajiro had endured it without revealing the true nature of his ability, letting Fujin underestimate him. As Fujin realized this, another thought followed just as quickly. He wondered, are the others holding back too? Chapter 969, Turning the Tides. Are the others holding back too? Sira noticed the change in Fujin's expression and chuckled. You finally realized. Unfortunately for you, it's too late. Suddenly, the chakra of the four guardians surged, rising far beyond anything they had shown before. A shockwave burst from beneath Kajiro's feet as he launched himself toward Fujin at full speed, his arm already arched back as he focused all his strength into his fist. At the same time, Gentetsu slammed both palms into the ground. A massive earth wall rose behind and around Fujin, cutting off his retreat. Small spikes formed along its surface and shot forward instantly, some aimed at his back, but most spreading around him, especially above, sealing off any chance of escape through the air. Beside him, Yasha stood unmoving as blood poured from the countless wounds across his body. It twisted and shaped itself into dozens of spears and whips. Some raced forward behind Kajiro, skimming just above the ground, while others shot up from below through cracks and holes left by the earlier battle. Siru followed up with multiple rounds of water bullets. None were aimed directly at Fujin. Instead, each was carefully placed to block off escape routes. This wasn't a reckless assault. They were forcing him to face Kajiro head-on. Of course, Fujin didn't wait for them to close in. Winds gathered around his palms as he moved his left hand, sweeping behind him, while his right cut across the air in front. Dozens of wind blades formed instantly. The ones behind him shot backward, colliding with the incoming earth spikes and shredding through them before continuing forward to intercept the follow-up volleys. At the same time, another set of blades tore into the blood spears the moment they burst from the ground, cutting them apart before they could fully form. As for Kajiro, who was charging in head-on without any cover, Fujin simply took a deep breath and fired a barrage of vacuum bullets straight at him. However, Kajiro paid no attention to the incoming vacuum bullets. Several blood spears burst from the ground right in front of him, intercepting the attack head-on. "Ignore everything and get him!" Yasha shouted. A frown formed on Fujin's face as his vacuum bullets collapsed midair. Yasha had used the same trick as Siru, forcing some blood mist inside the vacuum cores, causing them to collapse. Makes sense, Fujin clicked his tongue inwardly, no reason he couldn't do it if Siru could. And yet, he took those hits earlier just to lower my guard. TSK, I really underestimated them. Shielded by the others, Kajiro closed the distance in an instant, arriving right in front of Fujin. Despite having his life force drained twice, the power surging through his body felt greater than ever. With a feral grin, he threw a punch straight at Fujin's face with everything he had. The instant Kajiro's fist connected, a deafening blast tore through the battlefield. Flames erupted at the point of impact, swallowing the two figures in a violent explosion as the ground beneath them caved in, forming a deep crater. A shockwave rippled outward, scattering debris in all directions while a thick cloud of smoke and dust surged into the air, obscuring everything within. For a brief moment, nothing could be seen except for the crackle of flames, and the lingering tremor of that devastating strike echoed across the field. Excitement appeared in the eyes of the cultists who watched the attack, both inside and outside the barrier. "It's over!" one cheered inside the barrier. However, Makasa immediately shot him down. "It isn't. He won't go down this easily." Chimera nodded, "Yes. But the tide should change now. It's only a matter of time before he loses." The experienced ones could see that Fujin won't go down that easily. However, everyone felt the tides had turned. The success of the attack meant Fujin had lost the control he maintained over the battlefield. It would be difficult for him to reclaim it. Sira chuckled, "It's been a while since I felt this excited." His expression immediately became serious as he warned, "Be careful here on. We'll have the advantage now, but he may not pass on any opportunity to kill just one of us." Yasha and Gentetsu nodded. They felt increased pressure as they understood Fujin would be far more vicious. Their job, to defend each other, and Kajiro, got a lot tougher. As the dust and smoke slowly began to settle, a vague silhouette appeared. The crackling flames flickered against it, revealing two unmoving figures locked in place. A gust of wind swept through the battlefield, tearing apart the remaining haze. Fujin stood exactly where he had been, not pushed back even an inch. His right hand was raised, darkened and hardened, firmly gripping Kajiro's fist mid-strike. The flames that had erupted from the punch licked wildly around his arm, yet failed to burn through the blackened skin reinforced by the iron skin jutsu. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent. Shock spread on the faces of the three guardians, as well as the spectators on the other side of the barrier. Not one of them could believe what their eyes were seeing. "Are you kidding me? How can Lord Kajiro's punch be just caught? Does he have the same blessing as Gentetsu?" Voices erupted inside the barrier. Even some of the guardians and bishops couldn't suppress their disbelief. "He caught it?" Makasa whispered, disbelief etched on her face. Just moments ago, she had been compared to Fujin. Though she acknowledged Fujin was stronger, she believed the gap wouldn't be significant. However, the sight before her shattered the notion and struck heavily at her pride. She knew very well how powerful Kajiro's punches at his full strength were and had never dared to take them head-on during their spars. In that instant, a trace of envy and hatred took root in her heart. At the same time, she understood why her lord had chosen Fujin. Beside her, Lady Shiranui stood frozen in shock, while Shimiryu's smile slowly faded. He muttered grimly, "We miscalculated." Irrespective of how shocked they were, their shock couldn't compare to Kajiro's. His eyes were wide, his earlier ferocity long gone. He stood like a statue, unable to comprehend what had happened, or the fact that he had already been cut into pieces. In the next moment, his body split into several clean slices, collapsing to the ground like pieces of meat. Only his fist remained, which silently disappeared into a seal on Fujin's bracer while Fujin thought, hiding your strength is a good tactic to catch your enemy off guard. But you shouldn't delude yourself into thinking only you can do so. At the next moment, blood and earth spears erupted from the ground around Fujin. The instant they saw Kajiro in a bind, Yasha and Gentetsu acted immediately, not caring about how much chakra they were burning. However, neither imagined that Kajiro would have already been killed before the smoke dispersed. Fujin vanished before any of the attacks could reach him. He appeared a few meters away from Yasha, swinging a sword at him and unleashing a wind slash. Yasha, who was already surrounded by a vast mass of blood, reacted instantly, sending a surging wave toward Fujin. Behind Yasha, Siru launched another round of water bullets at Fujin simultaneously. The wind slash dispersed the blood wave, but it also dulled in the process, turning into a harmless gust. Sirus's water bullets passed through the fading winds, forcing Fujin to sidestep. Siru sighed in relief, good. Now Gentetsu can cover our retreat. Though Fujin barely wasted any time dodging, the slight delay was sufficient for Gentetsu to become their shield and block Fujin's attacks. While the three of them could still fight, Siru didn't have much hope. Even with Kajiro's brute force, they failed to put a scratch on Fujin. Harming him now was nothing but a fantasy. Continuing the battle was pointless and would only lead to their deaths. A sudden sense of danger gripped Siru. However, with Fujin in front of him and focusing on Yasha, he didn't understand where it was coming from. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. For the first time, fear flashed across his face. He immediately stepped to the side as a massive fist came crashing down like a hammer. Though he managed to move his head out of the way, the blow landed on his shoulder. Crack! Gentetsu's fist struck his left shoulder with brutal force, a loud crack echoing as it partially caved in. The momentum threw Siru off balance, sending him stumbling to the right. He quickly got back on his feet, keeping one eye on Fujin to watch out for sneak attacks and the other on Gentetsu. Shock, anger, and confusion churned within him at Gentetsu's sudden betrayal. Chapter 970, Chinks in the Armor. Yasha didn't have the luxury to pay attention to the events behind him, but the ones inside the barrier were just as stunned as Siru. Once again, none of them could believe what they were witnessing. The shocks were so intense and rapid that they completely forgot to reinforce and rescue Siru's group. Lady Shiranui's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. Weaving hand seals rapidly, she muttered, "He's under a Jinjutsu, and probably thinks Siru is Fujin." Siru arrived at the same conclusion moments later. Unfortunately, it didn't matter. Fujin never expected Gentetsu to kill Siru. All he needed was a moment, just like how Siru had been trying to create it to retreat safely. With Gentetsu trapped in a Jinjutsu and Siru injured and distracted, Yasha was left all alone once again despite being only a few meters away. That moment was enough. Vacuum bullets tore through his chest and skull, piercing his hearts, lungs, and brain in an instant as Fujin thought, while it's true I wanted to kill the four of you simultaneously, it's not like I couldn't have forced a similar situation ago. I just wanted to see more of your abilities while you lived and get myself going. I barely trained or battled for the last month or so. Even though I underestimated you four, you overestimated yourselves a lot more. Fujin wasn't sure if that was sufficient to kill Yasha. So, at the very next moment, a giant Rasengan slammed into Yasha's head, muttering, obliterating his upper body completely. Even Orochimaru might fail to revive from such a state. Once again, Fujin discreetly stored some of his flesh and blood in a seal before moving toward Siru. Siru readjusted his arm and started expending some of his life force to start the healing process, while narrowly dodging a second attack from Gentetsu. Instead of blocking Gentetsu's third attack, he pointed his palm to his right, unleashing the strange force that drained life force once more. His target was Fujin, who was closing in at a blinding speed. Fujin flickered twice, first moving out of the path and then appearing behind Siru. He swung his sword at his neck at the same moment Gentetsu's palm came crashing down towards Siru. Suddenly, Gentetsu shifted his strike. Instead of killing Siru, his palm intercepted the wind Fujin had unleashed. Fujin's eyes narrowed. He sensed a foreign chakra disrupting Gentetsu's chakra flow just moments earlier. It was clearly not Siru's. He analyzed, as expected. They're keeping a close watch. Still, I've killed 2 and yet they haven't shown themselves. Were Kitsuiki's memories about how highly they value Siru wrong? Though he was moving too quickly and the time between Kajiro and Yasha's deaths was barely a few seconds, he couldn't figure out why no one had come out to reinforce. Fujin would much rather face them outside than deal with whatever traps lay inside the barrier. After tanking the wind slash, Gentetsu flickered toward Fujin. Unlike his dead comrades, he wasn't afraid of Fujin's attack. Fujin immediately exhaled a powerful gust at Gentetsu. Unlike his earlier attacks, the gust didn't contain any wind blades. They merely pushed Gentetsu behind. Gentetsu drove his fist into the ground, dragging it through the earth to slow his forced retreat. The gust forced Gentetsu back to Siru, who hadn't fully healed but had recovered enough to not be hampered significantly. He muttered, "Let's retreat. Lady Shiranui will cover us against his Jinjutsu." Siru flickered and Gentetsu was about to follow him, but he suddenly froze. Once again, Siru was caught off guard due to Gentetsu. He gazed back and wondered grimly, is his Jinjutsu so strong that even Lady Shiranui can't break it immediately? Shit! Fujin ignored Gentetsu and flickered, chasing after Siru. With Gentetsu no longer covering him, Siru had no choice but to face Fujin alone. Despite his age, he couldn't help but curse inwardly as he sensed Fujin right on his heels. Inside the barrier, Shimeryu finally composed himself and issued orders, prepare to open the barrier momentarily to let them in and allow our attacks out. Cover Siru's retreat, but do not step outside even if he dies. Gentetsu will be fine, but break his Jinjutsu quickly, Lady Shiranui. If not, Fujin might use him to enter the barrier. According to their original plan, Siru was not meant to die here. His ability was far too valuable to the cult. However, Fujin's performance in the last few seconds had made too big of an impact. Shimeryu could see their entire strategy crumbling if they left the barrier to rescue Siru. In addition, Siru too held several cards. Shimeryu still had confidence in Siru's ability to retreat successfully. Just as he focused on coordinating the retreat, Shiranui spoke again, her voice filled with confusion. His chakra flow is normal. Gentetsu isn't under a Jinjutsu. Her words left Shimeryu and Makasa stunned again. For a brief moment, neither of them could comprehend it. If it wasn't a Jinjutsu, then what was stopping Gentetsu's invulnerable body? Ironically, the answer was rather simple. It was nothing but wind. Just that Fujin had merely changed its direction. Instead of applying pressure on him from outside, Fujin was controlling Gentetsu from within. When Fujin unleashed the earlier gust, it hadn't meant to harm him. In that brief moment, Gentetsu had inhaled the chakra-infused winds without realizing it. And now, Fujin controlled the very air inside his lungs. Another way of putting it was that Fujin had created a small wind domain inside Gentetsu's body which was completely under his control. At the next moment, that air turned hostile. Tiny wind blades formed within his lungs, slicing into him from within. For a brief moment, nothing seemed to happen. Gentetsu's massive frame remained unmoving, his skin as unblemished as ever, still as invulnerable as it had always been. Then, a tremor ran through his body. His eyes widened slightly as an unfamiliar sensation spread within him. It wasn't pain at first, just something wrong. And then it came. Sharp. Violent. Unstoppable. Tiny wind blades tore through his lungs from the inside, slicing through flesh that had never known injury. They carved through him mercilessly, shredding his insides while his skin remained completely untouched. His body, which could withstand any external attack, offered no resistance to the assault raging within. The blades didn't stop at his lungs. They spread, tearing through blood vessels, ripping into muscle, gouging through organs as if they didn't exist. Each movement of air inside him became another blade, another cut, another unseen strike that his invulnerable body could not defend against. In just a single breath, his insides had turned into minced meat. Gentetsu staggered. A low, choked sound escaped his throat as his breathing faltered. For the first time since receiving Lord Jashin's blessing, fear crept into his eyes. His body refused to obey him. His strength, his invincibility, meant nothing. His knees buckled. GHH. A mouthful of blood, mixed with his minced organs, burst out as he coughed violently, spilling down his chin. His massive body collapsed forward, crashing heavily onto the ground. This time, he didn't rise. No movement followed. No breath. Not even a single twitch. Gentetsu, whose body had never yielded to any attacks, now lay motionless, his invincible frame reduced to nothing more than a hollow, lifeless shell. For a moment, no one reacted, except for Fujin's lips curling up. He had thought of several ways to deal with Gentetsu during their battle. Genjutsu worked just as well as he expected, but he didn't expect Gentetsu's insides not being invulnerable to damage. He was merely testing it out. He had several more strategies planned, such as teleporting him to the bottom of the sea and sending a clone to ensure Gentetsu drowned to death, among others to test if he had failed to harm him from inside. But now, there was no need to test any of them, unless the cult possessed a guardian with a sturdier body. The emotions going through the cultists were the opposite of Fujin's. Siru, who had been fleeing just seconds ago, slowed involuntarily. His eyes flickered toward Gentetsu's fallen form, disbelief flashing across his face before it was quickly suppressed. Inside the barrier, the elders stood frozen. Mokasa's eyes narrowed, but the slight tremor in them betrayed her. Shimiryu's face hardened, the calm confidence from earlier had long faded. Even Lady Shiranui paused, her hands slowing mid-motion. This time, the shock ran deeper. Kajiro's death, while sudden, had been explainable. They could accept that his attack had failed, believing that Fujin had used some defensive technique to counter him. But this made no sense. Gentetsu's body was invulnerable. It had never been breached. Other than absurd means like Siru's strange energy, he had never been harmed. Yet now, he lay dead. Further behind, the cultists stood in stunned silence, their minds struggling to process what they were seeing. They had been shocked again and again in the past few moments. Yet somehow, each new shock felt just as overwhelming as the last. In the entire cult, no one other than Siru had ever seen any of the Guardians dying in battle. The only ones they saw dying had all passed away due to natural causes. To them, the Guardians were invincible generals of their lord. And yet, in less than half a minute, they witnessed 3 powerful Guardians falling. The belief they held for decades was crumbling rapidly. Before that horror could settle, their eyes snapped to the battlefield. Fujin was already upon Siru, preparing to kill him next. Chapter 971, Life Release. Siru's expression turned grim as he noticed Fujin's chakra spike slightly, a clear sign that a volley of attacks was about to be unleashed. Having witnessed Fujin's abilities, Siru understood he wouldn't have a good chance of survival if he let Fujin act first. At the next moment, he spread his arms and roared, his voice strained with exertion. Life release, absolute withering. Fujin, who had already formed his vacuum bullets and was about to shoot, abruptly halted. Without any hesitation or pause, he slammed his left leg into the ground and launched himself into the sky. As he ascended, the wind cloak reformed around him, boosting his speed further as he escaped into the sky. The reason? The instant Siru roared, Fujin felt a surge of danger far greater than before. Thanks to the chakra concentrated in his eyes, he could see the same strange force spreading rapidly in every direction from Siru, like how light radiates from a source. Fortunately, there were no living beings in the vicinity and the barrier protected the cultists. Otherwise, they would have aged by several years every second. In the blink of an eye, Fujin reached hundreds of meters into the sky, escaping the range of Tsuru's attack. Annoyance was evident on his face as he cursed, "Old fox. If I wanted, I could kill him long before he drains my entire life force. Losing a few years won't affect me much." However, Fujin glanced down, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Despite his troublesome ability, Fujin didn't consider Tsuru a threat worthy of sacrificing his lifespan. Doing so would be a foolish trade even if he won the battle, especially when he had no idea of the rate at which Tsuru could drain his life force. As such, he was forced to retreat again. In essence, Tsuru was merely following the principles of mutually assured destruction. Even though he would pay with his life, he'd take a piece of Fujin with him to his grave. Wind release, vacuum serial wave jutsu. At the next moment, Fujin unleashed his most powerful attack yet, a jutsu composed of 288 vacuum cores. A massive pillar of wind tore through the sky, crashing downward like divine judgment. With precise control, Fujin shaped the attack like a descending whip, covering not only Tsuru's escape path but also the barrier, which would need to be opened to allow Tsuru in. Despite the massive distance that had been created between them, Tsuru hadn't let his guard down. He could feel the intense fluctuations in Fujin's chakra as well as his killing intent. More than any of the Jashin's followers present, he understood the grave danger he was in. Even as his previous technique remained active, Tsuru thrust out his right arm. A sphere started forming above his palm. It was similar in shape to a normal Rasengan, yet was stark white and violently unstable. Even before Fujin released vacuum serial waves jutsu, Tsuru hurled the sphere skyward. Life release, Genesis Veil. The sphere traveled around a couple of dozen meters in the sky and detonated the moment Fujin unleashed his attack. A dense white mist spread horizontally, forming a cloud-like layer nearly a meter thick, stretching across Tsuru's escape path. A rich, almost overwhelming sense of vitality emanated from it. The moment the vacuum waves slashed into the layer, the life energy surged into the intricate vacuum cores. The disruption was immediate, the cores destabilized and collapsed, causing the vacuum waves to fizzle out mid-descent. Fujin's eyes twitched. He knew the cult had gathered intel on him and made preparations, but never imagined they'd create an attack to completely neutralize his main attacking method. Only the ordinary wind blades pierced through the mist, as they neither relied on nor contained vacuum cores. They traveled toward Tsuru as originally intended. However, a massive gate opened up in the barrier. Instantly, massive rocks and powerful water jets flew out, flying a few meters above Tsuru. They intercepted most of the incoming wind blades, providing Tsuru a safe passage. With the opening in the barrier also shrouded in the white mist, Fujin's vacuum waves couldn't enter the barrier. Just a few stray wind blades made it through, but they were promptly dealt with. Around a quarter of the vacuum waves hit the remaining barrier, causing the barrier to tremble violently for a few moments. Shielded on all sides, Tsuru finally crossed into the barrier while breathing heavily. The two jutsu had taken a lot from him, especially the second, which burned through a significant portion of his life force. Yet, he didn't relax for even a moment and shouted, "Shut the barrier." The four guardians maintaining the barrier reacted instantly, sealing the gate once more. However, confusion flickered across their faces. They wondered, weren't we supposed to lure Fujin inside the barrier? Why are we stopping him from rushing in? However, some experienced guardians, and the elders, understood his thoughts. A fraction of a second after the barrier fully closed, Fujin's figure tore through the white mist, intense winds blasting behind him. In the blink of an eye, he reached the barrier at the spot that had just closed. Makesa gazed at him as she agreed with Tsuru's decision. "We intended to draw him in so that he can be even more deeply entangled into our trap, removing any chance of any accidents happening. However, someone of his talent and possessing as much arrogance as he does wouldn't retreat so easily, no matter how cautious he is. In that case, it's better to let him waste his energy on the barrier first. It'll make suppressing him easier and reduce our losses." For a brief moment, the tension inside the barrier eased. Some let out quiet breaths, while others felt their racing hearts finally slow. Despite their fanaticism, none had ever witnessed such an intense battle, nor endured so many shocks in such a short span of time. Looking at Fujin's intensity, they knew another brutal exchange was inevitable. But for now, the barrier would buy them a few precious minutes to compose themselves. Outside, Fujin was in no mood to grant them such a luxury. His right arm drew back as he descended without slowing even the slightest. His chakra surged, concentrating entirely onto his fist. A portion of his wind cloak spiraled around his forearm, condensing into a miniature hurricane. Using his great momentum, he drove his fist into the barrier. Yet again, his actions caught the cultists off guard. Though this time, it was more of a surprise than shock. Each of them had imagined all kinds of devastating jutsus Fujin might use against the barrier. None expected he would use a simple punch. Of course, the punch was anything but simple. In terms of chakra control, Fujin was second only to Tsunade. However, his chakra reserves far surpassed hers. The amount of chakra concentrated in his fist was several times greater than what she typically used. The instant his fist met the barrier, the entire structure shuddered violently. A deep thunderous echoed across the space as the force rippled outwards. At the point of contact, a spray of blood splattered across the barrier under the sheer force of the collision. Yet, no one paid attention to it. Shock once again overtook every face as massive cracks spread across the barrier. The four guardians maintaining the barrier dropped to their knees almost instantly, violently coughing blood as the backlash surged through their bodies. At the very next moment, the miniature hurricane struck. It expanded rapidly, covering the entire barrier. While Fujin's punch had concentrated overwhelming force on a single point, the hurricane applied relentless pressure from all directions. The guardians couldn't endure the dual-pronged assault. The cracks spread wider, splintering across the barrier's surface as Fujin snorted inwardly, opening and closing a barrier of this level at will. Do you think you are Hashirama? Under normal circumstances, Fujin's punch wouldn't have caused even a ripple. The barrier was simply too strong. Even a tailed beast bomb was unlikely to break through it. But by partially opening the barrier, they had introduced a fatal weakness. That was why even a quarter of his vacuum serial waves jutsu had made it tremble, a detail Fujin didn't miss. And now, Fujin had struck the exact spot where the barrier closed, less than a second after it had closed. Finally, one of the guardians collapsed, unconscious. The strain proved too much. The powerful barrier shattered. And in the next instant, Fujin stepped into the real Sokatsugakure. His gaze swept across the cultist, a glint of greed for their secrets flashing in his eyes. Yet, his senses remained razor-sharp, fully aware that he had just stepped into a trap. Chapter 972, Two Pairs of Eyes. The shattering of the barrier sent a violent backlash through the three remaining conscious guardians. One collapsed unconscious instantly, while the other two barely managed to hold on, their bodies trembling as blood spilled ceaselessly from their mouths. The disturbance didn't go unnoticed. Every gaze in Sokatsugakure snapped toward Fujin. Even those who had remained indoors felt the collapse of the barrier and rushed out, only to be met with a sight they could scarcely comprehend. Surprisingly, despite the relentless shocks of the past minute, not a trace of fear could be seen on the followers of Jashin who had witnessed the battle. Their breathing was uneven, their bodies tense. But beneath it all, a fervent excitement burned brighter than ever. This was their final battle. Their prey had already stepped into the trap. Victory was but a matter of time. And then, their Lord Jashin would descend. Whether they were ordinary disciples, bishops, guardians, elders, or even the pontiff, none wavered. Even if it cost them their lives, they would offer everything for that moment. Sira moved without hesitation. The instant Fujin's feet touched the ground, he thrust his palm forward, unleashing that strange, formless energy once more. This time, it was solely aimed at Fujin. He didn't dare use absolute withering again, else, his fellow believers would be the first to start dropping like flies. However, Fujin was already in motion, chakra concentrating beneath his feet even before Siru decided to attack. The moment Siru attacked, he leapt skyward, ascending rapidly and reaching nearly 100 meters above the central structure in the village. His chakra flared violently the entire way as he prepared another powerful jutsu. From above, Fujin looked down upon the village as he formed the jutsu. It was exactly as it had appeared in Kitsuiki's memories. Having lived over 3 weeks in the fake village, the village felt oddly familiar to Fujin. There were only a few major differences, the biggest one being a monolith structure of dark stone that stood at the heart of the village and seemed to drink in the very light around it. It was the sanctum of Jashin, the place where the pontiff stayed and where Kitsuiki and the rest underwent their ritual to become bishops. Unlike the rest of the village, the building bore no open windows, only narrow, sealed slits that remained perpetually shut, ensuring not a single ray of sunlight could trespass within. Its towering walls rose like an impenetrable coffin, suffocating and absolute, as though the structure itself rejected the outside world. Fujin merely glanced at it, before attacking. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. A colossal torrent of wind descended above Sokatsugakure. Fujin hadn't held back, concentrating 30% of his total chakra reserves in a single jutsu. It was greater than the total amount of chakra Fujin used so far in the entire battle. For the first time in a long while, Fujin's chakra reserves had dropped to less than half of his maximum capacity in the midst of a battle. The jutsu wasn't an ordinary supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu. Instead of a singular attack, it was a storm of countless strikes. Hidden behind the intense winds that moved the fastest were thousands of sharp wind blades interwoven with hundreds of vacuum waves. In an instant, the entire village and the surrounding areas were swallowed. The winds howled through every street and alley, crashing into buildings from all directions. Roofs, walls, and gates were battered relentlessly as the countless wind blades hit them, as if wanting to destroy the entire village in one go. And yet, not a single structure collapsed. The seals etched across every building flared to life, toughening every structure, ensuring not even a scratch was left on them. While the ordinary buildings weren't targeted by vacuum waves, the sanctum of Jashin was. Surprisingly, even that failed to leave a scratch on the massive building. Despite being bombarded continuously, it didn't tremble even a bit. Fujin's eyes twitched as he couldn't help but wonder what had stronger defenses, his house, or this ancient village. While the infrastructure endured the storm, ruining Fujin's plan of destroying the village to rubble and creating maximum confusion and panic, the same couldn't be said about the followers of Jashin. Only a fraction of the disciples reacted in time, retreating into nearby buildings and slamming the doors shut. A handful reacted late but specialized in earth release, and managed to escape underground at the last moment. The rest, whether they tried to defend, escape or simply froze, were all cut down. Wind blades carved through their flesh with little resistance, painting the streets crimson and decorating it with corpses. The bishops and guardians in the village were far more decisive. Nearly all of them withdrew into the buildings at once, using them as shields against the storm. Only one bishop, lost in blind fanaticism, didn't consider the attack threatening enough to retreat. Unfortunately, his unwavering faith failed to shield his body from the sharp winds. He joined the majority of the disciples into their journey to the afterlife. The ones who were monitoring the earlier battle didn't have the same luxury of retreating into buildings as they were on the outskirts of the village without any structure nearby. Earth release, Earth Dome Jutsu. Earth release, Burial Jutsu. A guardian and a bishop acted quickly. A thick earthen dome rose, shielding the unconscious guardian. At the same time, the ground beneath him softened and swallowed his body, dragging him underground to escape the storm. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Unlike the disciples, he wasn't being targeted by mere wind blades. The vacuum waves pierced through the dome, as though it didn't exist, and burrowed into the earth without losing any momentum. His body was sliced into pieces underground, transforming his temporary sleep into a permanent one. Another guardian had fallen, increasing their death toll to 4. The other unconscious guardian was far more fortunate. He lay close to other guardians and was pulled away before the storm could reach him. One guardian hoisted him on his shoulder, while others defended against the wind blades while dodging the far deadlier vacuum waves. The last 2 injured guardians had flickered into the village right after the barrier collapsed and hidden inside the buildings, barely avoiding the storm. Elder Shimiryu's gaze hardened as the storms bore down the main force. A seal imprint appeared on his palm as he thrust his arm towards the storm. Mikyo Jinpu seal. A mirror-like reflective dome appeared around the entire force. Siru, who was preparing the Genesis Veil Jutsu again, relaxed and slowed his actions. The sphere still formed in his hand, but he didn't throw it. Even though he could absorb life force, there was a limit to how much he could store. He couldn't spam his jutsus like Fujin. If there was no need, he'd reabsorb the life force used to create the jutsu. The storm enveloped the mirror dome, bombarding it continuously. The mirror shook violently, cracks forming at various spots. However, Shimiryu continued pouring chakra and activating the seal again and again. To Fujin's shock, no matter how many wind blades and vacuum slashes bombarded the mirror, they failed to pierce through. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed, that isn't ninjutsu. It's Fuinjutsu. Shimiryu. He may have the highest mastery of Fuinjutsu among all the ninjas I have seen. Even if I fail to obtain the living seals, I have to obtain all his Fuinjutsu knowledge. Still, to think they had another method to block my vacuum jutsus. Sigh, since when did blocking the wind vacuum technique become so trivial? Even the ninja villages don't have so many means. Fujin was annoyed, justifiably so. Gantetsu's body was immune to his vacuum jutsus, Siru and Yasha could nullify them by destabilizing their vacuum cores, the seals on the buildings could strengthen them enough to resist them, and now even Shimiryu displayed a seal to block the vacuum jutsus. Fujin hadn't even properly engaged the main forces yet. And already, 5 different methods had been used to block his most feared technique. They had performed better than even Orochimaru and Obito. Only the archaic crab had performed better, though even it wasn't completely immune. He grumbled inwardly, I guess I should have expected this from a force that has history going back over 6 centuries, even if they spent most of their time hiding. As ridiculous as this is, all of this may soon be mine. As winds raged in the village, a pair of eyes opened within a dim chamber, illuminated by dozens of black candles that cast a haunting, flickering glow. The figure remained seated, yet his gaze tilted upward, as though the thick walls meant nothing. He muttered, there's something unusual about his body. Something strange and off-putting. That should be the reason why his chakra reserves exceed what Lord Jashin said. He got up and grabbed his staff, preparing to join the conflict outside as he sighed, I hope that weirdness doesn't interfere with our trap. This will be trickier than we thought. Please guide us, Lord Jashin. Elsewhere, in a chamber swallowed entirely by darkness, a figure slept peacefully. Suddenly, his eyes twitched, before snapping open. The figure sat upright while muttering in a low voice, 189 disciples. 1 bishop. 5 guardians. A pause followed before the figure sighed, how ruthless. No matter. They should feel pride in sacrificing their lives for Lord Jashin's descent. I'll teach this brat some manners in the meantime. Chapter 973, Abomination. The storm engulfing Sokatsugakure gradually subsided. Severed limbs and shredded corpses littered the streets, while the infrastructure remained untouched in an eerie contrast to the carnage around them. On the outskirts, the mirror-like dome still stood, though covered in cracks. As Shimiryu stopped pouring his chakra into the seal, the cracks grew deeper, causing the entire structure to crumble into dust. A flicker of confusion passed through several of the guardians, as they wondered, couldn't Elder Shimiryu's seal absorb a portion of the attack and return it? Why did it collapse without counterattacking? Mokasa's eyes remained fixed on Fujin as she figured out the answer instantly. If the attack was returned, it'd essentially be wind sent to attack him. He'd simply take control of them and turn them into his domain. It would only assist him. The cult didn't lack experts in wind release. Makesa herself was highly proficient in it. However, the gap in skill was so ridiculous that anyone capable of using it had been ordered not to use wind release techniques against Fujin. It was the one area where the cult refused to take any risks. While others couldn't figure the reason immediately, they didn't have the time to dwell on it. Fujin's silhouette split into various images, each descending rapidly. Most headed towards the village, but the strongest one came straight for them. Since long-range jutsu had failed yet again, Fujin decided to shift to close combat. While he was worried about some of them having strange abilities, he remained confident in his ability to engage them and retreat safely if the situation turned unfavorable. His gaze settled on the two figures standing right at the center of the main force, Shimiru and Siru. One could create barriers to save the cultists from his attacks. The other could neutralize his wind vacuum technique and steal his life force, forcing Fujin to split his attention at all times. If he could eliminate them first, the rest of the battle would become far easier. Sensing his intent, Shimiru raised his palm once more. Mikyo Jinpu Seal. A mirror materialized midair along Fujin's path, barely a few meters under him. Fujin's eyes narrowed. He can create barriers at such a huge distance? His figure twisted midair, wind cloak flaring as he changed his trajectory to avoid crashing into the mirror. However, several more mirrors manifested instantly, turning his descent into an aerial obstacle course. While Fujin could avoid the mirrors and ignore them, what he couldn't ignore was Siri using the strange energy in another attempt to drain his life force. He was forced to veer several dozen meters to his side to evade the invisible attack. Shimiru and Siri repeated their actions, forcing Fujin to dodge continuously. Under their coordinated interference, Fujin found his descent had gradually shifted. He was pushed away from Shimiru and Siru. In fact, he was being pushed away from the entire main force. He analyzed, at this rate, I can only land dozens of meters away from them. And there's no point in retaliating with a long-range jutsu as it'll be blocked again. How annoying! Despite his thoughts, there wasn't a hint of annoyance on Fujin's face. On the contrary, he was enjoying this little exchange. Makisa moved without warning, her chakra flaring as she shouted, "Kahaku, the 5 spears, with me." Having already calculated Fujin's landing spot, she decided to attack preemptively. Flames surged from her palm, condensing into a blazing spear that tore through the air toward the spot he was about to land. Fujin's eyes flickered toward the spear. He had almost reached the ground and the spear was already onto him. He analyzed, she predicted my landing spot. Fujin was slightly impressed. Mokasa's actions were very well calculated and her attack was quick and precise, not even a fraction of a second here or there. It was a difficult move to pull without having the assistance of something like the Sharingan. Just as he was about to land, his wind cloak acted again, blasting a powerful wind in front of him. They slowed the blazing lance marginally, but more importantly, launched him backward, narrowly pulling him out of the lance's path. The flaming spear struck the ground an instant later, erupting into a violent explosion that scorched the earth where he should have been. Wind release, Wind Dragon Jutsu. Makisa wasn't surprised that Fujin had managed to dodge the attack. On the contrary, she had anticipated it too. Even before the flaming spear reached its target, her hands were already weaving through a new set of seals. Disregarding the instructions to not use wind jutsus against Fujin, she blew a wind dragon, not at Fujin, but at the spot the spear had landed. It moved through the flames, absorbing them and transforming into a blazing wind fire dragon. A combination jutsu, executed alone, without the aid of any clones. At the same time, not a trace of chakra from her previous attack was wasted. For a moment, Fujin couldn't help but wonder, she wasn't in Kitsuiki's memories. So, she should be a new guardian. Did she gain an ability similar to Sharingan, or are her battle instincts that well refined? His doubt wasn't unfounded. He had just clashed with Siru, a monster who have lived over 3.5 centuries. Yet, his combat sense and battle intelligence fell short of Fujin, who hadn't even spent 1.5 decades in this world. As such, Fujin had expected to see more peculiar abilities in the cult, and not someone with such polished, top-tier battle skills. Especially not from someone who appeared to be the youngest among the guardians and bishops. For once, Fujin decided against employing any tricks, and counterattacked in the most basic manner. He exhaled intense winds right at the wind fire dragon. The force was so overwhelming that the dragon halted mid-charge before being forced back, its form destabilizing as it broke apart into scattered flames. It was Mokasa's turn to be surprised. Her pupils constricted as she came to an abrupt halt and exclaimed inwardly, "He pushed back my combination jutsu with but raw winds?" A chilling realization struck her and those behind her. Wouldn't that mean even fire jutsus are useless against him and only strengthen him? The reason why Mokaisa had ignored the warning against using wind jutsus was precisely because it wasn't her primary attack. From their intel, it was few of the things wind jutsus could still be used against Fujin, in addition to using wind chakra to sharpen weapons and using smaller wind jutsus like the air bullet jutsu which couldn't be controlled easily. They only needed to avoid vast, expansive wind jutsus like the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. And yet, Fujin had done exactly what she was warned against. Only, instead of controlling her wind jutsus, he had turned her fire jutsu against her. Seeing the fiery winds, Mokasa's hands blurred through a new set of seals before slamming into the ground. Earth release, devouring Maw jutsu. The earth ahead of her split open as a Masi's jaw surged upward from underground, its jagged edges snapping shut upon the incoming fiery winds. The impact echoed as the earth construct swallowed the attack whole, sealing those winds inside it. But Mokaisa didn't stop. Lightning release, lightning spear jutsu. Her chakra surged again as sparks danced across her fingertips before she drove them into the ground. Fujin shifted instantly, moving several times as lightning spears erupted from underground, tearing upward with lethal precision. While he dodged, Mokaisa prepared her next jutsu. Water release, great waterfall jutsu. Among her 5 jutsus, this was the one where Mokaisa poured most of her chakra. A violent torrent burst forth, as though the gates of a dam had been shattered. The raging waters surged ahead and crashed directly into the devouring maw. Tempered by the fiery winds from within and immense pressure from outside, the maw shattered under the combined pressure of 2 extremes. Superheated rocks were torn free and dragged into the torrent, spinning wildly within it. Next, the trapped flames were devoured by the torrent, turning the entire wave into a scalding, seething flood. Steam erupted violently randomly in various parts of the torrent. The jutsu was no longer merely a water release technique. Instead, it became a churning mass of boiling current, burning debris and violent winds, surging forward. As if that wasn't sufficient, lightning struck. The spears she embedded earlier discharged into the torrent all at once, flooding the chaotic mass with blinding arcs of electricity. It no longer resembled a ninja technique. Instead, it looked like a myriad of natural disasters stitched together incorrectly. Fujin's eyes twitched as he watched the abhorrent mass surge toward him. A scalding tsunami filled with spinning superheated rocks, laced with lightning, and driven ahead by violent winds. It was like a tsunami, landslide, storm and thunder forced into one shape. All barely holding together, yet surging forward with great momentum. For a brief moment, even Fujin couldn't decide how to react. Should he be surprised and appreciate the fact that he had witnessed the 5 elements being used together the first time? Should he treat the monstrosity seriously? Should he scoff at how incoherent the jutsu was? Or should he simply laugh at how weird it looked, something he was very tempted to do? He muttered inwardly, fire, wind, earth, lightning, water. She's proficient in all 5 natures. Exactly what ability did her living seal grant her? He took a deep breath, before cursing and, what the fuck is this abomination of a jutsu? That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 24. Peace.